Chapter 551 Master-Disciple Duel. The Mangeki Sharingan, the Purple Susanoo, and the last one who is good at lightning release, these 3 points together, even Tsunade and Jiraiya, who are most reluctant to believe that Sasuke is the E of Akatsuki, have to think about it carefully in their hearts. However, on the surface, the two still said righteously, Uchiha Sasuke can never be the Akatsuki E, we have confirmed this. Humph. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly, and then said, next time if I meet the Akatsuki E, I will not show mercy. Seeing that the fourth Raikage just said a harsh word, the third Tsuchikage no longer entangled in this topic. After all, the current alliance of the 5 major ninja villages is only forced by the threat of the Akatsuki organization, not really getting along well, so as long as the Akatsuki E is not caught, it is impossible to make Konoha hand over its own Mangeki Uchiha with empty words. At this time, the third Tsuchikage looked at Shinji. Whether the upper string really died in your hands or not, there is no conclusion yet. The bounty will be discussed after confirmation. The fourth Raikage immediately echoed, yes, the bounty can only be issued after the death of the upper string is verified. Shinji was stunned at first, but then he quickly reacted. In order to capture the upper string, Uegakuer and Kumigakuer used various channels to issue many bounties, including a bounty of 30 million for those who killed the upper string, and a bounty of 60 million for those who could capture the upper string alive. Without waiting for Shinji to respond, the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Raikage left in a hurry. Looking at the backs of the two shadows leaving, everyone in Tsunade's team was stunned, and Shizune couldn't help but complain, isn't this too shameless? Jiraiya chuckled, 2 old foxes. As everyone knows, the monsters of the upper ranks will turn into ashes after death, and it is impossible to leave a corpse, so their so-called verification is completely an excuse, and it is clear that they want to shirk their debts. Shinji is not short of money now, but the behavior of Uegakuer and Kumigakuer makes him a little unhappy. If they didn't mention this, Shinji would never have thought of it. Deliberately mentioning it in front of Shinji, isn't it that Shinji is sure that he can't do anything to them? Remember this account first. Shinji doesn't have time to deal with them now, and they will be in trouble when he is free in the future. After the third generation Tsuchikage and the fourth generation Raikage left, Tsunade and Jiraiya walked aside and whispered to each other. Tsunade asked, I remember the old man asked Kakashi to check Sasuke last time, right? Yes, that's true. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, and then asked, do you think that the Akatsuki's E just now is possible to be Sasuke? Jiraiya stroked his chin, although Susanoo is the pupil technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, its essence is also the use of chakra. Different colors mean different chakra characteristics. Therefore, the color of Akatsuki's E is the same as Sasuke's Susanoo, which means that even if they are not the same person, they may have a closer blood relationship, so the chakra characteristics are so similar. Tsunade nodded slightly, well, let the old man worry about these troubles of Uchiha. Let's send the situation here back and let him decide. Jiraiya immediately summoned the communication frog and sent back everything that happened on the snowfield, such as the upper string was accidentally killed by Shinji, and the Uegakuer and Kumigakuer suspected that Sasuke was Akatsuki's E and other information. Konoha village. After being teleported back, Sasuke replaced his shadow clone that he left in the village, and dragged his tired body back to his apartment. After a simple wash, he fell on the bed with lifeless eyes. Damn it, it was obviously my prey. How could it be snatched away by Shinji? That's the upper string. The reputation of the upper string in the ninja world is no less than that of the Akatsuki organization. The 3 forces of Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, and the Iron Country surrounded and suppressed, and sent out 2 shadows and a large number of elite ninjas. From the lineup of this encirclement, it can be seen that the upper string is powerful. And the upper string is obviously at the end of the road. Such an opportunity slipped away in front of him. Anyone would feel uncomfortable, let alone Sasuke who had been chasing the upper string for 3 days and 3 nights. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sasuke came to the door with a sullen face, opened the door, and frowned and said, Kakashi, what's up? Kakashi didn't say a word and attacked Sasuke directly. If Sasuke had been caught off guard by the sneak attack 3 days ago, he might have been taken down instantly by Kakashi, but now he has been practicing in the snow for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if he is not energetic now, his reaction and alertness are still there. In the rapid attack and defense the two of them quickly passed through the hall, then jumped out of the apartment through the balcony and continued to fight on the streets and houses of the village. After a long time, the two of them finally stopped after fighting all the way to the training ground. Sasuke raised his lips, "Kakashi, I have long wanted to have a good fight with you. Then let's do it today." Kakashi took off his eye mask, revealing the scarlet Sharingan inside. Looking at the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye socket, Sasuke's face changed. "You are a foreigner, but you want to use Sharingan to fight me. I don't know whether to say you are ignorant or fearless." Kakashi didn't care about Sasuke's rudeness. After a flash of nostalgia in his eyes, his expression immediately became cold. "Maybe my Sharingan is stronger than yours." Sasuke snorted, "Then I will let you see what a real Sharingan is. Don't worry, I won't use the Manjiki Sharingan. The 3 Magadam estate is enough to deal with you." Shua. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them attacked at the same time. Both of them used the lightning chakra to stimulate cells and enhance speed. Not only was their speed incredibly fast, but even their bodies occasionally flashed a light blue arc. On a big tree not far away, the third generation, holding a pipe, quietly watched the competition in the practice field. After the communication frog transmitted what happened on the snowfield to Konoha, the third generation immediately took action and ordered Kakashi to identify Sasuke again. This time there was almost no time difference, because the communication frog used the summoning technique of space-time ninjutsu, so unless the Akatsuki organization mastered a space-time ninjutsu that was faster than the Flying Thunder God technique, otherwise, Sasuke, who was still on the snowfield of the Iron Country a moment ago, would not be able to return to the village immediately. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 552. Have you learned it? Kakashi, can your Sharingan keep up with my movements? The arc of Sasuke's mouth became bigger and bigger. The pursuit of the upper string and the fight with the fourth Raikage gave him great confidence, making him feel that dealing with a senior ninja like Kakashi should be a piece of cake. And after he went all out, he clearly felt that Kakashi was far inferior to the fourth Raikage in terms of speed and strength, which made him more confident. Kakashi's side. At first, he just wanted to test Sasuke and confirm that the Sasuke in the village was the real Sasuke. After all, Uchiha Itachi had used shadow clones before. It is said that for half a semester, the only one who went to the ninja school was a shadow clone of Uchiha Itachi, and all the teachers and students in the school were kept in the dark. If Itachi had not been accidentally involved in a vicious fight and exposed the shadow clone, I am afraid that after the whole semester, no one would know that Itachi, who was studying with them every day, was just a shadow clone. But as they fought, his desire to win was also aroused by Sasuke. Or, he began to gradually realize that coaxing Sasuke could not really guide Sasuke to the right path, but would make Sasuke more and more arrogant, so he wanted to take this opportunity to teach Sasuke how to become a real ninja. Then let me see what else the ninja school taught you besides what I taught you. Kakashi responded to Sasuke's provocation while quickly forming seals with both hands. In the distance. Swish, swish, swish. With the sound of breaking wind, the 3 advisory elders, Danzo, Udaten Koharu, and Midaman, landed beside the third generation. Udaten Koharu shook her head, "It doesn't look like a shadow clone." Yet. The third generation nodded and took off the pipe in his mouth. If the accusations of the Tsuchikage and the Raikage are true, then Sasuke will not have enough time to return to the village from the Iron Kingdom. Not necessarily. Danzo snorted and sang a different tune, Space-time ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. These can allow Uchiha Sasuke to return to Konoha from the Iron Kingdom in an instant. Hiruzen, don't forget that if Uchiha Sasuke really joined the Akatsuki organization, it is not impossible for the Akatsuki organization to provide such a cover for him with its strength. The third generation did not refute, but asked, what is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization? Why do they want to expose Sasuke while spending so much money to cover Sasuke? This. Danzo was speechless for a moment. The Akatsuki organization is not short of manpower. If they really want to deal with an upper rank, there is no need to let Sasuke go to the Iron Country to expose his identity. Midaman, who had not joined this topic, suddenly said, "What's going on? Kakashi seems to be serious." Then several people put away their thoughts and looked at the training ground. Sasuke rushed out from the smoke and dust of the explosion of the detonating tag, jumped into the air, and made seals with both hands, fire escape, great fireball technique. Voila! A huge fireball spewed out of his mouth, wrapped in a scorching heat wave, and attacked Kakashi. Almost at the same time when Sasuke released the great fireball technique, Kakashi also completed the seal, pressed his hands on the ground, and a wall of earth rose from the ground to protect him. Boom boom! The fireball hit the earth wall, making a roar. The noise in the training ground immediately attracted many nearby ninjas, and even the Anbu were alarmed. However, after seeing the third Hokage and several advisory elders watching, they all stopped tacitly and did not approach the training ground to interfere with the contest between Kakashi and Sasuke. On the field. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Sasuke took out several kunai from his ninja bag and threw them into the field. Clang clang clang. These kunai collided in the air, changed their direction, and bypassed the earth wall in front of Kakashi. Under the cold moonlight, people with sharp eyes could find that the tails of these kunai were still tied with imperceptible steel wires. Soon, these kunai that bypassed the front of the earth wall circled around the earth wall by inertia, and used the steel wires tied behind them to tie Kakashi, who was hiding behind the earth wall, to the earth wall. At this time, Sasuke, who had already jumped onto a big tree, grinned and completed the seal again. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Boom! A fire dragon spewed out of Sasuke's mouth and hit Kakashi's earth wall head-on, and pierced through the earth wall in response, engulfing Kakashi, who was tied behind the earth wall with steel wires. This? Are they serious? Not good. The ninjas watching were all shocked when they saw this scene. Kakashi and Sasuke are both famous people in the village, and many people know that Kakashi is Sasuke's mentor, so everyone thought that this was just an ordinary competition. Unexpectedly, Sasuke actually used such a powerful fire escape ninjutsu. Compared to ordinary ninjas, the village leaders such as the third generation were much calmer. They just watched silently, and there was no change in their expressions. Looking at the figure melting in the fire escape, Sasuke began to feel uneasy at this time. Will he be killed by me? Falling in front of the earth wall, looking at the gap pierced by his dragon fire technique, Sasuke frowned slightly. Just as he took a step and was about to go around the back of the earth wall to find out, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked with a click. As soon as Sasuke lowered his head, he saw a flash of lightning jumping out from the ground. So it's hidden underground. Sasuke immediately made a judgment, jumped back, formed a seal, and then launched the Chidori. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Instantly, accompanied by the sharp and piercing sound of Chidori, dazzling lightning flashed on his right arm. So, the two lightnings quickly collided with each other. However, what Sasuke didn't expect was that Kakashi, who was pierced by his right hand Chidori, suddenly turned into an arc of electricity and attacked his body. Oh no, it's the thunder clone technique. After secretly shouting, Sasuke found that his body had begun to become paralyzed, and even his heartbeat was a little disordered. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly jumped high and jumped onto a tree with a better view, trying to find Kakashi's trace. But just as he landed on the tree, the steel wires were pulled one by one, and he didn't have time to react. He was instantly tied to the tree trunk by the tightened steel wires, and even a finger couldn't move. Swish! At this time, Kakashi landed in front of Sasuke. This is a new course, the use of ninja tools. Have you learned it? Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth. As long as he activated Susanoo, he could get out of the predicament instantly, but before he started, he had declared that he would not use the Manjiki Sharingan. If he regretted it at this time, he really couldn't bring himself to lose face. Chapter 553 Merit. Sasuke was a little unconvinced, but he didn't want to break his promise to use the Manjiki Sharingan, so he twisted his body and tried to struggle out of the wire. Creaky! Creaky! As Sasuke struggled, the wire that bound him became tighter and tighter, directly into the flesh, cutting several holes in his body. Kakashi did not stop him, but said coldly, "Give up. Unless you use the Manjiki Sharingan, you can't break free." Damn it! Sasuke hesitated for a while, but finally suppressed the violent anger in his heart. This was mainly because he lost his right eye for a while because of the random use of the Manjiki Sharingan when facing the upper rank last time, which made him very scared. In addition, Shinji warned him as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, so he gave up the plan to use the Manjiki Sharingan on Kakashi after weighing the pros and cons. Seeing Sasuke calm down, Kakashi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then he threw a few kunai and cut the steel wire that tied Sasuke, saying, "You want to win too much." Sasuke, who was freed, moved his body. Isn't it wrong to want to win? Because you want to win too much, you only consider yourself, not your opponent. You only consider winning, not failure. After a pause, Kakashi continued casually, when ninjas fight, victory or defeat is often just a thought away, so it's right to want to win, but you only think about winning in your mind, without considering the consequences of failure. This is your biggest problem now. Sasuke was not convinced. As long as I am strong enough, I can win. It's a pity that you are not strong enough. As he said, Kakashi took out a bandage from the ninja bag and threw it to Sasuke. Tisk. After taking the bandage, Sasuke realized that he had been cut by the steel wire in many places, and his face suddenly became uncertain. Go to bed early. After a lazy greeting, Kakashi disappeared with a whoosh. Outside. This master and apprentice are really interesting. Kakashi is still the same Kakashi. Although Uchiha Sasuke is also a genius, it's too early to challenge Kakashi now. It's over, let's go to. The ninjas who were watching from a far side and dispersed. On the tree. The third generation asked the advisory elders around him, what do you think? Mito Kato-en said, it seems that Kakashi can still suppress Uchiha Sasuke for the time being, we don't have to worry too much. Danzo said coldly, even so, the monitoring of Uchiha Sasuke cannot be relaxed. I propose to restore the previous round-the-clock monitoring of Uchiha Sasuke. Tatsune Koharu nodded and said, I agree with Danzo's opinion, but Uchiha Sasuke has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan after all. Even in the Anbu, there are not many people who can safely monitor him, so I suggest that Uchiha Shinji be responsible for monitoring Uchiha Sasuke. Letting Uchiha check and balance Uchiha has always been a common routine of the Hokage system, so even the third generation did not object. Danzo's face darkened, Uchiha Shinji is not trustworthy either. Yuditen Koharu frowned, Danzo, you are too suspicious. It was Shinji's active performance during this period that allowed Yuditen Koharu, who was gradually marginalized, to regain a lot of voice. Especially the news just came back from the Iron Country that Shinji not only killed the once famous upper string himself, but also successfully forced back A&E of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade and Jiraiya had to praise his outstanding performance. So Yuditen Koharu was very determined to protect Shinji. Because she knew very well that if there were no people of her own among the new generation of the village, her authority would slowly dissipate over time. In the final analysis, the profession of ninja still respects strength. Mizudaman also said, there are only two Uchiha left in the village, Sasuke Uchiha and Shinji Uchiha. We don't need to be too nervous. Danzo was a little annoyed, thinking, it's not you who are at odds with Shinji Uchiha. Although he was annoyed, he knew that without the support of the two advisory elders, Koharu Yuditen and Mizudaman, he alone would not be able to compete with the third generation, who was becoming more and more authoritative in the village, so he chose to remain silent. Let's put the surveillance aside for now. The third generation finally made the decision. He wanted to win over Sasuke, so he naturally would not allow Koharu Yuditen to let Shinji monitor Sasuke. If this was exposed, his plan to win over Sasuke would be over. At the same time, Shinji's activeness also made him feel uneasy. After all, Shinji is now a member of the advisory elders group. Koharu Yuditen and Mizudaman are obviously optimistic about Shinji, so Shinji may inherit their political influence in the future. A few days later, Tsunade's team returned to the village exhausted. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Jiraiya reported to the third Hokage in detail everything that happened in the Land of Iron, including the suspicion of Sasuke by the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Raikage. After listening to the report, the third Hokage looked at Shinji and the team and asked, why did you choose to attack alone when you encountered the upper string? Because our target this time is the upper string, so after the unexpected encounter, I chose to act decisively. Shinji's answer was very formal, quite in the style of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage nodded gently and did not ask any more questions. He already knew the situation at the time. In that situation, it was a very correct response for someone in the team to go forward and perform a large-scale destructive ninjutsu. Otherwise, the formation might be forcibly dispersed by the enemy who suddenly encountered it. Besides, Tsunade's team didn't know that the upper string had been hunted down for 3 days by the joint forces of Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, and Iron Country, as well as Akatsuki's A&E, and was already exhausted. Therefore, there was no claim that Shinji forced himself to grab the head. First, he successfully prepared the 3 types of aging potions, and now he killed the upper string. This little guy is really lucky. After sighing helplessly, the third generation announced to Tsunade's team, the target upper string was killed, and there was no loss of personnel during the mission. You completed the mission very well this time. The whole team will be recorded as an A mission, and Uchiha Shinji killed the upper string and recorded an S-level mission. If the upper string can be captured like the last time the upper string 5 was captured, all members must be recorded as an S-level mission. But this time they failed to capture the upper string alive. Although the mission was accomplished, the gains were limited, so all members only recorded one A-level mission, and only Shinji, who killed the upper string himself, recorded an S-level mission. Everyone in the team looked at Shinji when they heard this. Even Yakumo was envious. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 554 Application. Feeling the envious or complicated eyes of everyone, Shinji was speechless. Seriously speaking, he was actually still a student who had not graduated from the ninja school, not even a genin. In a situation like him, he usually could not accept mission commissions, and the village often would not recruit him. However, the mission records recorded under his name now include a reconnaissance in the land of grass, a capture of the upper string 5, a successful preparation of a type 3 aging potion, and a killing of the upper string. As many as 4 times. What is even more bizarre is that these 4 missions are not ordinary daily tasks such as finding kittens and puppies, weeding, and catching thieves, but 4 missions with a danger level of S level. It can be said that throughout the entire ninja world, Shinji's situation is unique. This is not just a matter of reward, but also shows that Shinji has both strength and wisdom, and is favored by the top leaders. He is a potential stock in the new generation of the village and is worth investing in. After leaving the Hokage's office, the members of Tsunade's team congratulated Shinji one by one. Shinji remained polite and modest. Jiraiya patted Shinji on the shoulder. "Kid, excessive modesty is arrogance. The one you killed is the upper string who led the Tsuchikage and Raikage by the nose in the Iron Kingdom. Show off a little." After joking, Jiraiya turned and left. Yakumo on the side blinked and joked, "Shinji, you have to treat us today. I've been starving these days, I want to eat a lot of barbecue." Okay. Shinji nodded. Others may think that this is Shinji's arrogance as a member of the Uchiha clan, but in fact, only Shinji himself knows that he really doesn't care about these. Because these so-called honors are not worth mentioning compared to the responsibilities on his shoulders. Just when Yakumo was busy gathering his classmates and announcing the good news that Shinji had killed the upper string and would treat him to a meal, Shinji, who had just walked out of the Hokage building, received a call from Uchiha Koharu and turned to the office of Uchiha Koharu's advisor Elder. "Elder." Shinji bowed. Uchiha Koharu looked Shinji up and down, then nodded with satisfaction, "You performed very well this time." Shinji replied, "Just luck. Sometimes, luck is also a part of strength." After a pause, Uchiha Koharu asked, "Is the upper string really killed?" She was not afraid that Shinji would take the credit, but she simply felt that the upper string would not die so easily. Shinji briefly described the situation at that time, and finally concluded, "So before I encountered the upper string, he was already seriously injured and dying. Anyone in my position could easily get rid of him." Uchiha Koharu nodded slightly, "I'm here to help you." Shinji asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Handing a file to Shinji, Uchiha Koharu slowly said, "As long as you sign this application, you can directly enter the Anbu as a junior ninja and become a member of my direct Anbu." Shinji took the application and was a little surprised. You know, going directly from ninja school to Anbu is the promotion route for super geniuses. The former super geniuses in the village, such as the 4th Hokage, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi, almost all went through this process, quickly accumulated experience and qualifications in the Anbu, and then were promoted, so Shinji didn't expect that such a thing would fall on his head. Koharu Uchiha said, "With your current strength, it is not meaningful to continue staying in ninja school, so joining Anbu earlier will be good for your future promotion. Thank you for your support." After a pause, Shinji returned the application to Koharu Uchiha, "But I still like the environment of ninja school. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not reject Uchiha Koharu's proposal. Becoming the direct ANBU of the advisory elder is basically equivalent to a step to heaven. After that, even the Hokage cannot easily transfer him. Except for Uchiha Koharu, his direct superior, he can directly reject the orders of other high-level officials in the village. But Shinji is different. He has no intention of working hard in Konoha. Let alone the direct ANBU of the advisory elder, even if he is given the title of advisory elder directly, he is not very interested. Looking at the application form handed back, Yuta and Koharu frowned slightly. Have you thought about it? Well. Shinji didn't hesitate at all. Right now, he was busy with many things. He had to pay attention to Keiran's condition to ensure the smooth progress of the Samsara I plan, and he had to keep an eye on Kimimaro and Niji to ensure the progress of the reincarnation I plan. At the same time, he had to keep an eye on Shin to prevent her from revealing her identity. In addition to these daily things that he needed to worry about, there was another more important point, which was planning a counter-invasion of the Demon Slayer world and capturing the mysterious man alive, which was a major event related to the safety of the entire ninja world. With so many things to worry about, he didn't have time to join the Anbu. Yuta and Koharu didn't force Shinji, but thought about it for a while, and finally said, "You can continue to stay in the ninja school. What do you think about the Tsuchikage and Reikage accusing Uchiha Suzuki of being the E of the Akatsuki organization?" Shinji said casually, "Isn't Suzuki in the village? How could it be him?" Koharu Yutaden explained, "If Akatsuki has mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu or Suzuki has signed a contract with a certain summoned beast and is reverse summoned by the other party, they can return to the village from the Iron Kingdom in a very short time, so the fact that he is in the village cannot be used as ironclad evidence to refute that he is Akatsuki's E." "So what do you mean?" Koharu Yutaden stared at Shinji. "Since you want to continue staying in the ninja school, then I will assign you a task, which is to monitor Uchiha Sasuke's every move and identify whether he has the possibility of betraying the village and secretly joining Akatsuki." Shinji was speechless again. Isn't it funny to let him, the leader of Akatsuki, identify whether Suzuki has secretly joined Akatsuki? Is there a problem? Looking at Shinji, Yuta and Koharu continued, "Many of the senior officials of the Uchiha clan have malicious intentions, so monitoring and identifying Suzuki is also a kind of protection for him." Shinji nodded, "No problem for me." Yuta and Koharu continued, "In addition, you should also pay more attention to Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama Yakumo." Shinji understood immediately and nodded again, "I understand. Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama Yakumo are Jiraiya's disciples and Tsunade's disciples, respectively, and both are the new generation of the third generation." Yuta and Koharu asked Shinji to pay attention to them, obviously to let Shinji find the weaknesses and flaws of these two people, so as to check and balance the third generation for the advisory elders group. Chapter 555, Dinner and Disappointment. Shinji had no interest in the power game in the village, so he agreed on the surface, but actually had forgotten it before leaving the Hokage building. At night, the classmates gathered by Yakumo found Shinji, and with the congratulations, Shinji felt that his wallet was going to be in trouble tonight. Suzuki was also pulled here by Naruto. But when he thought of the life and death duel with Shinji to open the Manjiki Sharingan, he was still a little embarrassed and did not take the initiative to talk to Shinji. During the dinner, while everyone was feasting, they also did not forget to ask about the details of Shinji's killing of the upper string. When someone mentioned the upper string, Suzuki immediately pricked up his ears. "You know, this time he chased the upper string for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, but the duck in his hand flew away and was intercepted by Shinji. So when he heard someone mention the upper string, he was furious." Shinji said casually, "The upper string has been chased by the Tsuchikage and the Reikage for several days. When he met me, he had already reached his limit, so I was just lucky. The upper string is dead, so there is no need to keep the relevant information of this mission secret." Shikamaru shook his head slightly. To be able to hold off the combined forces led by the Tsuchikage and the Reikage for so long alone, the upper rank is really a bit ridiculous. Lee said, "Yes, even if you are lucky, it is not easy for you to successfully kill the upper rank, Shinji." Ningji echoed, "Well, the upper rank monsters all have high-speed regeneration capabilities, and they can recover quickly even if they are seriously injured, so how could Shinji be able to kill the upper rank just by luck? He was just lucky." Suzuki complained crazily in his heart. Yakumo took over the conversation at this time. "I didn't expect Shinji to dare to rush out alone at that time, I was really scared." This time it was Shin who complained wildly in her heart, "It's so scary, but I have sealed it." After everyone talked about it for a while, they talked about S-level missions again. Ino looked at Shinji with admiration. "Shinji is too amazing. He has completed 4 S-level missions when he was still in the ninja school, more than Yakumo. I heard from my family that even the Jonin in the village, not everyone has completed 4 S-level missions." Shikamaru sighed helplessly, "It is because of you geniuses that my childhood has been shrouded in your shadow." Yagi nodded heavily, looking like he felt the same way. Just then, Yakumo suddenly asked Shinji, "Shinji, I heard that the advisory elder wants to let you directly enter the Anbu. Is it true?" As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Shinji nodded, "That's right." Tenten covered her mouth, "You can enter the Anbu before you graduate." Ningji was also a little surprised, and said with mixed feelings, "It's not a war period, but I can get such an honor." Naruto interrupted and asked, "What is the Anbu?" "Idiot, don't embarrass yourself." Sakura hit Naruto's head with a punch, and then covered Naruto's mouth, fearing that Naruto would say something more embarrassing. Sasuke stared at Shinji blankly, and the imbalance in his heart reached its peak instantly. "It was me who awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and it was me who forced the upper string into a desperate situation. Why? Why is everyone paying attention to Shinji? Even the village advisory elder wants to promote Shinji. Damn, why?" Thinking of his loss to Kakashi a few days ago, he was even more depressed, and this frustration made him feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, he didn't take the defeat to Kakashi too seriously. Because in his mind, as long as he used the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, it would be easy to deal with Kakashi. However, he didn't know that Kakashi's Sharingan was also a Mangeki Sharingan. Just when everyone thought that Shinji was going to leave the ninja school and join the Anbu, Shinji waved his hand, "I refuse." Yakumo was surprised, "Why?" Everyone else also looked at Shinji. Shinji glanced at everyone, looking at this group of classmates who were either puzzled, very surprised, or relieved, and smiled, "Of course I want to stay with you." Naruto was immediately moved, "Shinji, you are really a good friend." Karin and Shiro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shinji was their only close friend in the ninja school and a member of their three-person group, so when they heard they were the most worried when Shinji might join the Anbu. Shin secretly said, "Hey, Shinji must be lazy, so he didn't go to the Anbu." Yakumo thought about it and said, "That's right, with your strength, you can join the Anbu at any time, there's no need to be so anxious." After eating and drinking, everyone dispersed at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Sasuke left angrily, and Sakura couldn't catch up with him no matter how hard she chased him. She looked like she was quite stimulated. Ningji, who left with Tenten and Xiaoli, was also a little absent-minded. Among the geniuses of their ninja school, Shinji and Yakumo have already started to show their skills, and Sasuke has also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Although Kimimaro has been low-key recently, he also knows that the other party is very strong, but he is dragged down by the blood disease. Only he has been standing still. If it weren't for the biological exoskeleton H on his body, he felt that his strength would have been far behind others, so he couldn't hide his disappointment. After returning to the apartment, Shinji lay down on the bed. After several years of hard work after crossing, he has established a firm foothold in the ninja world. If there is no invasion of the demon world, he can now lie down and enjoy life quietly. When he thought of the invasion of the demon world, his face darkened. When he was lucky enough to cross the space rift and witness the destruction of a world, the lantern-bearer of that world once mentioned to Shinji that the reason why the demon world insisted on invading the ninja world was probably because the demon world was targeted by the overlord. So he had to be very cautious about the demon world. Allowing the demons such as Upper String 1 and Upper String 2 to wander in the ninja world for so long is actually to verify whether the mysterious man still has the ability of the lantern-bearer and whether he can invade the ninja world again. Because the combat power of Upper String 1 and Upper String 2 is also the top few in the Demon Slayer world. As long as the mysterious man still has the ability of Lantern Bearer and can freely invade the ninja world, he will not give up on them easily and will definitely gather them at the first time. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 556, Extermination Operation. However, Shinji has been fishing with Upper String 1 and Upper String 2 for so long, but the mysterious man has not shown up. This is either because the other party is bold and careful and has seen through Shinji's intentions, or because the other party has really lost the authority of Lantern Bearer and lost the ability to freely invade the ninja world. If it is the latter, the initiative will fall into Shinji's hands. Just thinking that the Demon Slayer world may have been targeted by the Overlord, and everything about the Overlord is the highest level of pollution. So under normal circumstances, he should have counter-invaded the Demon Slayer world and investigated the situation there. It is because of this that he has been hesitant to make up his mind. If I am contaminated by the Overlord when I am counter-invading the Demon Slayer world, will it draw the Overlord's attention to the ninja world? He felt sympathetic. In any case, the time left for him to grow is too short. Also, as a lantern bearer, the mysterious man in the demon slayer world had hundreds of years to slowly explore and had already developed the ability and authority of the lantern to the extreme he could do. And Shinji has only been here for 3 or 4 years, and just became a lantern bearer, and encountered the invasion of the demon slayer world. Everything is rushed, let alone researching and developing the ability of the lantern. Even the ability of the ninja is not clearly understood. You must know that the lantern bearer who guards a world is often the strongest in a world, and Shinji is still a long way from being the strongest in this ninja world. If only I could have 10 years. Shinji sighed. 10 years later, he is exactly 22 years old, his body has fully developed, and his physical fitness has reached its peak. By that time, even if he met the mysterious man, he would have the confidence to defeat him one-on-one. Unfortunately, he didn't have 10 years left. According to the current rate of pollution spread, the demon slayer world and the ninja world might overlap and collide with each other in a few years, and then be annihilated together. Whenever something big happens, be calm. Shinji gathered his complicated thoughts and calmed down. Although the situation was serious, it was not completely without a solution, and the water in the ninja world was very deep. If it really came to a last resort, lifting the seal and releasing Kagaya Otsutsuki were both feasible alternatives. After all, as the chakra ancestor of the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki's strength was there. If Shinji couldn't find a solution from the mysterious man, he would send Kagaya Otsutsuki to the demon slayer world, and then let Kagaya Otsutsuki activate the expansion seeking the way ball before the demon slayer world overlapped and collided with the ninja world, and destroy the demon slayer world in advance. Of course, the consequences of releasing Kagaya Otsutsuki are not something Shinji can bear, so he will not do it unless it is absolutely necessary. And whether he can communicate with Kagaya Otsutsuki peacefully is also an unknown, so releasing Kagaya Otsutsuki can only be a helpless move in desperate situations. The more active upper strings and upper strings 5 in the ninja world have been eliminated. Upper strings 1 and upper strings 3 are relatively low-key and have been trying their best to avoid contact with the creatures of the ninja world, so the speed of the spread of pollution is much slower than I thought. Thinking of this, Shinji raised the light on his waist. After communicating with the light gave a safe time of 1 year and 8 months. That is to say, in 1 year in the next 08 months, the demon slayer world will not crash into the ninja world, and Shinji should have more than a year. However, the assessment of the light is not completely accurate, because the light can be interfered with by other lights. We must find a way to kill the upper string 5, and we must not let the memories of the demon slayer world in the upper string 5 be interrogated. Memory is also polluted. Because of the strong biomagnetic field in the body of the upper string 5, it is difficult for ordinary illusions to confuse it for a long time. After losing Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, Konoha no longer has any illusion masters to show off. And Yakumo, a genius of the Kurama clan, did not take the interrogation of the upper string 5 seriously because of Shinji's instructions, so the village's interrogation of the upper string 5 has been stagnant. Shinji thought to himself, after getting rid of the remaining ghosts in the ninja world, the spread of pollution should become slower, and maybe we can squeeze out a little more time. He was too short of time. Whether it was Karin who was attacking the Samsara Eye, or Niji, Kimimaro, and the Age Trio who were preparing for the Samsara Eye, they all needed time. Because the Samsara Eye and the Samsara Eye were different from the general Eye technique blood limit. They were the threshold of the 6 paths level. Even if all the elements were met, they still needed to accumulate enough chakra to try to attack, so in the end it still came down to time. Let's do this for now. Shinji sighed and fell asleep. In the next few weeks, Shinji took the time to eliminate the ghosts scattered throughout the ninja world one by one. Many of these ghosts were raised in the Kyuzagakure village. They had limited strength and the pollution value was not too high. Finally, Shinji determined the number of all the ghosts through his lamp. There are now 9 demons left in the entire ninja world. Upper string 1, upper string 3 and the demonized Muzu are a group hiding in the land of water. Upper string 5 was captured by Konoha. Iwagakure, Kumagakure and Mistgakure each captured a demon. There is a demon in the land of fields. Judging from the location of the light, it seems to be on the territory of the newly established Sound Village, so the demon is most likely in the hands of Orochimaru. The last demon is in the Hidden Rain Village in the Land of Rain, most likely in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Except for the group of Upper String 1, the other 9 demons are controlled by various forces, and it is not easy to kill them. However, these demons are almost all imprisoned in top-secret laboratories, and very few people can contact them, so the spread of pollution is not fast, so Shinji can arrange it slowly. And the most urgent task is naturally to get rid of the upper string 5 imprisoned in the village. The information held by the upper string demons is far more polluting than that of ordinary demons, so other demons can be released, and the upper string 5 who have been interrogated by Konoha can no longer be delayed. Otherwise, once Konoha breaks through the upper string 5 and obtains information about the Demon Slayer world, and even learns about the Lantern Bearer, the pollution value will increase rapidly. By then, the 1 year and 8 months that Shinji estimated before may not count. And time is what Shinji lacks most at the moment, so even if he has to take some risks, he must get rid of the upper string 5 as soon as possible. The second update is here. In the new week, I beg for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 557 Blaming. Konoha Village. Interrogation Room. What organization do you belong to? Who is the leader of your organization? What is his purpose in provoking the war? Yui Kurane put her right hand on the forehead of the upper string 5 and asked slowly. Woo woo woo. The bound upper string 5 was obviously in a bad state, as if it had fallen into an illusion, but despite this, it still did not say anything, just groaned inarticulately. Hong frowned slightly and tried again, Who are you? Where are you from? Just then, the upper string 5 suddenly regained consciousness, stared at Hong fiercely, and roared, I must eat you. Hong retreated helplessly and shook her head to the interrogation team Marino Ibiki standing by and said, No, my illusion is not enough to torture effective information. Mori Ibiki frowned. Hong is already a senior ninja specializing in illusions in the village. If even she can't do it, it will be even more difficult for others. Hong glanced at the upper string 5 again, maybe we can let Uchiha Suzuki try. Hong's illusion is not ineffective against the upper string 5, but it lasts too short a time, because the upper string demon's flesh and blood power is too strong, resulting in a very strong biomagnetic field. If they meet on the battlefield, the effective time of Hong's illusion is enough for her to deal with the upper string 5, but if they are tortured, the time is a bit rushed. Ibiki sighed, we have already reported to the village and proposed to let Uchiha Suzuki try, but there has been no response from above. It seems that Lord Hokage still has some doubts. After a pause, Hong said, let me discuss it with Yakumo again, maybe I can think of a new way. Ibiki nodded, that's the only way. Suddenly, a ninja from the interrogation class rushed to the interrogation room and said to Ibiki, the root people are here again. Ibiki and Hong both looked gloomy. Although many people openly hate the bloodiness of the upper strings, they secretly covet the terrifying recovery ability of the upper strings. Danzo is undoubtedly one of them. So when the village captured the upper strings 5 alive, Danzo used his power as an advisory elder to send people to interrogate the upper strings 5 several times. And it is more appropriate to say that it is research rather than interrogation. Because every time the root people leave, they will leave a mess in the interrogation room, and the upper strings 5 they have interrogated will also lack a lot of cell tissues, which are obviously collected. After a while, 3 masked root ninjas came to the interrogation room. Ibiki stared at the 3 root ninjas and said, upper string 5 is our only way to understand the upper string. I warn you not to mess around. The leading root ninja said coldly, we are just following orders. If you have any opinions, you can appeal to the advisory elders. You. Ibiki was speechless for a moment. Hong grabbed Ibiki and shook his head. Even for these senior ninjas, it is very unwise to confront the advisory elders, so Ibiki and Hong left the interrogation room without saying anything more. After leaving the interrogation room, Ibiki and Hong discussed the next interrogation method in the interrogation class's restroom. As long as they can conquer the upper string 5, the interrogation skills of the interrogation class will be greatly improved, so this interrogation is both a test and a training. Beep beep. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded. Ibiki and Hong rushed out of the restroom and found that several root ninjas and a large number of interrogation squad ninjas were rushing to the interrogation room where the upper string 5 were detained. Ibiki quickly stopped everyone, what's going on? The root ninja explained, our people were attacked. Among the 3 people who just went to interrogate the upper string 5, one was disguised by the attacker. What? Ibiki and Hong were shocked. Soon, everyone rushed to the interrogation room, but after opening the door, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Only 2 of the 3 root ninjas who had entered here before were left lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive, and the other one was missing. The upper string 5 that was originally imprisoned in the restraint disappeared, leaving only a small piece of ash on the ground. Everyone looked at each other. Not long after, what happened in the interrogation class alarmed the village's top leaders. Not only the advisory elders, but even the 3rd Hokage personally rushed to the scene. After summoning Tsunade, who was the most knowledgeable about ghosts, the 3rd Hokage said gloomily, "Come and see what's going on." Tsunade came to the large restraint device, squatted down to check the ashes left on the ground, and then said, "This should be the residue left after the death of the upper string 5. If I'm not mistaken, the upper string 5 should have been killed by the intruder." Danzo's face was livid. With the size of the upper string 5, how could there be only so much ashes left after death? Tsunade was too lazy to argue with Danzo. It's not a secret that ghosts will turn into ashes after death. She had mentioned it in her report before. With Danzo's identity, he couldn't have been unaware of it, so she knew that Danzo's current doubts were purely to clear himself of responsibility. At this time, Uchiha Koharu asked Marino Ibiki, "How long has the intruder been here?" Ibiki thought for a while. It should be only 8 or 9 minutes, no more than 10 minutes at most. Uchiha Koharu asked Tsunade again, "Who can kill the upper string 5 within 10 minutes? It's hard to say. If supplemented with type 3 aging potion, I am sure I can kill the upper string 5 within 10 minutes, but the noise may be louder." After a pause, Tsunade explained, "In order to facilitate detention, we have severely weakened the state of the upper string 5. It is not as difficult as you think to kill him in this state." After roughly understanding the situation, the 3rd generation said in a deep voice, "Tsunade, you will be responsible for the interrogation of the 2 root ninjas who came to the interrogation room with the intruder. Ibiki, you are responsible for checking the interrogation team. The other party can infiltrate accurately, and there must be intelligence support." "Yes. Tsunade," Ibiki responded. "We must find the intruder." After saying that, the 3rd generation looked at Danzo and said, "Come with me, I have something to tell you." In a remote forest in the village. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Looking at the root mask and uniform turned into ashes in the fire escape, Shinji's mouth corners slightly raised. There is no doubt that the previous intruder was not someone else, but Shinji. Because Yakumo also participated in the interrogation of the upper string 5, Shinji knew the situation in the interrogation room very well. As long as he wanted, there were actually many ways to get rid of the upper string 5. The reason why he pretended to be a root ninja was purely to cause some trouble for Danzo. In addition, as long as the matter involved Danzo, the efficiency of the village investigation would naturally be much lower. The next one is. Just when Shinji was calculating the next target to be eliminated, he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked towards the direction of Karin apartment with an excited expression. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 558, Fetal Movement Again. Just at a certain moment just now, he had been connected to Karin's direct vigilance and suddenly had a feeling of an unprecedented feeling. Is that the explosion of the power of all things? After thinking of that possibility, Shinji was surprised and happy. You know, he has been waiting for this day for several years. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he immediately activated the direct vision to contact Karin and asked, "What happened just now?" Karin seemed to be in a daze. Until she heard Shinji's voice, she seemed to have found the backbone and asked anxiously, "My lord, my eternal Mangeki Sharingan just had fetal movement." Fetal movement? Shinji pondered. The fetal movement of the eyes often means rebirth, because fetal movement itself is a normal phenomenon caused by the birth of new power. When Shinji transplanted the completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan to Karin and asked Karin to try to recover, she had experienced fetal movement. The Mangeki Sharingan that experienced the fetal movement did not disappoint Shinji. Afterwards, it regained its life and completely recovered its pupil power. After figuring this out, Shinji immediately asked, "What about now?" Karin replied, "The fetal movement seems to have stopped now." Stopped? Stunned for a moment, Shinji asked anxiously, "Did anything else happen besides the fetal movement just now?" Karin recalled carefully, then shook her head, "No. Only the fetal movement." Shinji frowned slightly. The pupil power of Karin's eternal Mangeki Sharingan has almost reached the limit of the Sharingan. Even Shinji's eternal Mangeki Sharingan is slightly inferior in pupil power. So the fetal movement of this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan must not be taken lightly. It was just that Shinji didn't know the details of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan's impact on the Samsara Eye. He only knew that after Uchiha Madara had gathered all the conditions to impact the Samsara Eye, he lay dormant until he was old and dying, and then he barely opened the Samsara Eye. As for the opportunity when Uchiha Madara opened the Samsara Eye, as well as the situation at that time, Shinji didn't know anything about it. At night, Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki, quietly sneaked into Keiran's apartment. As soon as they met, Shinji asked, "How is it now?" Karen answered honestly, "There has been no movement since the fetal movement in the afternoon." Shinji didn't ask any more questions, and directly cooperated with Niobe to check the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Keiran's eye sockets. As he expected, after the fetal movement, the pupil power of the pair of eternal eyes in Keiran's eye sockets increased again. If Shinji's Sharingan was only slightly inferior to Keiran's before, then after this fetal movement, the gap was completely widened. The sudden increase in pupil power made Shinji gradually convinced that Keiran's pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan must be at a certain point in the impact of the Samsara Eye. Even, the process of awakening the Samsara Eye has begun. Seeing Shinji's solemn expression, Karen became nervous. "My lord, is there something wrong with my eyes?" Shinji didn't know what to say for a moment. He first sorted out his thoughts, then slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, what we are looking forward to is about to happen." Karen was stunned, then said happily, "Really?" Shinji nodded gently, "All conditions have been met, and it is only natural to attack the Samsara Eye." Shinji only concealed some of the most core information about the Samsara Eye. As for some basic information, he told Karen. After all, during the Battle of Grass Country, everyone had witnessed the Samsara Eye in the eye sockets of Nagato and the 6 Paths of Pain. Karen knew that the leader had always wanted to use her body to merge the legendary Eye of the Immortal, and she was willing to do so, so after confirming that the process of awakening the Samsara Eye had begun, she asked, "My lord, what do you need me to do now?" Shinji shook his head, "I don't know either." Ah! Karen was stunned again. This was the first time she saw the leader not knowing what to do. You know, the leader had always been confident in all the previous links. Shinji didn't care about Keiran's surprise, and muttered to himself, "In the final analysis, opening the Samsara Eye is a qualitative change of chakra. It is the fusion of the ultimate yin-style chakra and the ultimate yang-style chakra, which opens the yin-yang style dot." He muttered while pacing in the room. Karen followed him like a tail, nodding as if she understood. Shinji continued to mutter, "The impact of low-level chakra on high-level chakra is against the trend, so we can only take the path of big bricks flying, using huge chakra to accumulate, even if the conversion rate is low, as long as the total amount is enough, the success rate will not be too low." Although he didn't know the details of Uchiha Madara's impact on the Samsara Eye, it was not difficult to infer that Uchiha Madara must have accumulated a lot of chakra in order to open the Samsara Eye. Although Uchiha Madara was very strong at that time, after all, he was in the Valley of the End. During the battle, he lost the power of one of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan because of the activation of his Izanagi, and he could only rely on himself to slowly accumulate chakra, so it was not surprising that he did not succeed until his old age. But Keiran's situation was completely different. After transplanting the first generation of cells, Karen now has the sage body of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and her own eternal Mangeki Sharingan is also in good condition, so in terms of the basis for impacting the Samsara Eye, she is even better than Uchiha Madara. In addition, Shinji has mastered the strange eye techniques of Niobe and Hakyujin that can directly transmit chakra through the void, which allows Karen to not only use her own chakra, but also get a steady stream of chakra support through the Hakyujin channel opened by Shinji. This alone can save Karen several years, or even more than 10 years of accumulation. After all, no matter how much chakra a person has, the amount of chakra that can be refined in his body at one time is limited. Even if the storage density of chakra is increased through secret techniques such as Yin Seal, the loss is also very huge, far less direct and efficient than the infusion of chakra by Huojin. Thinking of this, Shinji began to calculate the chakra sources at hand. In addition to himself and the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato controlled by his illusion, Shin, Yakumo, Haku, Suzuki, Niji, Kimimaro, and even H can become backup chakra sources. Among these chakra sources, Shin, as a Miko, has chakra at the level of tailed beasts. Yakumo, who has transplanted the first generation cells and red dragon eyes, also has an absurd amount of chakra. Suzuki is the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki, and the quality of chakra is extremely high. Except that Haku's chakra is slightly weaker, the others can be said to be high-quality chakra sources. Chapter 559 Attack the Samsara Eye. Several months have passed, so Shinji will not rush. So he comforted Karan first, then returned home and planned the attack on the Samsara Eye by himself. First, we need to recruit Yukito. She is the two-tailed Jinkraki. Her chakra can match that of a lot of ordinary people. This attack on the Samsara Eye must be kept absolutely confidential and cannot be carried out in the village. It would be best if we could use instruments to monitor Karen's body data when she opens the Samsara Eye, so as to provide data support for my attack on the Samsara Eye later. Shinji wrote and drew on his notebook, recording the points that needed attention one by one. The two-tailed Jinkraki Yukito is currently placed in the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water is close to the sea, and the terrain is changeable and complex, which is very suitable for wanted criminals to hide and move. Therefore, although Kumagakure has been tracking, it has never found any trace of Yukito. If Yukito is recruited to the Land of Fire, the risk of exposure will increase dramatically. After all, it is not a few years ago now. The activeness of the Akatsuki organization and the matter of the upper string secretly puppeting the Kusanagi village have made the 5 major ninja villages nervous and strengthened their intelligence and communication networks several times. Now even if Shinji travels by himself, he must be very careful. Otherwise, his whereabouts may be exposed if he is not careful. As for confidentiality, it must be done well this time. Because the Samsara Eye is of great significance, once it is exposed, it will not only be coveted by the 5 major ninja villages, but also be hostile to Nagato, and even Obito and Black Zetsu who are hiding in the dark. You must know that the Gaido demon statue is what Uchiha Madara summoned from the moon after opening the Samsara Eye. Therefore, if a second Samsara Eye appears in the ninja world, it will inevitably interfere with Uchiha Madara, or more accurately, Black Zetsu's Eye of the Moon plan. For the final location, Shinji chose a secret laboratory outside Konoha village. Because his secret laboratory is not only hidden and safe, but also has a variety of supporting instruments and equipment, which can allow him to fully grasp the process of Karen's impact on the Samsara Eye this time. After finalizing some details, Shinji began to make arrangements. In the next few days, Shinji summoned Yukito to come to the Land of Fire, and notified Bai, Shin, Yakumo, Suzuki, Kimimaro, and others through Naobi, asking them to pay attention to the preservation of their status and wait for possible chakra extraction at any time. During the days he was preparing, the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets had several fetal movements, and the frequency of fetal movements was more frequent each time. 3 days later, Yukito finally arrived at a hiding place arranged by Shinji for her outside Konoha, and with the arrival of this Jinkraki, all preparations were completed. At night, the moonlight was like a waterfall, sprinkled on the earth. 2 figures shuttled through the mottled moonlight in the forest, as fast as ghosts, and in just a blink of an eye, they rushed dozens of meters away. No doubt, the 2 people who were acting a bit sneaky were Shinji and Karan. After sneaking out of the village, Shinji led Karan all the way to his secret laboratory outside the village, ready to attack the Samsara Eye. When they arrived at the secret laboratory, Shinji did not rush Karan to start, but chatted with her to relieve her nervousness while debugging the instruments. After all the instruments were debugged, Shinji looked at Karan and said lightly, "Achieving the Samsara Eye may be a long process, and the probability of one-time success is not high, so you don't need to be too nervous, just let it go." Yet, Karan nodded, and the tension in her heart was relieved a lot. This is the effect Shinji wants. For people with Sasuke's personality, you may get a miraculous effect by stimulating them, but there is no need for this for Karan. Excessive pressure instead, it will cause Karan to make a forced mistake, which will not be worth the loss in the end. After connecting the instrument to Karan, Shinji said, "You can try to infuse chakra into your eyes." Karan followed Shinji's instructions and began to try with her eyes closed. Shinji was not idle either. While monitoring the instrument, he activated the Hwajin and opened the Hwajin channel connecting Bokuto and Karan, ready to transfer chakra into Karen's body at any time. Soon, through the perception of Naobi, Shinji discovered that the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets had a violent chakra fluctuation. He quickly glanced at the instrument not far away, and the value displayed on it also confirmed his perception. Is this the power of the universe? Shinji's expression began to become solemn. The outbreak of the power of the universe meant that Karan had entered the formal impact stage, and everything happened as he expected before. So, Shinji monitored Karen's chakra state more carefully. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Karen has a huge amount of chakra and vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, Karen's situation is somewhat special. Her chakra is naturally capable of healing, which is very rare even in the Uzumaki clan. In addition, she successfully fused the cells of the first generation and obtained the immortal body of the Senju clan, so her own chakra amount alone is already very terrifying, almost second only to the level of Jinchuriki in the ninja world. So even if Karen completely obeyed Shinji's instructions and infused chakra into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan without reservation, the chakra consumption rate was much slower than expected. It took more than 2 hours before Karen's chakra began to weaken and she became weak. Shinji hurriedly checked the instrument and found that with the excessive consumption of Karen's chakra, the chakra fluctuations of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in her eye sockets also fell from the peak and then slowly slowed down. If there is no intervention, Karen's attack this time will most likely fail. It's time. Shinji, who had been ready for action, no longer hesitated and immediately injected the chakra of the wooden man into Karen through the Hwajin channel. With the support of the new chakra, Karen knew that it was injected by the leader, so she continued to inject chakra into her eternal Mangeki Sharingan without hesitation. With the injection of new chakra, the instrument immediately showed that the chakra fluctuation of Karen's eternal Mangeki Sharingan had returned to the previous peak, and there was a faint trend of continuing to break through upward. Shinji grinned. The whole impact process was smoother than he imagined. The most important thing was that he found that his thinking was correct. As long as the chakra was large enough, even the tailed beast chakra would be helpful for impacting the samsara eye. As long as the thinking was correct, with the amount of chakra he prepared, it should be enough to impact the samsara eye. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 560 The Birth of the Samsara Eye. In the Patriarch's house of the Kurama clan. Oh! Yakumo, who was sitting on the bed, yawned. At this time of the day, she would have fallen asleep, but today, because of the leader's order, she stayed up until now. Looking sideways at the bright moon outside the window, Yakumo murmured, "It's been a long time since my chakra was extracted. I don't know what happened this time. I really want to know." Shua. At this time, Ito jumped out of Yakumo's body and said, "Since you want to know so much, why not just ask?" Yakumo said with a straight face, "Ito, you broke the rules again." Ito shrugged, "You have nothing to do now, so I came out to chat with you." "Okay then." Yakumo supported his chin with his hand and asked, "Ito, what do you think the adults are busy with recently?" Ito said, "Of course, he is busy dealing with the upper string. You won't forget that he was chasing the upper string in the Iron Country not long ago." Yakumo pouted, "Why do you think the adults would rather take Suzuki with them than me? Am I not as good as Suzuki?" Inside the organization, the members basically guessed that Suzuki was E, and Yakumo was no exception. "Tisk, Suzuki is nothing." Ito snorted coldly and said, "As long as the two of us join forces, it's more than enough to deal with the upper string." The master took Suzuki to hunt the upper string, probably just to train that idiot. Hee. Yakumo was instantly amused by Ito. At this moment, Yakumo suddenly felt the chakra in his body surge uncontrollably, and then seemed to pour out along a certain channel. Has it started? Yakumo quickly stabilized his mind and did not resist. Ito also knew that the leader had begun to extract Yakumo's chakra, so he did not stay outside and quickly entered Yakumo's body. In Sasuke's apartment. After being robbed of the head of the upper string by Shinji and losing to Kakashi in the competition, Sasuke has been depressed these days. After learning that his chakra would be extracted tonight, his mood became even worse. "Why don't you start yet?" He curled his lips in annoyance. Unlike Yakumo, who was willing to have his chakra extracted, Sasuke was actually very bothered by the fact that the leader extracted his chakra. However, he had to bow his head because he needed the leader and the organization to help him. He had clearly awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but he was still frustrated, which made him feel even more depressed. Suddenly, he trembled and felt that the chakra in his body was pouring out like a flood. Damn it! He knew that the leader was extracting his chakra, so he suppressed the idea of resistance and endured it silently. Although he did not choose to resist, his face was still uncontrollably gloomy. In the secret laboratory, the chakra of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yukito, did not last too long. It only lasted for about half an hour before it was temporarily exhausted. This is not to say that Yukito, the perfect Jinkraki of Kumagakur, has less chakra than Karan. It is mainly because the chakra transmission of the Hwajin channel is lossy, and the degree of loss is determined by the length of the distance. Because Shinji didn't want to expose his secret laboratory, he didn't bring Yukato directly to the secret laboratory, but placed her in a hidden cave far away from the secret laboratory. In addition, in terms of chakra efficiency, Yukato's tailed beast chakra is obviously not as good as Karen's own chakra. So, when Yukato's chakra was about to run out, Shinji decisively used Hwajin to link Yakumo and Sasuke, and timely extracted Yakumo and Sasuke's chakra to top it up. Yakumo had transplanted the first-generation cells, and because of the Red Dragon Eye, the fusion effect was very good, so the quality of the Yang escape chakra in Yakumo's body was extremely high. As the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Sasuke's Yin escape chakra quality alone is at the top level in the ninja world. Therefore, after Yukato, Shinji chose the two of them. The purpose is to extract the chakras of both of them at the same time, and use their high-quality Yang-style chakras and Yin-style chakras to simulate a state close to Karen's own chakras, so as to stimulate the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets that are undergoing qualitative changes. The effect is just as Shinji expected. Before, all the chakras of Yukato were consumed, and the peak value of the chakra fluctuation of Karen's pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan chakra fluctuations was only raised a little bit. Now that the chakras of Yakumo and Sasuke have been injected, the peak value of the chakra fluctuations of Karen's pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan chakras instantly rushed up a lot. While maintaining the Hwajin channel, Shinji recorded the data on the instrument in real time. Seeing the values rise little by little, Shinji's expectations in his heart are getting bigger and bigger. Although the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets was still like a bottomless pit, madly devouring chakra, only by observing closely could one feel the changes that had taken place in the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and such a qualitative change surprised Shinji. Soon, Yakumo and Sasuke's chakra ran out. Although the quality of their chakras was high, the quantity was still significantly inferior to that of Yukato just now. At this time, Shinji could still choose Shin, Haku, Niji, Kimimaro, or even the age implanted in Niji and Kimimaro. But he didn't do this, because he had a feeling that a pair of brand new Rinnegan was about to be born in front of him. So after he cut off the Hwajin channel connecting to Yakumo and Sasuke, he directly infused his chakra into Karen's body through the Hwajin channel. At this moment, Karen was just one step away from the final blow. After receiving the chakra that Shinji fully infused, her eyes that had been tightly closed suddenly opened. Swish! At the moment of opening, her scarlet eyes began to twist and turn, and as they turned, the blood-like scarlet gradually faded and turned into a mysterious lavender, and the spiral circles on the lavender gradually turned into regular circles and stabilized. Shinji, who witnessed this scene, stood there in a daze. Even though he had expected it and the whole process was planned by him, he still couldn't hide his shock when he witnessed this exciting scene with his own eyes. I really created a pair of reincarnation eyes. Shinji looked at the pair of purple eyes in Karen's eye sockets and couldn't help but sigh. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 561 What on earth did the adults do last night? Staring at the pair of eyes of the immortal he created, Shinji had a sense of peace of mind that his years of hard work had finally paid off. My lord, my eyes. Karen felt a little embarrassed when Shinji stared at her. At the same time, she also felt the change in her eyes. After all, the vision of the Samsara eye was quite different from that of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In fact, although the Samsara eye is known as the eyes of the immortal, its chakra level is indeed far beyond the ordinary eye technique bloodline limit, but it is not stronger than other eye technique bloodline limits in every field. For example, in terms of the amplification effect of illusions, the Samsara eye is not as good as the Sharingan. In terms of long-distance reconnaissance and perspective, it is not as good as the Byakugan. The power of the Samsara eye is that in addition to having top insight, it also masters the power of all things, and has a variety of magical powers. The pupil technique can even reverse life and death and bring people back to life. It is precisely this point that makes its ability very comprehensive and almost has no shortcomings. Shinji came back to his senses at this time and said to Karen, "We succeeded." Really? Karen was excited. No one knew better than her how much energy and time the leader had spent on this pair of immortal eyes. After the excitement subsided, Shinji sorted out the data of Karen's attack on the Samsara eye this time, and asked Karen, "How do you feel now?" "Very magical." As if she was considering her words, after a pause, Karen continued, "My lord, I seem to have gained some new abilities. Oh, what abilities are they? Shinji became interested. Karin raised her hand to a trashcan in the corner of the laboratory, and then there was a whoosh sound, and the trashcan was sucked into the air by an inexplicable suction force, and then quickly flew towards Karin. After taking the trashcan from the air, Karin said in surprise, "Sir, this is the ability I just realized, Tianyin of all things." Shinji nodded with a smile on his face, "Not bad, let's try other ones." Karin thought about it, and the trashcan at hand was quickly driven out and smashed against the wall of the laboratory, breaking into pieces and shattering all over the floor. "Sir, this ability is called Shinra Tensei, which is opposite to the Tianyin of all things just now. Tianyin of all things controls suction, while Tianyin of all things controls repulsion." While Karin was talking, she did not forget to explain her ability to Shinji. Shinji nodded slightly while listening. From the fact that Karin showed the two abilities of the Samsara Eye, Tianyin of all things and Tianyin of Shinra, the thing he was most worried about did not happen. But this is normal. The pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in Karin's eye sockets were fused by Karin with her own chakra. In a sense, Karin was the original owner of the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This pair of Samsara eyes evolved from the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Unlike Nagato who transplanted Uchiha Madara's Samsara eyes, Karin did not transplant someone else's eyes, but opened the Samsara eyes through her own ability. Therefore, once opened, she could master the various basic abilities of the Samsara eyes, saving the process of adaptation and exploration like Nagato. Then, Shinji pondered. This pair of Samsara eyes is of great use to him. Not to mention that he is about to go to the Demon Slayer world to capture the mysterious man alive, which requires the ability of Samsara eyes. Even if he opens the Samsara eyes himself, he can't do without the help of this pair of Samsara eyes. Because the Samsara eye can drive the power of all things, so as long as he uses the Susanoo Shin to control the pair of Samsara eyes, he can use the ability of the Susanoo Shin to continuously absorb the power of all things from the pair of Samsara eyes to nourish his own eternal Manjiki Sharingan. After all, transplanting primary cells is a very risky thing. Whether it was Yakumo or Karin before, they all faced crises more or less during the operation of transplanting primary cells. At that time, Shinji was on the side through the Huajin channel to help them release the raging yang release chakra in their bodies and maintain the fragile yin and yang balance in their bodies. But when Shinji performed the transplantation of primary cells himself, there was no one to help him adjust the yin and yang balance in his body. This is also the reason why he has not performed the primary cell transplantation on himself. Although with the current pupil power of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the probability of surviving the primary cell transplantation is very high, but he still does not want to take this risk. Now that he has this pair of Samsara eyes, he can absorb the power of all things through the control of the Susanoo no Tempera to slowly nourish his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The stronger the pupil power of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the stronger the Yin-Tun chakra it contains, and the lower the risk of transplanting the first-generation cells. So with this pair of Samsara eyes, not only did his strength increase greatly, but it also provided him with a huge boost to open his own Samsara eyes. Of course, he was not going to remove the pair of Samsara eyes from Karin's eye sockets now, because the pair of Samsara eyes had just been opened and the state was not stable. Karin herself also needed a short period of time to adapt, so he planned to wait a few days, and then remove it from Karin's eye sockets after Karin's state stabilized. So he took out 2 special contact lenses and handed them to Karin. "This is what I made for you. Wear it on your eyes to cover the special pupils of the Samsara eyes." Karin quickly put on the contact lenses. The Samsara eye is different from the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. It cannot be easily closed. At least she has not found a way to close it yet, so this pair of contact lenses comes in handy. Shinji continued, "I will take this pair of Samsara eyes away when your condition stabilizes." Yes. Karin was not surprised. She always knew that the leader transplanted the Manjiki Sharingan for her, merged the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, etc., all for this pair of Samsara eyes. Early the next morning, Yakumo and Suzuki, who also looked tired, met unexpectedly at the gate of the ninja school. "Good morning." Yakumo greeted listlessly. Suzuki glanced at Yakumo and nodded, "Good morning." After greeting, the two walked into the ninja school side by side. Last night, the two of them not only waited until the second half of the night, moreover, Shinji used the Huajin to drain all his chakra. It would be strange if he was in good spirits. When they arrived at the playground, the two separated. When they separated, Suzuki couldn't help but mutter, "Did Yakumo practice all night yesterday? Why does he look more tired than me?" Yakumo on the other side also thought secretly, "Suzuki looks like this, did the adults also drain his chakra last night? What on earth was the adults doing last night? There is something going on at home today, so this is the only update." Chapter 562, Exposure and Trap. Yakumo's doubts indirectly show how much Shinji kept the Samsara Eye project secret. Even the members of his organization knew nothing about the birth of the Samsara Eye. During class, Shinji kept an eye on Karin. Perhaps because Karin was the original owner of the newly born Samsara Eye, there was no rejection reaction, so Karin didn't have any abnormalities throughout the day. When school was over in the evening, Shinji was completely relieved. According to the induction of Niobe, he found that even though the Samsara Eye had been opened last night, Karin's pupil power was still slowly improving. Obviously. After Karin consumed a lot of chakra to open the Samsara Eye also began to slowly feed back to Karin, subtly improving Karin's chakra and physique. It can be said that Karin now has one foot touching the threshold of the Six Paths level. In today's ninja world, except for the Six Paths sage who exists in the Pure Land in the form of Soul, Otsutsuki Tonari who controls the giant Samsara Eye on the moon, and Jijin, Otsutsuki is Heiki, who hides in the dark, and other real Otsutsuki, perhaps only Nagato who also has the Samsara Eye is stronger than Karin. Because in the process of transplanting the Samsara Eye, Nagato also completely received the pupil power of Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye and the contract object Outer Path Demon statue. Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Sasuke's predecessor. His strength was the best at that time, only slightly inferior to the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura, the first Hokage of the same era, so the power of his pair of Samsara Eyes is probably stronger than Karin's. Adding the Gaido demon statue, the body of the 10 tails, it is undoubted that Nagato's current strength is above Karin. If we take into account the proficiency in the use of the Samsara Eye, combat skills, experience, etc., Nagato will crush Karin even more. Of course. This is only at the current stage. As she grows older, Karin's combat skills and experience will also improve, and the gap between her and Nagato will only gradually narrow, and will not continue to widen. As for the Gaido demon statue, for Nagato, it is both the key to his resurrection of the 10 tails, but at the same time, it is also a burden that overdrafts his vitality. At night, when Shinji was using the Niobe to monitor Karin's situation in real time in his apartment, a figure landed on the balcony of his apartment with a swish. "Uchiha Shinji, urgent mission, go to the Hokage building immediately." Shinji immediately stood up and looked over, and there was no one on the balcony. Anbu message. Slightly startled, he thought, what happened? Under normal circumstances, if Shinji really needs a mission, it will not be the Anbu who will send a message. After all, he is currently just a student in a ninja school, so this situation means that the situation is very urgent and the village has no time to arrange for other people to send a message. After simply packing up his equipment, Shinji rushed to the Hokage building. When he arrived, there were already 7 or 8 teams on standby in front of the building. Shinji saw familiar faces such as Yakumo and Suzuki among them, and also found many Anbu wearing masks. It's a big scene. After saying it secretly, Shinji waited quietly in front of the building like everyone else. After a while, the third generation led a group of village leaders out of the Hokage building. The third generation coughed twice, then announced, "We just received an urgent message from Kumagakuer. They found the trace of the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato and asked us to send people to pick them up." What, wasn't Yukato kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization? She's still alive. Why did you ask us to pick you up? Did the Akatsuki organization hide Yukato in the Land of Fire? As soon as the third generation finished speaking, the people below started to whisper. It was the defeat of Kumagakuer in one battle and the kidnapping of the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato that made the Akatsuki organization come to the fore from behind the scenes, so when they heard that Kumagakuer had found the trace of Yukato, everyone was murmuring in their hearts. In the crowd, Yakumo's face changed slightly, and he thought to himself, wasn't Yukato from Kumagakuer captured by the adults? Could it be that the adults' whereabouts have been exposed? Suzuki was also thinking to himself, oh no, the secret base of the organization, could it be that Kumagakuer has found it? Compared to the doubts of others, and the worries of Yakumo and Suzuki, Shinji, who was also mixed in the crowd, was very surprised. Yukato was discovered by Kumagakuer. As soon as he thought about it, he secretly activated Niobe and sensed Yukito. After Karan successfully opened the Samsara Eye last night, his attention has been on Karan, and he had no time to pay attention to Yukito. Unexpectedly, such a mistake happened in just one night. With the activation of Niobe, Shinji quickly sensed Yukito. The other party was still in the remote place he arranged. Standing in the cave, she had not moved, as if everything was normal. This Yukito. Shinji immediately closed the Niobe and sighed secretly. Although Yukito had not moved and was still in the cave, Shinji discovered through Niobe that her body no longer had his chakra, which undoubtedly meant that she had broken free from the illusion. Breaking free from the illusion but not escaping, but continuing to stay in the same place, this was obviously a trap set by Yukito, or a trap set by Kumigakure, waiting for Shinji to jump. Thinking of this, Shinji secretly thanked himself for not taking the easy way out last night and bringing Yukito directly to his secret laboratory, otherwise, his secret laboratory would have been exposed by now. After a few more simple words, the third Hokage announced, "Attention, all teams, this operation is under the charge of Jiraiya." Jiraiya immediately stepped forward, "All teams, keep the battle formation," and set off. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 10 teams assembled in front of the Hokage building disappeared one after another in a series of wind-breaking sounds. At the request of Yuta and Koharu, Shinji was assigned to Tsunade's team as an exception, and accepted Tsunade's command together with Yakumo and Shizuan. Suzuki was assigned to Kakashi's team, and there were 2 Chunins accompanying him. Some of the other teams were pure Enbu teams, and some were ordinary teams. Shinji also found the figures of Hyuga clan members among them. After leaving the village, Shinji asked Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, what happened?" Yakumo also quickly agreed, "Yes, Tsunade-sensei, what happened in Kumigakure? Did they find the base of Akatsuki?" Seeing Yakumo asking, Tsunade told him about Kumigakure's discovery of Yukito. It turned out that Kumigakure's perception class had developed a special technique that could detect the source of chakra as long as it was within the sensing range. This technique would have a very large error when used to sense ordinary ninjas, because the chakra fluctuations of ordinary ninjas were small and prone to deviations, but it was very useful to sense Jinkriki who had a huge amount of chakra, especially Yukito whose chakra characteristics were recorded by Kumigakure. Yukito had been hiding in the land of hot water near the sea before, which was beyond the perception range of the Kumigakure perception class, so Kumigakure had never found Yukito's trace. This time, Yukito came to the land of fire in the center of the continent, and his whereabouts were immediately exposed. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 563 Ambush. I underestimated Kumigakure. After listening to Tsunade's explanation, Shinji realized it belatedly. It turned out that when he invited Yukito to the land of fire, Yukito's whereabouts had been exposed, but he knew nothing about it. If he stayed with Yukito today, he would probably be blocked by the people of Kumigakure. After rescuing Yukito, the people of Kumigakure did not make a big fuss, but wanted to use Yukito to lure Shinji out and ambush him. But considering the strength of the Akatsuki organization, for the sake of safety, they notified the nearest Konoha village and asked Konoha to send people to support them. So Shinji's mission came. After concentrating his thoughts, Shinji thought about the countermeasures. Because he considered the possibility that Yukito might break free from his illusion, Shinji deliberately avoided Yukito when it came to some secret operations. So although Yukito has now regained consciousness, she does not know much information. After all, most of the time, she was controlled by Shinji to hide in the land of hot springs. After repeatedly confirming that Yukito had not touched his core secret, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. For him, controlling Yukito was just a matter of convenience at the time. Yukito himself was not involved in his Samsara Eye plan or Reincarnation Eye plan, so even if he lost Yukito, it would not be a big loss for him. The most important thing is that Yukito has escaped and cooperated with Kumigakure to set a trap. Konoha also sent people. At this time, any action taken by Shinji may lead to unpredictable consequences, so it is better to stay still than to move. Anyway, Yukito was picked up by him, and it took so long, so it's nothing to give her freedom. Soon, everyone in Konoha arrived at the periphery of the cave. It's here. I didn't expect it to be so close to the village. Damn it, it turns out that the Akatsuki organization has been operating under our noses. After discovering that the mission location was so close to the village, everyone in Konoha was indignant. Yakumo and Suzuki were somewhat worried. What they were most worried about now was that the leader would be ambushed. If that really happened, they didn't know whether to help the leader or the village. After a while, the fourth Raikage of Kumigakure led a group of Kumigakure ninjas to the crowd. Jiraiya and Tsunade came up to them and asked about the details. The fourth Raikage had a bad look on his face and asked, "The base of Akatsuki is so close to your Konoha, didn't you notice it at all?" Jiraiya said, "We really didn't find it." Tsunade took over the conversation, "What's the situation in the cave? Have you found any members of Akatsuki?" Knowing that their own Raikage has a bad temper and now needs help, the senior ninja Xi of Kumigakure hurriedly stepped forward and said, "When we found this place, there was only Yukito in the cave. According to her, she has been controlled by Akatsuki's A for some time, wandering in the land of hot water, and was suddenly recruited to the land of fire recently." Jiraiya asked, "Do you know the reason?" Xi shook her head, "Akatsuki is very secretive. Even to Yukito, who has been controlled by illusion, no information was revealed. She only knew that A of Akatsuki used some ninjutsu to absorb a lot of her chakra last night." Absorbed chakra? Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other. Her chakra was also absorbed by the adults. Yakumo and Suzuki, who were standing on the periphery, changed their expressions slightly after hearing Xi's words, because just last night, they were also absorbed by the leader. Almost all of their chakra. After understanding the general situation, Jiraiya looked around and changed his usual carefree look. He said seriously, "Although this place is remote, the terrain is not complicated and is not suitable for setting an ambush." Tsunade echoed, "Yes, it is lucky that we can rescue Yukito from Akatsuki this time. We don't need to hastily ambush Akatsuki." The irritable fourth Raikage surprisingly did not refute this time. Xi of Kumigakure said helplessly, "We also know that setting an ambush immediately will not succeed, but..." Jiraiya asked, "But what?" "But I can't swallow this breath." A roar came from the cave, and then Yukito walked out of the cave with an angry face. She had been used like a dog by the Akatsuki organization for a year or two. With her pride, how could she endure such an experience? So it was under her insistence that Kumigakure designed this ambush. Coming to the front, Yukito's eyes swept across the people of Konoha, and stayed on Suzuki and Shinji for a while, and the hostility in his eyes almost overflowed. It was the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan who controlled her with illusion, so when she saw Suzuki and Shinji in the Konoha team, her mood can be imagined. Suzuki felt a little guilty and took the initiative to avoid eye contact with Yukito. Shinji met Yukito's eyes with a carefree look. This was not a deliberate provocation, he just wanted to confirm whether Yukito could recognize him in this way. Feeling Yukito's hostility, Tsunade reminded him, "We in Konoha are deeply sorry for your experience, but this is the behavior of the Akatsuki organization and has nothing to do with our Konoha." "Humph!" Yukito snorted coldly. Tsunade then asked, "Who is the target of your ambush?" Yukito blurted out, "Of course it's Akatsuki's A, I will tear that bastard to pieces with my own hands." Jiraiya said, "Are you sure he will come?" "He will definitely come." Yukito was actually not sure, because Akatsuki's A had a record of throwing her in the land of hot springs for more than half a year. Shinji complained in his heart, "I'm here." The fourth Raikage said, "No matter what, this is an opportunity. If we can successfully capture Akatsuki's A alive, it will play a key role in our response to Akatsuki." Although they felt that the ambush arranged by Kumigakure was a bit hasty, after confirming that only Akatsuki's A had contact with Yukito before, Jiraiya and Tsunade still followed Kumigakure's arrangement and led the Konoha people to join the ambush. Hiding in the crown of a big tree, Suzuki looked around, thinking about how to send a message to the leader. On the other side, Yakumo, who was hiding in a bush, was thinking about whether to find an opportunity to release Ito and inform the leader not to step into the ambush circle. Just when Suzuki and Yakumo were thinking about how to send a message to the leader, Shinji, as their leader, also hid in the bush with them, waiting to ambush himself. "It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 564 Perfect Jinkraki. The ambush arranged by Kumigakure was naturally fruitless, after all, the target of their ambush was squatting with them. After dawn, Jiraiya found the fourth Raikage, "We can't stay here all the time, and the other party may have noticed something." "Yet." The fourth Raikage nodded. He was just a little irritable, not stupid. He knew the power of Akatsuki better than anyone else present. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of Akatsuki and knew that if he didn't squat with Akatsuki's A yesterday, there was no point in continuing to waste time here. Because as the cage of a village, he was entangled in many things and couldn't afford to waste time with Akatsuki's A. So he personally came forward to persuade Yukito to cancel this ambush. Although the ambush was cancelled, this was a clue after all, so Kumigakure and Konoha left a 4-man team to monitor this area for a long time and wait for the rabbit. Before the two sides parted ways, Kumigakure's senior ninja Xi came to the Konoha crowd and bowed politely. Although we failed to successfully capture the Akatsuki members, we still have to thank everyone in Konoha for their timely help this time. On behalf of Kumigakure, I express my gratitude to you all. Jiraiya said, facing the threat of Akatsuki, our 5 major ninja villages must help each other. Yes. Xi bowed again. At this time, Yukito came over. She looked very bad because she had been controlled by illusions for a long time, and because Shinji had used Hwajin to drain all her chakra the day before yesterday. She glanced coldly at Shinji and Suzuki in the crowd. Damn Uchiha. At this time, Suzuki had already calmed down from last night's panic, so after hearing Yukito's provocation, his face suddenly sank. What did you say? It has turned. Yukito turned back and walked to Suzuki, almost word by word. I say the damn Uchiha. Suzuki opened his Sharingan, and his dark eyes instantly turned red. Yukito also burst out the tailed beast chakra in an instant. The sudden conflict caught both Konoha and Kumigakure by surprise. Kakashi immediately dodged and blocked between Suzuki and Yukito, protecting Suzuki behind him. The 4th Reikage also put one hand on Yukito's shoulder, signaling her not to mess around. Tsunade came over at this time and said calmly, those Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization have nothing to do with them. The 4th Reikage looked at Suzuki deeply. Until this moment, he still suspected that Suzuki was the F in the Akatsuki organization, which was one of the reasons why he decisively gave up the ambush, because he suspected that Suzuki might have passed the information to the Akatsuki organization. But it was obviously not suitable to turn against the people of Konoha at the moment, so he ordered in a deep voice, Yukito, let's go. Humph. Yukito snorted coldly, then turned around and left with the 4th Reikage. Looking at the backs of the people leaving Kumigakure, Yakumo whispered to Shinji, Shinji, why didn't you seem angry at all just now? Tsunade and Shizune on the side also cast their eyes on him when they heard this. Shinji raised his lips slightly. I heard that this 2-tailed Jinchuriki is the perfect Jinchuriki that Kumigakure is proud of, but she still became a puppet under the Sharingan, so her angry provocation is just the whining of a loser in my eyes. No, it should be said to be a compliment to the Sharingan. Not bad. Suzuki nodded heavily and agreed deeply. Tsunade and Shizune looked at each other, and both sighed in their hearts, as expected of the arrogant Uchiha. On the other side, during the evacuation, the 4th Reikage asked Yukito beside him, Yukito, think about it again, do you really have no clues about Akatsuki? Yukito frowned, A has been on guard against me, and in the illusion, my condition is sometimes good and sometimes bad. I can't remember where I've been and what I've done, so I can't provide any clues. Damn it. The 4th Reikage sighed helplessly. At this time, Xi said, Yukito, if you meet Akatsuki in the future, you must be extra careful. They are more difficult to deal with than we thought. Yukito smiled proudly, I will make them pay the price. The 4th Reikage looked sideways. Yukito explained, this time being controlled by A of Akatsuki is not without gain for me. At least Nikomata is willing to cooperate with me with all his strength. Oh. The 4th Reikage was a little surprised. The strength of a Jinchuriki often depends on the degree of tacit understanding between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. The so-called perfect Jinchuriki is actually a Jinchuriki who can communicate with the tailed beasts and get the tailed beasts' willing help. The 2-tailed Nikomata had already recognized Yukito's strength, which is why Yukito was declared the perfect Jinchuriki by Kumigakure. During the time when Yukito was controlled by the Akatsuki organization's A illusion, the 2-tailed Nikomata was actually also controlled by the illusion of A. Such a humiliating experience made the bad-tempered Nikomata furious, so after getting rid of the illusion, it has expressed its full support for Yukito. It can be said that as long as Yukito masters the skills of using the 2-tailed chakra in the future, her strength will inevitably usher in an explosive period. Great! Xi looked excited. Before this, Yukito, the perfect Jinchuriki, was somewhat inferior to the 8-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee. If it is true as Yukito said, after this ordeal, the 2-tailed cat accepts her completely, then Yukito is likely to become a perfect Jinkriki comparable to Killer Bee, and the strength of Kumagakure will also be taken to a higher level. Konoha Village. After returning to the village, Shinji and the others who participated in the operation were granted a day off by the village, and they did not need to go to the ninja school for classes. So Shinji went directly back to his apartment, and with the help of the Niobe, he monitored Karen's physical changes again. As he expected, Karen's physique is still changing, whether it is the pupil power of the Samsara Eye or the amount of chakra in her body, they are slowly getting stronger. It's just that after yesterday, this trend of strengthening has slowed down a bit. Undoubtedly, this means that the state of the newly born Samsara Eye has gradually stabilized. You must know that whether it is the Rinnegan or the Samsara Eye, in fact, their states cannot always be constant. In the original time and space, Suzuki, who had obtained the Rinnegan, had exhausted his pupil power, causing his Rinnegan to temporarily exit the Rinnegan state and become an ordinary pupil. The same is true for the Rinnegan. After Naruto and Hinata defeated Tonari Otsutsuki in the original time and space, they dug out the Rinnegan in his eye sockets and returned them to Hanabi. After losing the support of Otsutsuki's chakra, the Rinnegan degenerated into the Byakugan. So Shinji had to wait until the state of the pair of Rinnegan in Karen's eye sockets was relatively stable before he could take it off. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 565 Control the Rinnegan. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the power of the pair of reincarnation eyes in Karen's eye sockets gradually slowed down and the state tended to be stable. So Shinji notified Karen in advance through the Niobe and came to Karen's apartment as scheduled in the evening to remove the reincarnation eyes. At night, after welcoming Shinji into her apartment, Karen asked nervously, "Sir, will the eye removal surgery be performed tonight?" "Yes." Shinji nodded gently. Karen was a little reluctant. After all, this pair of reincarnation eyes was evolved step by step from her restoration of the completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan. It would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for them at all. Seeing what Karen was thinking, Shinji said, "This pair of Samsara eyes is very important to me now, but you can rest assured that I may return it to you after I finish some things in the future." Karen quickly explained, "My lord, I just feel a little reluctant to part with it, and I am not greedy." "I know." Shinji interrupted Karen's explanation and said, "If you don't have feelings for it, it will not open for you. You are its real owner, and no one can change this." Seeing that the leader understood her, Karen breathed a sigh of relief, then lay down on the bed obediently, waiting for the eye removal surgery. Shinji didn't waste any words and began to prepare for the surgery. Eye replacement surgery is just a small surgery of a few minutes for him now, so he took out the surgical instruments and a nutrient tank containing Karen's original eyes, and immediately started the surgery. A few minutes later, Shinji took out the pair of Samsara eyes from Karen's eye sockets and replaced Karen with her own original eyes. Staring at the Samsara eye floating in the small nutrient tank, Shinji carefully put it into the ninja bag on his waist after confirming that the lines on the Samsara eye had not degenerated. After getting her eyes back, Karen sat up from the bed. She looked around a little confused and found that everything around her was blurry and she couldn't see clearly at all. At this time, Shinji handed a pair of glasses to Karen. After wearing the glasses, Karen's vision became clearer. She stared at her hands and murmured, "So my own eyes are like this, I have forgotten a little bit." Karen's original eyes were a little nearsighted, and she needed glasses to see things clearly. And the worst of the eyes that Shinji transplanted for her was the Manjiki Sharingan, and later it was the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the Samsara eye, so after getting her eyes back again, she was very uncomfortable. However, although she lost her Samsara eye, her physique and strong chakra are still there. She can still use the Uzumaki clan sealing technique and wood release and other methods, so if she lets go, her strength will still be the best among her classmates. Shinji said, "It may take some time to adapt." Karen smiled, "Have you forgotten that I restored the completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan before? I couldn't see anything during that period." "Yet." Nodding, Shinji ordered again, "Stand by from now on, we may have to counter-invade the world of ghosts in the near future, you must be prepared." "Yes." Karen put away her smile and nodded heavily. Shinji said no more, turned around and left Karen's apartment. Then he quietly sneaked out of the village and rushed to the secret laboratory outside the village without stopping. When he came to the empty test area, he activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and opened the Susanoo, while taking out the small nutrient tank containing the Samsara eye from the ninja bag on his waist. Samsara Eye. After taking a deep breath, he activated the Susanoo light and removed the blood dragon eye from the third eye socket on the Susanoo, then activated the Susanoo light again and put the Samsara eye taken out of the small nutrient tank into the third eye socket. Roar. At the moment of completing the control, his Susanoo roared. Shinji also covered his eyes. A stinging sensation spread across his eye nerves, which was something he had never encountered before after controlling so many eyes. After a long time, the stinging sensation slowly subsided. Shinji first let out a long breath, then sighed. It's really not that easy to control the strong with the weak. When Keirin's pair of Samsara eyes were still in the state of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the pupil power had already surpassed Shinji's own eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Now that it has evolved into the Samsara eyes, the pupil power has been greatly improved, and the gap has been further widened. So it is conceivable how difficult it is for Shinji to control this pair of Samsara eyes with his own pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, whose pupil power is absolutely weak. Fortunately, the pupil technique of Susanoo Suntyo Yuchan is magical enough that even if it is to control the strong with the weak, Shinji can barely control this pair of Samsara eyes, so that he will not be overtaken by this pair of Samsara eyes. After a long time, Susanoo Suntyo Yuchan began to take effect slowly, and Shinji felt a strong pupil power emanating from the Samsara eyes, which was added to his own pupil power. At the same time, his mind almost instinctively comprehended the abilities of the two Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei and all things Tenin. Shinji raised his hand suddenly and aimed at a wooden stake in the test area. With a bang, the slot where the wooden stake connected to the ground broke, and the upper half of the wooden stake flew into the air, as if it was grasped by an invisible big hand, and flew towards Shinji. Looking at Shinji grinned at the half of the wooden stake that was sucked into his palm, and immediately launched the Shinra Tensei, which drove the wooden stake in his palm away, hitting the wall heavily and breaking into pieces. Not satisfied with these two basic abilities, Shinji launched the Susanoo Suntyo Yuchan and began to explore other abilities of the Samsara Eye. Then, he discovered that he had mastered the ability to absorb chakra. However, he vaguely felt that this ability seemed to have defects, and even the previous Shinra Tensei and Tenshin Tensei also had defects. For example, it took him a full 15 seconds to accumulate pupil power when launching a Shinra Tensei. And he remembered very clearly that Nagato's cooling time for launching Shinra Tensei was only 5 seconds. Karin had also tested it. As the original owner of the Samsara Eye, she had a cooling time of just over 3 seconds to launch Shinra Tensei. So this was obviously not a problem with the Samsara Eye, but he used the weak to control the strong, and when he used the Susanoo Suntyo Yuchan to obtain the Samsara Eye ability, there was a large loss. Fortunately, his biggest purpose of controlling the Rinnegan was not to enhance his combat power, but to nourish his eternal Mangeki Sharingan with the help of the power of all things on the Rinnegan. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 566, Counter-Invasion of Demon Slayer. In the following days, Shinji, who controlled the Rinnegan, has been exploring the ability of the Rinnegan. The ability of the Rinnegan is very comprehensive, and it is more than enough to be distributed to the 6 paths of pain created by Nagato with 6 corpses. Of course. In addition to wanting to hide his true identity, another important reason why Nagato split the ability of the Rinnegan into the 6 paths of pain is that he is inconvenient to move. Originally, with his immortal body of the Uzumaki clan, a leg injury would be easy to recover from. It was only after he summoned the Outer Path Demon statue that he transferred almost all of his chakra to the Outer Path Demon statue in order to feed it and prepare for the resurrection of the 10 tails, which made him skinny, so his leg injury was delayed in recovery. This can also be seen from his fight with Naruto and Killer Bee, 2 perfect Jinchuriki, after he was reincarnated by Kabuto Yakushi. In that battle, Nagato, who was originally inconvenient to move, quickly recovered from his leg injury after losing the burden of the Outer Path Demon statue, and easily suppressed Naruto and Killer Bee, the top combat forces in the ninja coalition. If Ataka hadn't sealed it with the 10-fisted sword at the critical moment, the history of the ninja world might have changed. Shinji didn't have the burden of the Outer Path Demon statue and didn't have a leg injury, so he didn't need to create his own 6 paths of pain, but his situation was more complicated than Nagato, who obtained the Samsara Eye through a transplant. After more than 10 years of adaptation, Nagato has mastered the use of the Rinnegan to perfection. In addition to the strongest pupil technique hidden deep in each pair of Rinnegan, he has mastered almost all the abilities of the Rinnegan. Shinji controls the Rinnegan through the pupil technique Susanoo's light, and in the case of using the weak to control the strong, he cannot fully obtain all the abilities of the Rinnegan, so his control of the Rinnegan is far inferior to Nagato. I have mastered the Shinra Tensei and Tensyang Tenyin related to the heavenly path. The core Chibaku Tensei cannot be activated yet, but I should be able to master it after I get familiar with it. I have not obtained any abilities related to the animal path. I have mastered some of the chakra absorption related to the hungry ghost path. I have also mastered some of the soul extraction related to the human path. I have not obtained any abilities related to the hell path. I have not obtained any abilities related to the Shura path. The control of the Susanoo Sun Tio Yuzan has only barely obtained half of the ability of the Rinnegan, and they have all been weakened to varying degrees. After these days of exploration, Shinji has a general understanding of his own control of the Rinnegan. However, this is only the power he gets from the Rinnegan when his eternal Mangeki Sharingan is obviously weaker than the Rinnegan. As long as he can use the Susanoo Sun Tio Yuzan to continuously absorb the power of all things from the Rinnegan, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan will continue to become stronger. In the past few days, he could clearly feel that his pupil power, which had not changed for a long time, began to improve again. The Samsara Eye plan was successfully completed, and Shinji also successfully controlled a pair of Samsara Eyes, and obtained the continuous power of all things through these Samsara Eyes. Next, Shinji will start to counter-invade the Demon Slayer world. This is a very difficult task, and it is definitely not possible to rely on him alone, so he must first select a few reliable people to counter-invade the Demon Slayer world with him and collect information about the Demon Slayer world. In terms of candidates, Shinji repeatedly considered for a long time. In terms of ability, Yakumo and Shin are not weak, and Suzuki and Kimimaro are also very strong in actual combat, but considering that this is a counter-invasion of the Demon Slayer world. The counter-invasion itself has the legacy of information leakage, which will expose his identity as the lantern-bearer of the ninja world. In addition, the first counter-invasion is mainly to collect intelligence, so after thinking again and again, he decided to choose Bai and Karin, his two servants, to go with him. Bai's strength is actually Shiro is very strong. In the early stage, he was always superior to Shinji in physical skills. It was not until the past year that Shinji completely grew up and slowly surpassed him. So Shiro's strength is actually the best among the same period, and his mind is also meticulous enough, but in terms of absolute chakra, he is not as good as several monsters of the same period. After Karin lost her Samsara Eye, her strength was greatly reduced, but she still had the Uzumaki clan sealing technique and wood release, both of which are very restraining against ghosts. Let's just take them first, and then mobilize others after collecting enough information. After making up his mind, Shinji notified Shiro and Karin through Naobi and began to plan this counter-invasion. At night. Shua shua. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, two black shadows fell into the grove. Undoubtedly, they were Shiro and Karin who received the notice. After a while, Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki organization, came out from the shadows and asked the two, "Are you ready?" "Yes." The two nodded in unison. They all knew the danger of this mission, so they took all kinds of ninja tools and equipment. Shinji said, "I emphasize it for the last time. This is our first anti-invasion, so our main task is to collect intelligence and try to avoid fighting. Do you understand?" "Yes." The two nodded solemnly again. Shinji stopped talking nonsense and took out the lamp directly, saying in his heart, "Open the space rift for me and locate the Demon Slayer world." Invasion begins. The Demon Slayer world has been located. Opening the space rift requires 1 gram of embers, are you sure? Sure. Shinji's face was stern. The space rift is opening. Instantly, a dim halo of light shot out from the lamp on Shinji's waist, and the halo seemed to be able to pierce through the space, opening a twisted gap in the space. The space rift has been opened, please quickly cross it. 19. 8. 7. Listening to the countdown ringing in his ears, Shinji knew that the time to maintain the space rift was limited with only 1 gram of embers, so he did not hesitate and strode into the space rift. Although Bai and Karin were a little nervous, they did not hesitate to follow their leader after seeing him enter the space rift. Shua! In a blink of an eye, as the dim light dimmed, the twisted space rift quickly flattened and finally disappeared without a trace, and along with the space rift, the 3 people, Shinji, Bai, and Karin, who were in the grove before, disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Shinji opened his eyes and looked at the quiet scenery around him. He murmured, "Is this the Demon Slayer world? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 567 Investigation. What came into view was a quiet night, and there were insect sounds in the ears, which seemed extremely peaceful. Shinji strolled in the woods, looking around. Although he didn't know where he was sure that this was not the ninja realm, but the demon slayer world he was going to invade. Because he could clearly feel that there was no chakra here. Although it looks the same, there is always a lingering sense of discomfort. Is it because there is no chakra in this world? Shinji frowned slightly. After invading the demon slayer world, he felt a sense of discomfort, as if he was carrying a burden or wearing a shackle. This feeling was very clear, but he couldn't find the reason for a while. Soon, he walked out of the woods and came to a high cliff. Standing on the cliff and looking into the distance, he saw a large area of lights in the distance, and there seemed to be a city there. Now find Shiro and Karin. Speaking secretly, Shinji opened the Naobi. Maybe it was because he was not proficient in using the light, but his invasion this time was obviously a little off. Haku and Karin were clearly in the space rift with him, but they were not by his side at the moment. Now the sensing radius of his direct proximity has reached hundreds of kilometers, so he quickly sensed the location of Haku and Karin. They seemed to be lucky and landed directly in the distant city. In this case, let them investigate in the front, and I will hide behind the scenes to support them. Shinji secretly made up his mind. The Demon Slayer world at this time must be very different from the Demon Slayer world he remembered, so it is not too much to be cautious. And until now he could not confirm whether the mysterious man had really lost the ability of the lantern bearer, so one in the light and the other in the dark was a more reliable plan. In the city. Looking at the busy streets in front of them, Haku and Karin could not hide the shock on their faces. Unlike Shinji, they who came from the ninja world landed directly in an empty alley in the city. Remembering Shinji's instructions, they observed in secret and immediately used the transformation technique to change into a costume similar to that of the residents of this city, and then walked onto the street. However, they did not expect that this world full of ghosts and monsters would have such a bustling street market, with more people on the street than in Konoha village. Karin asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" She felt very guilty that the leader was not around. Bai was much calmer. While observing the surroundings, he said, "First figure out where this place is, and then find a way to find the adults." Just as the two were discussing in a low voice, Shinji's voice rang in their ears. After hearing Shinji's voice, the two were obviously relieved. So the master was hiding in the dark on purpose. Karin patted her chest. Bai said, "Did you hear clearly what the master said just now?" "Yes." Karin nodded. Bai said, "Then let's act." The two men immediately separated and began to act. The task that Shinji, who was hiding in the dark, gave them was to familiarize themselves with the city and collect information about demons or the Demon Slayer Corps. From the fact that the mysterious man could mobilize the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps to invade the ninja world, there should also be a Demon Slayer Corps in this Demon Slayer world. The Demon Slayer Corps is undoubtedly the force that knows demons best, so we should start by investigating the Demon Slayer Corps, find the Demon Slayer Corps, and then follow the clues to find the demons, and finally lock on the mysterious man who is the Demon King. The two people who acted separately each had their own goals. Karin disguised herself as a female student, asked passers-by about the location of the library, and then went directly to the library, using the flash body technique to avoid the guards and administrators, and sneaked into the library quietly. Looking at the rows of bookshelves and the densely packed books on them, Karin became overwhelmed and muttered, "This is too much. Books are the simplest and most convenient way to understand a world." It's just that Karin obviously underestimated the information density of this Demon Slayer world. You have to know that the Demon Slayer world is roughly in the Taisho era, which is the period before and after the First World War, and this period is the era of great development of science and culture. Although it's a headache, Karin is a ninja after all, and she has her own methods. She quickly formed seals with both hands, and then shouted softly, "Shadow clone technique." Bang, bang, bang. In a series of white smoke, Karin created more than a dozen shadow clones, and then rushed to the bookshelf together. On the other side, Bai Ye disguised himself as a student, found out the location of the police station, and then sneaked into the archive room of the police station. After gently closing the door of the archive room, he came to the archive shelf. It is the nature of ghosts to devour humans, which even the upper string ghosts cannot resist, so as long as you investigate the death or disappearance cases in a city, you can find clues about ghosts, unless there is no ghost in the entire city. Bai moved quickly. After reading some files, he immediately locked an area. Recently, a large number of people have disappeared in the shanty towns on the outskirts of the city. This is obviously a bit abnormal. Bai looked solemn. Shanty towns are originally areas where the lower classes gather, and the public security here is often the worst in the entire city, so it is normal for a few people to go missing here. Generally speaking, this kind of disappearance will not be reported to the public security office, and a large number of files will not be established for this reason. The matter is so serious that so many missing files need to be established, which means that the number of missing people here has far exceeded the normal situation. After putting the files back intact, Bai's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Soon, Bai came to the shanty town on the outskirts of the city. As soon as he entered here, he subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, because the smell here was too bad. He never thought that in this city with a glamorous appearance, there would be such a filthy, dirty place. Walking in the narrow passage of the shanty town, which was not sure whether it could be called a street, Bai observed the surroundings vigilantly. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. Bai's face sank, and he instantly rushed towards the direction where the scream came from. However, when he arrived at the scene, there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Are you a step too late? Bai's face was a little bad, but judging from the traces left on the ground, there should be a ghost who just committed a crime here, and finding the ghost also found the clue of the mysterious man. Just when Bai was about to follow the traces to track the ghost, two figures suddenly rushed out from both sides and swung their swords at him. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 568 Becoming a Pillar-like Existence. Bai, who was investigating the murder scene, was shocked by the sudden attack. It's not that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. On the contrary, because he was in a strange world and at the scene where the ghost had just committed a crime, he had always maintained a high level of vigilance. He noticed the attacks from both sides at the first time. It's just that the enemies he had preset in his mind were either the ghost-like pillars he had fought before, or high-level ghosts ranked as upper strings. So after discovering the slow and non-threatening attacks from both sides, he was a little unsure of the situation for a while. Shua! With a leap back, Bai easily avoided the attacks from both sides. After landing, he inserted his right hand into the ninja bag on his waist while preparing to make a single-hand seal with his left hand. After his eyes swept over the attacker in front of him, he immediately observed the surroundings with his peripheral vision to confirm whether there were other hidden enemies nearby. At this time, the attacker asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" After finding that there were no other ambushes around, Bai looked at the two attackers in front of him. The other party was wearing the black uniform, obviously belonged to a certain organization. He held a long knife in his hand and looked even more nervous than Bai. Bai thought for a moment and said sternly, "I am a security guard of the Public Security Bureau. Recently, we received reports of a large number of missing people in Kuromizu town, so we came to investigate." "Who are you two? Why did you appear at the crime scene?" "Security guard." The other party was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, "You should be new here. The Public Security Bureau has never dealt with the missing cases in this area." The other person was still a little wary, "Your body movement just now. I have liked fighting since I was a child." After a pause, Bai pretended to be stern and said, "You appeared at the crime scene with weapons. I have reason to suspect that you are related to this murder. Put down your weapons immediately and come back to the Public Security Bureau with me." The other party revealed his identity, "We are members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The murderer just now is not an ordinary person, but a demon. Ghost." Bai was surprised on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. He didn't expect to find clues so easily. At the same time, he also became interested in the organization Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing that Bai didn't seem to have heard of ghosts, the member of the Demon Slayer Corps said, "Didn't your boss mention it to you?" "No, the activities of ghosts are so frequent recently. Your Public Security Bureau should." Before the member of the Demon Slayer Corps finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner, carrying a smell of blood, and rushed towards him. No doubt. This black shadow with a strong smell of blood was the ghost who had just committed a crime here. The two members of the Demon Slayer Corps reacted in time and immediately waved their swords to meet it, and fought with the ghost. Bai did not act rashly at this time, but retreated a little, and then carefully observed the battle between the two sides. After some observation, he frowned slightly. The level of the two warring parties was really beyond his expectations. In his mind, Demon Slayer World, as the base camp of demons, should be a den of dragons and tigers, so he had already made up his mind to die when he came. But he never expected that the first demon he saw in Demon Slayer World was so mediocre, even unbearable. Not to mention the demon swordsmen and the upper-ranked demons who invaded the ninja world, even compared with the ordinary demons who invaded the ninja world, they were far inferior. Of course, Bai didn't know that the demons who could invade the ninja world were all selected by the mysterious person without exception, and they were at least of the upper middle level among the demons. And once the demons devoured the creatures of the ninja world, they could plunder chakra through their flesh and blood, greatly improving their own abilities. Therefore, the demons that invaded the ninja world were not only very strong demons, but also, to some extent, were fully strengthened by chakra. As for the demons in Demon Slayer World, there were naturally some good and bad ones. However, this was not the most speechless thing for Bai. What really made him speechless was that the two swordsmen who claimed to be members of the Demon Slayer Corps could not win against such mediocre demons, but the situation was precarious. This is the Demon Slayer Corps. Bai suppressed the urge to complain and prepared to take action at the critical moment. Demons basically cannot communicate, but the two members of the Demon Slayer Corps can obviously communicate, so he couldn't watch the two members of the Demon Slayer Corps die in the hands of demons. Just when the demon knocked away the Sun Wheel Sword in the hand of a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and waved his claws to kill the member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Bai flashed and caught the Sun Wheel Sword that was knocked away, and slashed it with his hand. Shua! With a flash of cold light, the demon with a ferocious expression suddenly froze, and before it turned its head to see Bai behind it, its head slipped from its shoulders. Bai asked, "Is it the ghost you just mentioned?" The frightened member of the Demon Slayer Corps got up from the ground and stared at Bai, who killed the ghost casually. "How did you do it?" Bai made a killing gesture, "Just a casual swing, it died." Another member of the Demon Slayer Corps said, "What's your name?" "Bing." Bai answered casually. The member of the Demon Slayer Corps said sincerely, "Bing, join our Demon Slayer Corps. We really need talents like you now." Another member of the Demon Slayer Corps added, "The world is full of the kind of ghosts you just killed. We are seriously short of manpower. It won't be long before the matter can be completely covered up." Bai asked, "What kind of organization is your Demon Slayer Corps?" The member of the Demon Slayer Corps said, "The world is not what you see. When you join our Demon Slayer Corps, you will know the truth of the world." "The truth of the world?" Bai pretended to hesitate for a moment, then returned the sun blade in his hand to the other party and said, "Okay, if it is to deal with the man-eating monster just now, I am willing to join you." Seeing Bai agreed, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps said happily, "The old man will definitely be very happy." Bai looked suspicious, "Old man? You will know when you go to Saguriyama." After a pause, the member of the Demon Slayer Corps continued, "But I want to tell you that after that incident, our Demon Slayer Corps was seriously injured and it is difficult to support it. If you join us now, you will most likely die in the hands of demons in the future." Bai said, "If I don't join you, will I not be disturbed by demons?" The two members of the Demon Slayer Corps were stunned for a moment, and then smiled, "You are really a different person, maybe you will become a demon in the future, pillar-like existence. I had something to do today and came home very late. I only have this one update, sorry." Chapter 569, Collective Rebellion. On the way to Mount Saki, Bai asked about the situation of the Demon Slayer Corps indirectly. The member of the Demon Slayer Corps named Iki, who was saved by Bai before, said, "Our Demon Slayer Corps has a long history. For hundreds of years, we have been fighting against demons in the dark and protecting all living beings." Another member of the Demon Slayer Corps named Hiromi nodded with pride, "Yes. Bing, the reason why you don't know the existence of demons until you grow up is all thanks to us." Bai was thoughtful after hearing this. After learning about the origin of the Demon Slayer Corps, he sighed in his heart, "I didn't expect that there would be an organization like the Demon Slayer Corps that has been entangled with demons for hundreds of years in this world. It seems that my initial decision was correct. As long as I join the Demon Slayer Corps, I should be able to easily obtain information about demons." Iki said, "Bing, you have the strongest talent among those I have ever seen. Once you master the breathing method, you should be able to become an excellent swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps." Bai looked puzzled, "Breathing method? Well, the reason why our Demon Slayer Corps can compete with demons is that we rely on the breathing method that can enhance our physique and speed. Only by practicing the breathing method can we be considered a true swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ikki seemed to have regarded Bai as a companion and explained with all his heart. Bai asked, "Then Senior Ikki, have you also practiced the breathing method?" He really didn't see where Ikki and Hirosaki, who had practiced the breathing method, had their physique and speed enhanced. Of course. Ikki nodded proudly. Hirosaki on the side said, "You don't have to worry. The Sagari mountain we are going to now is one of the training grounds of our Demon Slayer Corps. There is a legendary senior there." Legendary senior? Bai was a little curious and asked, "What kind of person is it? Didn't I tell you before? The strongest swordsman in our Demon Slayer Corps is called a pillar, and that senior not only served as a water pillar, but also trained 2 pillars. He is one of the current veterans of our Demon Slayer Corps. If it weren't for that incident." Halfway through his words, Ikki realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and stopped. Bai asked, "Ikki Senior, you mentioned that incident several times. What exactly is that incident you are talking about?" Guangxi sighed, "Just tell him. Anyway, he will know it when he officially joins the Demon Slayer Corps." Ikki also sighed and became depressed. 2 years ago, a serious rebellion occurred in our Demon Slayer Corps, which caused the Demon Slayer Corps to suffer a great loss of vitality and has not recovered until now. Bai asked, "Rebellion? Who rebelled?" Uchiha said in a deep voice, "Yes, the pillars, all the pillars. They rebelled, willing to be with the demons, and became accomplices of those bloodthirsty monsters." All the pillars. Bai was stunned at first, and then asked uncertainly, "You mean, the top leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps rebelled 2 years ago? How could this be?" Shaking his head, Yuki said helplessly, "Until now, we have not investigated the reasons for the Pillars' rebellion, but since then, the Pillars who became demons have disappeared and never appeared again." Disappeared? Bai's thoughts turned, and he seemed to understand something. Although the demons that invaded the ninja world all have the terrifying high-speed regeneration ability of demons, their differences can be clearly seen by careful distinction. For example, the upper strings should be pure demons, and the other group of swordsmen are most likely the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps who rebelled and fell in Yuki's mouth. It should be the mysterious person who organized the invasion of the ninja world, who used some excuse to persuade the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps to join the invasion of the ninja world. But these pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are obviously the mortal enemies of the demons. How could they be easily persuaded by the mysterious man? There must be some secret involved. Bai felt that the secret involved was probably related to the mysterious man's insistence on invading the ninja world. The talkative Ikki continued, "Fortunately, those powerful upper string and lower string demons disappeared for some reason, which made our Demon Slayer Corps barely survive that crisis. It's just that in recent days, demons have suddenly become active, and reports of demons eating people have appeared everywhere, making our Demon Slayer Corps exhausted." Gaga. Suddenly, a black crow landed on Ikki's shoulder. "New mission, new mission." Ikki and Hirosaki smiled bitterly at each other. Just as they said, the demons seem to have gone crazy recently, killing everywhere without restraint, leaving them without even a moment of peace. Gently patting his crow, Ikki said to Bai, "Bing, it seems that we can only send you here. But don't worry, we have informed Sajiriyama of your information. Once you get there, you can receive training from the Demon Slayer Corps." Guangxi said, "A talented guy like you should be able to become our companion soon. Work hard, I hope we can fight side by side in the future." Bai nodded, "Thank you for your care, I will work hard." Looking at the backs of the 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps leaving, Bai sorted out the information he had collected. Obviously, unlike what he had initially imagined, the demons in this world did not appear on the stage, but were hidden in the dark and unknown to the public. At the same time, there is an organization in this world that has been fighting against demons for hundreds of years. Demon Slayer Corps. That swordsman. Could he be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? For some reason, Shiro remembered the battle that destroyed the anchor point, and the silent swordsman who was alone on the island. Why did the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps rebel? Who is the mysterious man who instigated them? Where is he hiding now? These questions, I am afraid, can only be answered by joining the Demon Slayer Corps. After figuring this out, Shiro no longer hesitated and continued to rush towards the direction of Mount Sagiri. On the other side, after browsing the library all night, Karin had a general understanding of this world. Like Shiro, she did not expect that the existence of demons in this world where demons live is not known to people. She read many books, and only a few of them mentioned demons in a few words. Those ghosts are obviously man-eating monsters, why are there so few records about them? With the power of ordinary people in this world, it is impossible to fight against ghosts. No, there must be someone or a force covering up the existence of ghosts. Maybe if we find the person who covers up these events, we can find clues about the mysterious person. Soon after, Karin told Shinji her thoughts in the routine Niobe contact. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 570, Sagiri Mountain. Shinji naturally knew about the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, and also knew that the Demon Slayer Corps covered up the existence of ghosts to prevent panic from spreading. But Karin's speculation gave him a way of thinking. Unlike the Demon Slayer world of the original time and space, because of the existence of the mysterious man, the Lantern Bearer, the power comparison between the demons and the Demon Slayer Corps in the Demon Slayer world should be very different. In other words, with the ability of the Demon Slayer Corps, it may not be able to completely cover up the fact that demons exist. But the current situation is that the existence of demons is not known to the general public, but is passed on by word of mouth among a specific group of people like urban legends or strange stories. This is very interesting. Who can make such a powerful demon keep a low profile and hide in the dark? You should know that even the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps have become the pawns of the mysterious man. It can be said that there is no one in the entire Demon Slayer world who can stop the mysterious man, except himself. Following this line of thought, it is not difficult to come up with a guess, that is, the mysterious man himself, the Demon King, is likely to be the one who conceals the existence of the demon. So Shinji gave Karin an order to check the government functional departments such as newspapers and the Public Security Bureau one by one to see if she can find the demons hidden in them. In this world without chakra, Karin's Kagura heart eye is indeed useless, but as long as the distance is close enough, she can still sense the demons with vitality far beyond ordinary people, so the investigation work is not a difficult task for her. Sagiri Mountain. Even if he deliberately slowed down his pace, Bai quickly arrived at Sagiri Mountain, one of the training grounds of the Demon Slayer Corps mentioned by Ikki. After entering the mountain area, there were only dilapidated farmhouses around, which formed a sharp contrast with the prosperity of the city before, as if they were two different worlds. Walking on the rugged mountain road, Bai vigilantly observed the surroundings. Through the direct access, he had reported to Shinji his plan to infiltrate the Demon Slayer Corps and collect information about the mysterious person. Shinji did not expect Bai to contact the Demon Slayer Corps so quickly and obtain the qualification to go to Sagiri Mountain for training. Considering that this was also an intelligence channel, Shinji did not stop Bai's attempt, but only warned Bai not to underestimate the enemy. Because all the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps participated in the invasion of the ninja world, even Shinji could not tell what the situation of the Demon Slayer Corps was now. Not long after, Bai, who was walking in the mountains and forests, heard a noise. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that on the hillside in front, several teenagers were avoiding various bamboo traps while stumbling towards the direction of the mountain. Bai stopped and looked for a while, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It is not difficult to see that this is a kind of training to exercise the body's reaction and coordination ability, but the means are relatively primitive. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Bai. Bai turned calmly and looked at the old man behind him. The other party was folding his hands behind his back was a little hunched, and he looked quite old, but he was wearing an exaggerated Tengu mask on his face, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. While Bai was looking at the old man was also looking at Bai. Are you the genius mentioned in Yumu's letter? Bai nodded lightly. Senior Yumu did write a letter of recommendation for me. Excuse me, are you the person responsible for training us here? The old man nodded, turned around and sighed, hey, follow me. For some reason, Bai felt a deep fatigue and helplessness from the old man in front of him, as if he was trying to fight against a wave that he could not fight at all. Soon, Bai followed the old man to a house on the mountainside. The old man panted lightly, then looked at Bai seriously, his tone much more serious than before. I thought Yumo was talking nonsense again, but I didn't expect that he didn't lie this time. Bai suddenly understood. It turned out that the old man asked him to catch up just now, just to test his physical strength and speed, and the result was naturally self-evident. Metaphor. Although the old man was once a pillar, the breathing method is only a technique to tap the potential of the body. Although he is old and weak, his strength has naturally declined seriously. This is not the case with Bai. Because of the existence of chakra, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people in the demon world, not to mention that he also masters the secret technique of speed, which makes it easy for him to keep up with the old man. The appearance of Bai made the originally depressed old man suddenly energetic. He pointed to a path down the mountain and ordered, "You go down this road now. You have just seen what is along the way. If you can perfectly avoid all the traps, I will accept you as my apprentice." "Okay." Bai nodded and turned to step onto the downhill road full of traps. For a ninja, especially a ninja like Bai who is meticulous and courageous, this test is simply child's play. It's just that Bai deliberately slowed down his pace in order not to be too ostentatious. Otherwise, with his speed, he can jump directly on the tree and ignore all the traps on the ground. Following behind Bai, the old man's expression was serious at first, then slowly turned solemn, and finally the face under the mask was full of surprise. He had overestimated Bai as much as possible, but he still didn't expect Bai's talent to be higher than all his previous disciples. No, it should be higher than everyone he had ever seen. "Hey, who is he? So fast. Is he also a disciple of the teacher? Why haven't I seen him before? Damn, has this guy completely mastered the breathing method and is a formal swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps?" The teenagers who were still stumbling forward on the mountain road were soon caught up and surpassed by Bai. And seeing Bai who was so far away, easily avoiding all traps, and even his clothes were not dirty, their shock in their hearts can be imagined. Not long after, Bai arrived at the foot of the mountain. The old man followed closely and landed beside him, asking, "How did you do it?" Bai said, "I have been very agile since I was a child. I have to say, you are very similar to that person." The old man sighed, and then said, "Have you thought about it? The current situation is more serious than ever. If you join the Demon Slayer Corps at this time, you may die in the hands of demons tomorrow." Bai nodded, "I am not afraid of demons." The old man looked relieved, "Very good, from now on I will guide you to practice the breathing method. With your talent, I believe you can master the breathing of water in less than a month." "Yes." Bai nodded again. Then, he learned the name of this old man, whose name was Uchiha Kanji. On the top of a mountain. Shinji looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, then lowered his head to sense the lamp hanging on his waist, and then muttered to himself, "It is true, this world is being targeted by the Overlord. It's just a small effort, please help everyone." Chapter 571 The Overlord's Gaze. The occasional flash of red light in the night sky did not attract the attention of too many people in this world. Even if someone noticed it, they would only think it was fireworks or something else. Only Shinji, who controlled the light, knew that the occasional flash of red light was the Overlord's gaze from the depths of the universe. This world has been locked. Shinji couldn't help but sigh. He still remembered the soul-shaking tragedy when he witnessed the destruction of a world. In front of the Overlord, everything in the world was too small. Concentrating his thoughts, Shinji lowered his head and pondered, with the energy intensity of this Demon Slayer world, no matter how much the mysterious man practices, he can't resist the Overlord, so his invasion of the ninja world is most likely to get rid of the Overlord's prying eyes. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. But how did he achieve this goal of getting the Demon Slayer world out of the Overlord's prying eyes by invading the ninja world? The mysterious man's invasion was not a large-scale invasion without any rules. This can be seen from the fact that he did not mobilize ordinary people in the Demon Slayer world, but only gathered the elite forces of demons and the Demon Slayer Corps to invade the ninja world. Moreover, the invasion of the mysterious man often focuses on anchoring the coordinates of the ninja world and targeting him, the lantern-bearer of the ninja world. He deliberately wants to find and eliminate me, it must be because I, the lantern-bearer, will interfere with his plan. After a pause, Shinji secretly said, "It seems that if you want to figure out all this, you still have to catch the mysterious man first." Sagari Mountain. Bang! After Bai kicked one person away, he immediately moved sideways to avoid the wooden sword slash of another person, and then smashed the other person to the ground with the wooden sword in his hand. Ouch! How is it possible? Is this guy really a novice? The Demon Slayer Corps trainees who fell to the ground were either screaming and wailing on the ground, or looking at Bai in disbelief. A good confrontation practice turned into Bai's personal show. He fought 1 against 7, and in less than a minute, he easily knocked down many trainees who had come several months earlier than him. Uchiha Kanji, who was standing by, clasped his hands behind his back and watched everything silently, seemingly very calm. However, if it weren't for the Tengu mask on his face, everyone would have found that the surprise on his face was no less than that of others. Ahem. After coughing twice, Urokodaka Seikanji motioned for Bai to follow him, and then turned and left. Bai followed him with understanding. Leaving the practice field, Urokodaka Seikanji said to Bai, "Bing, the training just now is no longer suitable for you. Starting tomorrow, we will have new training." Bai asked, "What kind of training is it?" Urokodaka Seikanji opened his mouth, but paused, and finally left only one sentence, "You will know tomorrow." "Yes." Bai nodded gently. Today he deliberately tried several times and found that these members of the Demon Slayer Corps on Mount Sakigiri did not seem to know the existence of ninjas, or to be more precise, the existence of the ninja world. Even Urokodaka Seikanji, who had the most seniority and had trained 2 pillars, seemed to know nothing about the ninja world and chakra. With the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, the mysterious man should be able to easily wipe them out. Why can they compete with the demons for hundreds of years? Bai temporarily suppressed this doubt. He is currently just an ordinary trainee of the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps only after becoming a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps can he understand the more hidden secrets between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. The next morning, Urokodaka Seikanji called Bai and came to a waterfall in Sajiri Mountain. Bai asked curiously, "Teacher, what are you bringing me here for?" Urokodaka Seikanji slowly drew out the saber from his waist and pointed to the waterfall not far away. "Look carefully, I will only demonstrate it once." Bai had long noticed that Urokodaka Seikanji was different today, with the saber hanging on his waist. Seeing him draw the saber, he suddenly became interested. Swish! Soon, Urokodaka Seikanji flew into the air and shouted, "Water breathing, Form 1, water surface slash." A parallel sword blade flew out and slashed on the falling waterfall, cutting off the waterfall evenly for a while. Seeing this, Bai's pupils shrank immediately. Although Urokodaka Seikanji was old and weak, and his strength was not as good as before, his swordsmanship was still extremely sharp when he burst out with the breathing method. However, Bai was not shocked by Urokodaka Seikanji's sharp swordsmanship. Instead, when he saw Urokodaka Seikanji performing the water-breathing one form, water surface slash, the scene instantly overlapped with the figure of the demon swordsman in the unforgettable island battle that year. No mistake, the mysterious swordsman on the island that year was the member of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced water breathing. Landing gently, Urokodaka Seikanji turned around and looked at Bai. "Did you see it clearly?" Bai did not answer, but drew out the wooden sword hanging on his waist. After the island battle, he didn't know how many times he had simulated this one form, water surface slash in private, but no matter how he simulated it, he always felt that it lacked a little charm. Now he finally understood that what he lacked was the matching breathing method, water breathing. The other side of the waterfall. Seeing Bai slowly drawing out the wooden sword like he did just now, Urokodaka Seikanji's face was full of doubt. In his mind, no matter how talented Bai was, it was impossible for him to master the first form, water surface slash in one day. Because this was beyond the scope of genius. However, he had a certain expectation in his heart, because in his mind, with the current situation, if there was no amazing talent in the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no way to reverse the decline. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. At this moment, Bai shouted lightly, and then jumped high, swinging the wooden sword in his hand at a precise angle, so steady that he didn't look like a novice at all. Swish! In an instant, the sword light flew out, once again cutting off the waterfall in the mountain stream. This! Urokodaka Seikanji was surprised. He never thought that Bai could master the first form, water surface slash just by watching him perform it once. He was a little dazed for a moment. He thought of his hard work in practicing the water breathing and his missing proud disciples Tomioka Jiyu and Kamatu Tanjiro. In his eyes, these two disciples were rare geniuses, but compared with Bai in front of him, that. However, at that moment, something even more bizarre happened. The cut-off waterfall did not recover, but quickly froze and spread upwards. In just a blink of an eye, the waterfall turned into a glacier with cold air. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 572 Water Column. If it was difficult for Urokodaka Seikanji to accept that Bai had mastered the one form, water surface slash after only watching his demonstration once, then the scene in front of him was really jaw-dropping. If he was not wearing the Tengu mask, the exaggerated expression on his face now would have consumed all the majesty he had accumulated in the past. Bai was also a little surprised. Because he just recalled the figure of Tomioka Jiyu swinging his sword during the battle on the island, he was fascinated for a moment and used the ice escape chakra unconsciously. You should know that in the Demon Slayer world, there is no such energy as chakra, so his act of freezing the broken waterfall with a sword deeply shocked Urokodaka Seikanji. After a while, Urokodaka Seikanji came to his senses and asked Bai, "How did you do it?" While Bai was observing Urokodaka Seikanji, he said, "I don't know too much." Urokodaka Seikanji approached the frozen broken waterfall, jumped up, and stabbed the rock next to him with his long sword. On the wall, holding the hilt of the knife hanging in the air, he reached out and touched the ice crystals that were still emitting bursts of cold air, and then his face became solemn. It was obvious. This was not a trick, but real ice. After falling to the ground, Urokodaka Seikanji pointed his knife at Bai and said sternly, "Who are you? Did you just perform a blood demon technique?" The swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps could not do such a thing, at least he, the former water pillar, could not do it. In his impression, the blood demon technique of the demons could actually create all kinds of extraordinary things, so he immediately became alert. Seeing Urokodaka Seikanji pointing his knife at him, Bai was shocked at first, and thought that the other party recognized the chakra and saw through that he had just accidentally performed the ice escape. However, the second half of the other party's words dispelled his doubts at once, because he had seen Doma, the upper five who could create ice crystals, so it was not surprising that Urokodaka Seikanji had such doubts. Facing Urokodaka Seikanji's doubt, Bai replied calmly, "I'm not a ghost." Urokodaka Seikanji was slightly startled, and then suddenly realized. At the first sight of Bai, he had confirmed that the other party was not a ghost. Since he was not a ghost, he naturally could not perform blood ghost art, so his suspicion of Bai was fundamentally unfounded. "But how can you do such a thing?" As he said, Urokodaka Seikanji looked at the ice waterfall with cold air in surprise. "You must know that although the breathing method can give people a feeling of water flow, or flames, etc., these are not real. In other words, any move of water breathing cannot create a large number of water waves out of thin air, at least his predecessor's water column cannot do it." Bai originally wanted to make a few perfunctory remarks and get away with it, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he had a thought and suddenly had a new idea. So he slowly stretched out his right hand and showed his palm to Urokodaka Seikanji. Urokodaka Seikanji's eyes were instantly attracted by Bai's right palm, and then his pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw a tiny ice crystal appear in Bai's palm right under his nose, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye it was the size of a palm. At this time, Bai said, "I don't know why, I have the ability to control ice since I was a child. My parents thought I was an alien and abandoned me, so since then, I dare not easily use this ability in front of others. This. Urokodaka Seikanji was a little incoherent for a while. He was also well informed, but he was still shocked to see Bai show this skill. He never thought that there would be such a person in the world. Bai said, "I'm sorry to make you feel uncomfortable." After that, Bai was ready to turn around and leave. This time he took the initiative to show his ice escape, just to reveal a little flaw, to try whether the Demon Slayer Corps was really incompatible with the demon forces. You know, when he confirmed that the mysterious swordsman who invaded the ninja world and guarded the anchor coordinates was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced the water breathing, the Demon Slayer Corps was no longer an innocent organization in his eyes, so he wanted to try whether there was any connection between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons, and whether there were any mysterious people's spies in the team. Seeing that Bai was about to leave, Urokodaka Seikanji immediately stopped him. "Stop." Bai turned around and looked at Urokodaka Seikanji. Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head, "I don't care if you are an alien or not, as long as you are not a demon, you can stay in Sagiri Mountain to practice and become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Bai asked, "Do you accept me?" Urokodaka Seikanji smiled bitterly, "Do you think we in the Demon Slayer Corps are still qualified to be picky?" Then, as if he thought of something, Urokodaka Seikanji was a little entangled, and asked after a long time, like just now, "How far can you go?" Bai was stunned. "What?" Urokodaka Seikanji hurriedly said, "Just making ice crystals, how far can you go? Is the frozen waterfall your limit?" Bai pointed to the ice waterfall, "If you try your best, the scale can be larger than this, and that is almost my limit." "What, can it be stronger?" Urokodakase Kanji was shocked again. The frozen waterfall has already reached the level of changing the natural environment. If it can be stronger, wouldn't it be equivalent to a swordsman mastering the blood demon art of the upper string demon level in a human body? Are you the messenger sent by the gods to save us? Urokodakase Kanji didn't believe this at first, but looking at Bai and the waterfall frozen by Bai, his heart was shaken. Sorry, I just want to save my own world. Looking at the excited Urokodakase Kanji, Bai sighed secretly in his heart. After a long time, Urokodakase Kanji finally calmed down, and then he returned to his usual sophisticated and calm appearance, and warned Bai, Bing, your power has exceeded the scope of ordinary people's understanding, so remember, if you can avoid using this power in the future, you must not use it easily. Yes. Bai nodded gently. Urokodakase Kanji rubbed his hands, okay, from now on I will officially accept you as my disciple. When you fully master the water breathing, you will be the new water pillar. Bai pointed at himself, I am the water pillar. Urokodakase Kanji said, you should have heard about the collective defection of the pillars of our Demon Slayer Corps from Iki. This is the most difficult time for our Demon Slayer Corps, so as long as I admit it, you will become a pillar. But that's all. Moreover, according to your ability, you deserve to be a water pillar, so there is nothing to worry about. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 573 The Meeting of All Pillars. Look carefully. Urokodakase Kanji waved the saber in his hand and jumped forward, and his body flipped, water breathing, at form, water wheel. Bai nodded lightly and waved the wooden sword in his hand, at form, water wheel. Although the two were one in front and one behind, their movements were almost identical, and even the sound of breaking wind from stirring the airflow was extremely similar. Don't stop! Urokodakase Kanji shouted while starting the next move. His body moved at high speed like a stream of water, leaving after images and drawing sword shadows like water waves. No doubt. This move is the three forms, flowing dance, which integrates attack and defense in water breathing. Bai followed closely behind, his figure dancing and sword shadows like shuttles, no matter in speed or skills, he was not inferior to Urokodakase Kanji. In this way, one taught and the other learned, and in just one day, Bai mastered all 11 sword moves of water breathing. Evening. Urokodakase Kanji sheathed his sword, panting lightly, and nodded with satisfaction, Bing, you are born to join our Demon Slayer Corps. Your future achievements may not be inferior to that legend. Bai asked curiously, legend? Urokodakase Kanji explained, it is the legendary swordsman who created the breathing method and enabled us to fight against demons. There are many deeds about him, and I will tell you slowly when I have time. Your current task is to practice water breathing well and master full concentration. Then I will recommend you to become the new water pillar and participate in the new All Pillars meeting. The Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Omiyashiki clan, was exterminated decades ago. In its place, there is an organization called the Pillar Meeting to lead the new Demon Slayer Corps. As the name suggests, the Pillar Meeting is a meeting attended by the 9 pillars. Due to the collective defection of the previous 9 pillars, the Demon Slayer Corps seemed to have been beheaded and fell into a dilemma of being leaderless. Fortunately, the 12 demon moons of the demons also disappeared, and there were still many trainers like Urokodakase Kanji who had retreated to the second line in the Demon Slayer Corps. Therefore, after experiencing the initial chaos, the Demon Slayer Corps finally stabilized its position and prepared to open a new pillar meeting to deal with the increasingly severe situation. There are only 9 places for the pillars, but there are many breathing schools. So it is not certain that you can get the position of the pillar by recommending a trainer. Before meeting Haku, Urokodakase Kanji never thought of recommending the water pillar, because neither the disciples trained in Sagiri Mountain nor the disciples who have officially become members of the Demon Slayer Corps have the strength to become a pillar. But after meeting Bai, he changed his mind. He even thought that Bai might be the savior who could summarize the hundreds of years of demon disasters, so he made up his mind to support Bai to ascend to the position of water pillar. The Meeting of All Pillars. Bai soon realized the importance of the Meeting of All Pillars. From the beginning to the end, he did not fully trust Urokodakase Kanji, or rather, he did not fully trust the Demon Slayer Corps that fought against demons. Because judging from the strength of those upper-ranked demons that invaded the ninja world and the mysterious people hiding behind those demons, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps was not enough to entangle with the other party for hundreds of years. In his initial estimation, the demon slayer world should have long been reduced to a paradise for evil demons, instead of maintaining the basic human social structure as it is now. However, after observing for the past few days, Urokodakase Kanji did not show any abnormality, and everything was normal in Sagiri Mountain. The trainees of the Demon Slayer Corps continued to practice hard day after day, with no demons sneaking in to inquire and no suspicious people coming in and out. As for the trainees in the mountains, Bai had also inquired about them privately. Without exception, all of these young men had deep hatred for demons. They were either attacked by demons or their relatives were killed by demons, so they joined the Demon Slayer Corps with all their might and tried to get justice from the demons. It seems that only by attending the meeting of the pillars can we identify the Demon Slayer Corps. Bai pondered. If the Demon Slayer Corps colluded with demons and was also secretly controlled by the mysterious man, then he would inevitably be attacked when he attended the meeting of the pillars this time. In this way, he could follow the clues and find clues about the mysterious man. If the Demon Slayer Corps did not collude with demons, then he could use the Demon Slayer Corps, a local force in the demon-destroying world, to help the leader find the whereabouts of the mysterious man. So, Bai secretly made up his mind to become one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the other side, following the clues, Karan quickly locked on to several suspicious people, among which the wife of the president of the Asahi Shimbun was the first to enter her field of vision. Asahi Shimbun is one of the largest newspapers. Unlike other newspapers, this newspaper never reports any news related to ghosts. Even if someone submits an article, it will be ignored. It is obvious that someone in the newspaper's senior management is deliberately covering up for ghosts. What caught Karen's attention was that the wife of the president of Asahi Shimbun was said to have a strange disease and could not bask in the sun, so she usually only moved around at night. This feature of the other party perfectly matched the activity habits of ghosts. In addition, Asahi Shimbun's behavior of covering up the existence of ghosts, all these factors combined made Karen decide to go to the president's wife who had a strange disease to see if she was a ghost. At night. Karen easily avoided the guards outside the yard and sneaked into the president's mansion of the Asahi Shimbun. At this time, the beautiful president's wife was lazily lying on the sofa, scolding one of her subordinates, "You idiots, the blood you have supplied recently is getting worse and worse. I want virgin blood, look at what garbage you sent." "I'm sorry, ma'am." The subordinate lowered his head and trembled. The president's wife said coldly, "I don't want to hear this, I just want blood." The subordinate, who was just an ordinary person, wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained with a stiff face, "Recently, there have been a lot of reports of ghosts biting people in the city. The whole city is in a panic. The Public Security Bureau can no longer suppress it, so the supply channel for you has been affected." Another ridiculous explanation for their own incompetence. The president's wife snorted lightly, and then frowned slightly. "This is not a solution. Go and investigate where the ghosts who committed the crime are hiding and find them out for me." "Yes," the subordinate responded. The president's wife waved her hand, "Get lost." The subordinate carefully closed the door and retreated. Just when the president's wife was about to use blood, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Her face suddenly turned cold. "Who is outside? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me at this time?" The door was pushed open, and the subordinate who had just left walked in with a dazed look. Behind him, Karen leaned against the door frame, tilted her head, and looked at the president's wife who was drinking blood on the sofa. "Ghost. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 574, President's Wife. After seeing Karen leaning against the door frame, the president's wife, who was originally lying lazily on the sofa, instantly tensed up, like a frightened cat. "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" The president's wife immediately arched her back and crawled on the sofa. 2 fangs stretched out from her bright red lips, and sharp claws grew on her hands. "It's really a ghost." Karen raised the corner of her mouth. The other party's reaction has confirmed her speculation. This trip should be worthwhile. However, to Karen's surprise, the president's wife seemed to be baring her teeth and claws, as if she would pounce on her at the next moment, but she threw the can full of blood at Karen, and then she flashed and rushed into the secret door on the side of the room and disappeared. After a slight shock, Karen shook her head and smiled. The president's wife who rushed into the secret door was on all fours, running like a beast in the secret passage of the mansion. It is obvious that she is not an ordinary ghost. Perhaps her strength is not as good as the 12 demon moons, but it is not much different. More importantly, she has the rationality that ordinary ghosts do not have. Otherwise, she would not be sent by the mysterious man to the president of the newspaper to undertake such an important task. It stands to reason that with her strength, even if the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps came to her, she would not be so panicked, but for some reason, the moment she saw Karin, her blood demon art frantically warned her. Yes, the reason why the president's wife can always be free and easy in human society is because her blood ghost art is very special. Although it does not increase her combat power, it can warn her and keep her away from danger. Dong! Just then, a drum sound suddenly rang in the ears of the president's wife. She stopped and looked around in confusion, preparing to find the source of the drum sound. As a result, everything around her suddenly began to change, and her feet were empty, and she fell into a room for no reason. Is this the kitchen? The president's wife looked around, and the confusion on her face became stronger. Because her secret passage leads directly to the underground pipeline outside the mansion, which is connected in all directions, as long as she can hide there, no matter how many pursuers are behind her, she will not be able to find her. The kitchen is on the other side of the mansion, which has nothing to do with her secret passage. At this time, her pupil shrank, and the whole person was like a cat with its fur blown up. It turned out that in a corner of the kitchen, Karin was sitting on a dining table, swinging her legs and playing with a small drum in her hand. The drum in Karin's hand was the trophy left behind after Shinji killed the drum demon. The ability of this drum is somewhat similar to the Infinite City controlled by Naruto. Both are rare space-based blood demon arts, but this drum can only control the space within a building, which is a bit useless to Shinji, so he gave this drum to Karin. This time, because everything is unknown, Karin brought all the equipment to the counter-invasion of the Demon Slayer world, and this small drum that can only control space is naturally no exception. That's the drum demons. The president's wife recognized the origin of the small drum in Karin's hand at a glance, because space-based blood demon arts are very rare. Karin jumped down from the table. I have a question for you. The president's wife knew that she couldn't escape, so even if her blood demon arts were still frantically warning her, she decided to fight with Karin. Swish! But just as the president's wife was about to pounce and tear Karin to pieces, several golden chains with a glittering halo suddenly shot out from Karin's body and tied up the president's wife tightly. On a high cliff. Shinji stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the city in the distance, and whispered, "Ha! The Demon Slayer Corps is going to reselect the 9 pillars?" He did not relax the surveillance on Sagiri Mountain, so Bai reported all the information he had found out about the Demon Slayer Corps to him. Therefore, he knew the current situation of the Demon Slayer Corps. The so-called defected pillars obviously participated in the invasion of the ninja world, but the Demon Slayer Corps knew nothing about it. This shows that the mysterious man blocked the news from the bottom and did not want the relevant information to spread too quickly and too widely. Bai goes to be the water pillar. After a pause, Shinji smiled and said, "It is indeed well deserved." He also became a little interested in the upcoming meeting of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. If the Demon Slayer Corps has a connection with the mysterious man, then he can find the mysterious man through the connection. If not, the Demon Slayer Corps will become a pawn in his hands. The mysterious man can steal the Kusagakuer village in the ninja world, so he can also control the Demon Slayer Corps in secret. Swish! At this moment, Karin brought the subdued president's wife and the president's wife's subordinate to Shinji. "My lord, everyone is here." Shinji nodded gently. He had learned about Karin's progress through Niobe before, and knew that Karin had successfully captured the president's wife, a ghost lurking in human society. But the other party was unmoved, and Karin, who had lost the samsara eye, had no way to torture her to get any effective information. So Shinji asked Karin to bring the person over and he would torture her. After sending Karin to continue investigating other clues, Shinji first came to the president's wife's subordinate and put one hand on the other's head. With his current pupil power, he could also get the information he wanted by using illusion torture, but this was obviously not as effective as the soul extraction of the samsara eye. Soon, Shinji extracted the other's soul from his body and checked it. Is he just a leader responsible for collecting blood? After checking the memory of the president's wife's subordinate, Shinji waved his hand and lifted the pupil technique. Then, Shinji came to the president's wife. Seeing Shinji extract the soul of his subordinate, the president's wife, who was imprisoned by the 4-symbol seal, was shocked. At this time, her blood demon technique was warning her madly with unprecedented strength, but she was powerless and could only watch the mysterious man in front of her wearing a cat-faced mask and a red cloud suit step by step towards her, so she asked tremblingly, You You are not from the Demon Slayer Corps. Who are you? Shinji did not stop and asked casually, where is the Demon King? The president's wife was shocked and scared, and said hurriedly, I don't know. Is that so? After a pause, Shinji activated the eye technique and put his hand on the president's wife's head, then let me see for myself. You. Before she finished speaking, the president's wife found that her soul seemed to have left her body, and then she fell into confusion. Everything in the past was like a revolving lantern in her mind. After a while, Shinji lifted the eye technique and said lightly, it's really strange. Chapter 575 Broken Stone. Shinji released his pupil technique and put down the unconscious wife of the president, but a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Through soul extraction, he had thoroughly browsed the memory of the president's wife. As he expected, this president's wife was indeed a pawn planted by the mysterious man in human society, whose role was to control the newspaper and cover up the existence of ghosts as much as possible. And according to the memory of the president's wife, there were more ghosts like her lurking in the upper echelons of human society. It's just that I don't know whether the mysterious man is cautious by nature or to prevent his subordinates from connecting with each other. In short, the identity of other hidden ghosts is unknown to the president's wife. Of course. What caused Shinji to be suspicious was not this, but that after checking the memory of the president's wife, he was surprised to find that the president's wife had not contacted the mysterious man for several months. Calculate the time. It seems that it happened to start from the Battle of Grass Country, when the mysterious man was defeated and fled. Didn't the mysterious man escape back? Shinji's face darkened. The wife of the president who controls the newspaper has a high position under the mysterious man. If the mysterious man successfully escaped from the ninja world and returned to the demon world, he shouldn't have been out of contact for so long. So this made Shinji have a bad guess, that is, the mysterious man might have had an accident and failed to successfully escape back to the demon world during the Battle of the Grass Country. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Shinji's face became more gloomy. He was still aiming to catch the mysterious man, find out the purpose of his invasion of the ninja world, and find a way to save the ninja world. If the mysterious man was dead, his plan would be ruined. With a change of mind, Shinji looked at the president's wife on the ground. Now he couldn't be 100% sure whether the mysterious man had escaped back to the demon world, because if the other party was recovering from his injuries or planning some other plan, it was not impossible that he would not be able to contact the president's wife for a few months. So this president's wife is still useful. After a long time, the president's wife, whose soul had been taken away, woke up slowly, and then she shrank and trembled as she looked at Shinji in front of her. Shinji ignored her and just looked at the horizon. It will be dawn soon. The president's wife hurriedly looked in the direction of the sunrise, her face full of fear. Shinji then slowly retracted his gaze. Guang, live or die? It's your choice. The president's wife asked timidly, what do you want me to do? Shinji said calmly, there should be a lot of ghosts lurking in human society, right? What I want you to do is very simple, that is, use your own resources to find them one by one for me. This. The president's wife hesitated. If she did this, it would be equivalent to betraying the mysterious man. Thinking of the mysterious man's strength and cruelty, she was a little hesitant. Shinji did not urge her. Anyway, time was passing. It would not be long before the first ray of morning light in the east would shine on the earth. The president's wife obviously realized her situation. The consequences of betraying the mysterious man were unpredictable, but if she disobeyed Shinji, she would be reduced to ashes at sunrise, so after weighing the pros and cons, she nodded and said, I am willing to serve you. 5 days. I will only give you 5 days. If you can find other ghosts hidden in the upper echelons of human society, you can continue to live. After a pause, Shinji said, of course, you can also try to escape. Don't dare. The president's wife buried her beautiful face deeply. Go away. Shinji waved his hand. The president's wife was immediately pardoned and quickly fled towards the city. She had to escape to a safe place before sunrise, otherwise, she would soon turn into ashes if exposed to the sun. On the way to escape, she gradually calmed down. As the mysterious man of the Ghost King, she had been missing for so long together with the 12 ghost moons. In fact, she had already had various speculations in her heart. After being captured alive by Shinji, she realized that the mysterious man, the Ghost King, must have been hostile to a certain force, and it is very likely that he suffered a great loss, otherwise, the mysterious man would not have disappeared for so long. The other party asked me to find other ghosts, probably to collect clues, and then follow the clues to find that adult. The president's wife thought to herself with a sinking heart, what should I choose? If the big ship of the Ghost King is going to sink, she doesn't mind jumping off the ship in advance to escape. It's just that Shinji acted too mysterious, so she couldn't figure out Shinji's background, and couldn't judge who would win the fight between Shinji and the Ghost King in the end. And now she has lost the qualification to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. If she doesn't find a scapegoat within 5 days, she will die. I can only find 1 or 2 ghosts first and deal with the troubles in front of me first. She secretly made up her mind. As for escaping, she also had this idea, but she quickly put it behind her, because she thought that if the other party dared to let her go, they would not be afraid of her escaping. Sagiri Mountain. Ha! Hey! Amidst the shouts, the trainees of the Demon Slayer Corps used the Nichiren swords in their hands to chop the round boulder in front of them again and again. But no matter how they chopped, the boulder did not move at all. Bai watched this scene from a distance with a serious expression. During the days of training in Sagiri Mountain, he had gradually integrated into the trainees, and when he learned that this group of humans without chakra could only rely on the breathing method and the Nichiren swords in their hands to fight against the powerful demons, he felt a sense of respect in his heart. So although the trainees in the distance looked embarrassed when they chopped the boulder, he did not have the slightest intention of mocking or ridiculing. Just then, a footstep came from behind him. Bai turned around immediately, and saw Urokodaka Seikanji walking towards him and throwing a sheathed Nichiren sword to him. After catching the Nichiren sword, Bai looked at Urokodaka Seikanji. "Teacher, this is..." Urokodaka Seikanji said, "This is the Nichiren sword that was sent over from the swordsmith village in a hurry. I customized it for you." "My Nichiren sword?" Bai was slightly startled. Clang! Immediately, with a crisp sound, he pulled his Nichiren sword out of the scabbard. Looking at the Nichiren sword with a faint blue halo all over, he murmured, "Is this the Nichiren sword that can kill demons?" Urokodaka Seikanji pointed to the largest round boulder in the distance. "Although I have recognized you, the rules cannot be abolished. Only when the boulder is cut off can it be considered officially completed." "Hey!" Bai exhaled lightly, secretly activated the water breathing, and the whole person turned into a residual shadow and flashed past the boulder. Then, the boulder broke into 2 pieces under the astonished eyes of everyone. Bai put the sword back into the sheath. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 576 Fujishiyama. On the mountain road leading out of Sagiri Mountain, Urokodaka Seikanji led a large group of Demon Slayer Corps trainees to see off Shiro, who was attending the meeting of the pillars. Urokodaka Seikanji was still wearing his Tengu mask, standing alone behind the crowd, silently watching Shiro going away, while the trainees waved to Shiro one by one. For them, Shiro's appearance was like a dream, coming and going quickly. Before they even had time to interact with each other, Shiro had already changed into the uniform of a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps and went to run for the new 9 pillars with the Sunwheel sword. That guy Bing should be able to become a water pillar, right? He will definitely be able to do it, he's a monster. We should also work hard, we can't be left too far behind by him. The trainees regained their spirits. They participated in the Demon Slayer trial earlier than Bai. If Bai became a pillar and they had not yet become formal members of the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be embarrassing. Urokodaka Seikanji put his hands behind his back, feeling more relaxed than before when he sent his disciples out of the mountain. Because he knew that Bai's strength had far surpassed his, even the previous water pillar was probably not Bai's opponent, so he was very confident that Bai would participate in the meeting of all pillars this time. After walking a few miles, Bai took a last look back at the Sagiri Mountain behind him. In fact, he likes the simple life in Sagiri Mountain. Ah! After sighing, Bai put on the prepared dog face mask. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps can also wear masks. Urokodaka Seikanji wears a Tengu mask all day long, so Bai also found a dog face mask before going down the mountain. It only took 2 days for Bai to arrive at the venue of this meeting of the pillars, Fujishiyama. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was shocked by the dreamlike sea of wisteria flowers in front of him, and thought to himself, "Is this the wisteria flower that Urokodaka mentioned that can drive away ghosts?" At this time, a person sitting cross-legged on the tree stretched out his head. "Are you here to attend this meeting of the pillars too?" Bai looked over and nodded. The other party fell from the tree, looked up and down at Bai, and then stretched out his hand. "My name is Zenitsu Agatsuma, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Like you, I am also here to attend this meeting of the pillars. Bai shook hands with the other party cautiously. My name is Bing. Zenitsuo Agatsuma asked curiously, why do you wear a mask? By the way, what breathing method are you practicing? After a few simple words, Bai found that this yellow-haired demon slayer was a very kind and talkative person. The two walked forward together and came to the torii in front of Fujiki Mountain. They found that there were already 7 or 8 swordsmen gathered there. Zenitsu smiled, these guys are here. Bai asked casually, do you know them all? Yes, I know most of them. Zenitsu nodded, and then pointed in turn, the one standing under the tree over there is Kaneo, who is practicing flower breathing. The one sitting cross-legged on the steps is Fuzugawa Jinya, he is a lunatic, let's not talk about him. The guy sleeping on the ground over there is the one wearing a pig head. He is Inashuk, who practices the beast breathing. Although he looks like a fool, he is surprisingly reliable. According to Zenitsu's introduction, Bai remembered all the demon slayers gathered under the Fujisaki Yama Torii. Because those who can participate in this meeting of the pillars are basically elite demon slayers who can take over the pillars recommended by various trainers. Whether Bai can become one of the 9 pillars depends on competing with these people. Soon, Zenitsu came forward and greeted the others enthusiastically, but Bai did not follow him. Instead, he came to an empty corner alone and leaned against a tree. He closed his eyes and rested. This meeting of the pillars might be a trap for him, so he didn't dare to be careless. After half a day, many swordsmen arrived at Fujiksi Mountain one after another. After walking around Fujiksi Mountain, Bai finally knew why the meeting of the pillars was held at Fujiksi Mountain. Because the whole mountain was surrounded by layers of wisteria flowers, forming a natural barrier, there was no need to worry about being attacked by ghosts when holding a meeting here. When Bai came to the torii at the entrance of the mountain again, there were already 18 swordsmen gathered there. At this time, Zenitsu came to Bai and asked, Bing, where have you been? Bai said, I walked around. Zenitsu hurriedly said, don't wander around, the meeting is about to start. While nodding, Bai looked at the swordsman who came later, and his eyes suddenly fell on a girl. Zenitsu noticed something, followed Bai's gaze, and then said, that's Nezuko, who practices the strongest sun breathing, and is the one with the most hope of becoming a pillar among us. Sun breathing. Bai was a little surprised. He had also heard about this breathing method known as the first breathing method, but he didn't expect to see its practitioners at the meeting of all pillars. At this time, the group came to the front of a group of swordsmen. Because of the extinction of the Yubayashiki family and the collective defection of the previous 9 pillars, the Demon Slayer Corps was leaderless, so a temporary group composed of older trainers, swordsmiths, etc. became the arbitrators of this selection of the new 9 pillars. Ahem. After coughing twice, an old man wearing a mask stood up and said, you are all the existing elites of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the new 9 pillars will be selected from you. The selection rules are very simple. The old man pointed to Fujiki Mountain behind him and said, you should be familiar with this mountain. In 3 days, the 9 swordsmen who kill the most demons will become the new 9 pillars. What a boring selection. Fuzugawa Swanya spat lightly, with a very disdainful expression. Swish. However, at this moment, a swordsman had already rushed into Fujiki Mountain with a wow. Bai looked and found that the one who rushed into Fujiki Mountain first was Inashuk, who was wearing a pig head mask all day long and introduced by Zenitsu before. It seemed that they were influenced by Inashuk, and the other swordsmen did not bother to express any opinions and rushed into Fujiki Mountain one after another. For a while in between, there was a continuous sound of breaking wind, and crows were flying around. Zenitsu was a little anxious. Bing, no, they are cheating, let's go into the mountain quickly. Otherwise, all the ghosts in the mountain will be wiped out by them. Bai was a little speechless and had to follow Zenitsu. After all the 18 swordsmen rushed into Fujiksi Mountain, the trainers and swordsmiths in charge of arbitration began to discuss. Nezuko should be the strongest swordsman in our Demon Slayer Corps at present. Well, but I heard from the old guy Urokodaka that his new disciples are very strong. Is it the boy who fell behind and wore a dog-faced mask? I don't think I have seen him before. Maybe it's just that old guy Urokodaka bragging. Chapter 577 Hunting Ghosts and Hunting Swordsmen. Swish. A knife cut down, blood splattered. Bai jumped back to avoid the splattered blood, then sheathed his sword and looked at the ghost that gradually turned into ashes in the wailing, his face full of confusion. This ghost is too weak. Bai looked down at his Nichiren sword. Like Karan, he actually had a certain instinctive fear of bloodthirsty monsters like ghosts. In addition, the ghosts that invaded the ninja world were very powerful, so he always regarded the group of ghosts as the mortal enemy of mankind. But after the counter-invasion to the Demon Slayer world, he found that all the ghosts he met were vulnerable. If there was no Nichiren sword, it might take a little more effort, but once the Nichiren sword was in hand, it was easy to deal with these ghosts. Especially with the superposition of his breathing method and the secret technique of physical skill speed, many ghosts didn't even have time to react, and they were separated from their heads and bodies under his sword. Maybe it's what the adults said, everything has mutual generation and mutual restraint. Bai sighed in his heart. He understood that the reason why he felt that the demons had become so weak was because of the Nichiren sword in his hand, which could ignore the demons' unparalleled recovery ability and completely destroy them with just one beheading. Gaga. At this time, a crow above his head called a few times, 4, 4. Bai smiled, flashed, and continued to look for demons. With chakra, he was better than the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who only practiced the breathing method in terms of physical strength and speed, so once he got serious, the speed of sweeping demons was amazing. 7, 7. 12. 31. The crow following Bai was counting the number of demons that were destroyed for Bai in the air. From its non-stop chirping, it was known that with Bai's rapid sweep, a large number of demons turned into ashes under his Nichiren sword. Bai, who is used to keeping a low profile, usually doesn't choose to show off. However, he attended the meeting of the pillars this time to test the Demon Slayer Corps and gain power in the Demon Slayer Corps, so he must win a seat in the 9 pillars. After successfully killing the demons again and again, Bai soon met another Demon Slayer Corps swordsman while chasing a fleeing demon. Fujixe Mountain is so small that it is normal for more than a dozen swordsmen to meet. Besides, these swordsmen are the elite of the Demon Slayer Corps who are running for the 9 pillars, not the trainees in the past, so there are definitely not enough demons in Fujixe Mountain for so many elite swordsmen to kill, so it is inevitable that they will fight for them. The swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps glanced at Bai, and then shouted fiercely, "Get out of here, this one belongs to me." Bai recognized the other party. It was Fuzigawa Swanya who Zenitsu introduced to him before, so he said, "Whoever kills it first will own it." Swanya glared at Bai, "Are you looking for death?" Bai ignored Swanya's shouting, and rushed in front of the demon with a whoosh sound, and swung a knife in the demon's terrified eyes. Swish! Accompanied by the flash of the knife, the demon's head rose up and flew into the air. 32, 32. Following Bai's crows shouted at the right time. Fuzigawa Swanya's face suddenly turned black, but before he could say anything, Bai flashed and disappeared in front of him. So fast! Looking at Bai's disappearing figure, Xianmi frowned. He felt that the other party's speed was even faster than his brother, the previous wind pillar, Fuzigawa Shima. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. After 3 days of sweeping, there were only a few ghosts on the entire Fujixe Mountain, so each one would be fought over by 2 or 3 swordsmen, and sometimes even caused a melee among 7 or 8 swordsmen. This was unavoidable. There were 18 swordsmen participating in the election, but there were only 9 seats for the pillar. In the end, it would inevitably turn into a contest between swordsmen. Fortunately, everyone knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to the Demon Slayer Corps, so they were very restrained when fighting each other. Clang clang clang! In the forest, a ghost stood alone in the center, at a loss. Beside it, there were 6 swordsmen gathered. These 6 swordsmen fought against each other, as if they wanted to decide the winner. Bai was among them. Bai's opponent was not someone else, but Inashuk, the man who wore a pig head mask all day long, whom Zenitsu had introduced to him before. He launched a fierce attack, dancing the 2 swords in his hands tightly, attacking Bai like pouring water. Bai fought and retreated, looking around from time to time. After 3 days of extermination, he killed more than 50 ghosts by himself. This was because he couldn't find any ghosts in the later stage, otherwise, he could kill more. But he was not sure whether he could get a seat in the 9 pillars with more than 50 ghosts, so he thought that he might take advantage of the opportunity to compete for ghosts now to eliminate some swordsmen first, increase the chance of winning, and establish prestige, and increase the chips for further control of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. After making up his mind, Bai shook his body and directly launched rapid, breaking through the sword circle swung by Inashuk and bullying him. Hey! Inashuk was stunned immediately. Without waiting for Inashuk to react, Bai hit in Ashok's neck with an elbow and knocked him out. Then, he kicked his feet and rushed towards the other two pairs of swordsmen in battle like an arrow from a bow. In a few seconds, he knocked down all four of them. The ghost standing in the center, who was already trembling, was even more frightened after seeing this scene. You. Swish. Without any nonsense, Bai passed by the ghost and then walked into the forest. After a while, a blood mark appeared on the ghost's neck, and then the ghost's head gradually slipped from the neck and rolled on the ground. After starting, Bai was no longer just hunting ghosts. He also dealt with the swordsmen he met on the way, and then ordered the crows of those swordsmen to notify the lower-level swordsmen to enter the field and send the elite swordsmen who were knocked unconscious by him down the mountain. And with Bai's actions, Tengzi Mountain immediately became cold. The remaining swordsmen also knew about the behavior of Bai's hunting colleagues. They either hid alone or formed groups of 3 or 2 to work together to get rid of Bai. This change on the mountain was soon spread to the foot of the mountain. Watching the elite swordsmen competing for the 9 pillars being knocked unconscious and sent down the mountain, the trainers and swordsmiths gathered at the foot of the mountain looked at each other in bewilderment. Which one is this? The 8th one. That bastard doesn't want to defeat everyone, does he? What kind of disciple did that old guy Urokodaki accept? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 578 Pattern Resonance. Bai quickly shuttled through the forest, looking around. It has to be admitted that these swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps competing for the 9 pillars are still quite powerful. After discovering something wrong, they immediately responded, so that Bai searched for a long time and didn't find any more swordsmen. Do it! Just then, a shout came from the tree. Swish! 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 3 figures jumped down together and swung their swords at Bai. Bai's eyes flashed, and he immediately went up to meet them, water-breathing, land-form, twisting whirlpool. In an instant, Bai jumped into the air, and with an incredible figure, narrowly avoided the sneak attack of the 3 swordsmen, then turned the sun wheel sword in his hand around and slashed the 3 with the back of the sword. In just a moment, the winner was decided. After landing, Bai glanced at the 3 people and thought to himself, compared with Tomioka Jiu after his demonization, these swordsmen are still too weak. During the days of training in Sajiri Mountain, he had already found out that the swordsman who invaded the ninja world and guarded the island anchor alone was the disciple of Urokodaka Seikanji, the previous water pillar Tomioka Jiu. So every time he fought with a swordsman, he couldn't help but compare Tomioka Jiu. However, he also knew that, not to mention that Tomioka Jiu was one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was extremely powerful. When he invaded the ninja world, he had already turned into a demon and got rid of his weak human body. In addition, he absorbed a lot of chakra, and all aspects were comprehensively strengthened. In this case, it is obviously unfair to compare these swordsmen who are running for the new 9 pillars with Tomioka Jiu after he turned into a demon. After calling the crows to call for people to treat the 3 swordsmen on the ground, Bai set out again. Not long after, he met 2 more swordsmen, one of whom was Zenitsu Agatsuma who had introduced other swordsmen to him before, and next to Zenitsu Agatsuma was Kaneo. Ice. After seeing Bai wearing a dog-faced mask, Zenitsu secretly cried out that it was not good. Kaneo drew her sword directly and rushed up without saying much. Bai didn't waste any words and went to meet him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them fought fiercely together. Kaneo's strength is obviously slightly stronger than that of ordinary swordsmen, but it is still not enough in front of Bai, so after just a few rounds, Kaneo was completely suppressed by Bai. You 2 stop fighting. Zenitsu was anxious on the side. After Bai forced Kaneo back with a sword, he pointed his sword at Zenitsu on the side. You come too. Zenitsu was stunned at first, then understood Bai's intention, knowing that Bai was determined to defeat all the candidates, so he had to draw his sword and join the battle. Because it was Zenitsu, Bai didn't attack too hard. After struggling with Zenitsu and Kaneo, he knocked them down. So strong. Falling to the ground, Zenitsu looked surprised. Kaneo also stared at Bai in a daze, as if she didn't expect that this strange and mysterious swordsman in front of her was so powerful. Let the crow go to notify the rescue, you just rest here. After saying that, Bai turned and left. As they walked through the mountains, Bai Momo counted the heads of people. Now, except for me there should be only 1 swordsman left on Fujiki Mountain. Adding the swordsmen who were defeated before and after, there are already 16, so besides himself, there is only the female swordsman who practices breathing of the sun. Bai searched all the way and finally found the female swordsman named Nezuko on a cliff. The other party seemed to be waiting there specifically. She was not surprised at Bai's appearance. She stared at Bai and slowly drew out her sun-wheel sword. In the distance, several trainers and swordsmiths also came to the mountain at this moment, watching the duel between swordsmen from afar. Who do you think will win? Nezuko. That boy named Bing is not simple either. I feel that he should not have used his full strength before. I still believe in Nezuko. She has the strength of a pillar for a long time. Several people were talking in a low voice. Before this, they had never doubted Nezuko's strength, but after seeing Bai defeat more than a dozen swordsmen in a row, many of them began to waver. On the cliff, Bai looked at the sweet-looking but cold-faced girl in front of him, and his expression became a little serious. Although they hadn't fought yet, he felt that the other party was probably the strongest among the dozen swordsmen. Nezuko said slowly, I can't lose before I find my brother. Unfortunately, I also have reasons not to lose. Bai gave his own response. Nezuko nodded, as if she recognized Bai's response, and then she flashed and rushed towards Bai, sun breathing, land form, burning sun. Bai was a little dazed for a moment, as if he saw a fire dragon made of circles of flames attacking him. If it were an ordinary swordsman, he would have been scared to death, but unfortunately, Bai was a ninja and had seen many fire escapes, so such a shocking scene did not scare him, but instead aroused his desire to win. So he raised the sun blade in his hand, water breathing, free form, strike tide. Clang clang clang. In an instant, the two of them were entangled together. The sound of the two sun blades colliding was endless, and every collision would ignite a burst of fire. At the same time, the speed of the two was extremely fast, so fast that they even left after images. This girl is not simple. Bai was secretly shocked during the fierce fight. He was surprised that the opponent could compete with him to this extent with his thin body and the breathing method. However, he admired her, but he never forgot his mission, so he secretly activated speed and instantly surpassed Nezuko in speed, blocked Nezuko's sun-wheel sword, and kicked her out. Bang! She fell hard on the rock wall, and blood flowed from the corner of Nezuko's mouth. Just when Bai thought the victory was decided, Nezuko ignored her injuries and rushed over with her sword again. I can't lose. Sun breathing, pick up form, flame dance. At the same time, a mark like a burnt wound appeared on her forehead. The trainers and swordsmiths in the distance saw this scene and exclaimed, is that a mark? Nezuko has activated the mark? For old trainers and swordsmiths, markers are not unfamiliar things. Many swordsmen in history have opened markers. What's going on? Her speed has increased a lot. Bai was secretly surprised and swung his sword to meet it. After blocking a few swords, Bai found that Nezuko's speed had not only increased significantly, but also her strength. As he continued to activate the breathing method, he felt that something seemed to be ignited in his body, and there was a force that was about to burst out. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 579 Top Secret. When a swordsman activates the markings, he will unconsciously affect the swordsman around him, causing the swordsmen who are qualified to activate the markings inadvertently. Now, Bai is in this situation. Nezuko accidentally activated the markings, which affected him, and made his body, which had been developed by the breathing method, also become restless. Because of chakra, Bai's control over himself far exceeds that of the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, so he quickly judged that this restless power was not a bad thing, so he stopped suppressing it and let the water breathing completely release the power of the markings. In an instant, scar-like markings appeared on Bai's face, but he was wearing a dog face mask, so others could not see this. After activating the markings, Bai's speed and strength were also greatly enhanced. So, the situation was reversed instantly. In the distance. How is this possible? Nezuko in her spotted state can't suppress that kid. Using water breathing to suppress sun breathing is already incredible, but that kid can actually suppress Nezuko with her spotted state activated. Where did Urokodaka find this monster? The trainers and swordsmiths were all stunned. Not only them, but also the dozen swordsmen who were eliminated by Bai were standing far away, watching this peak duel between swordsmen. When Nezuko activated her spotted state, many people thought that the Batlethi fight was over. Unexpectedly, Bai reversed the situation in just a few minutes and gained the upper hand again. On the cliff. Clang! With a sharp metal collision sound, a sun-wheel sword was knocked out, flew several circles in the air, and fell to the ground. The next moment, Bai's sun-wheel sword was placed on Nezuko's neck. You lost. Nezuko was panting, with a bit of confusion on her face, as if she didn't understand why she lost. Bai glanced at the stripes on Nezuko's face and sighed softly. After opening the stripes, he had figured out what the stripes were and what it meant to open the stripes. To put it simply, the stripes are the swordsman further squeezing himself through the breathing method. The difference is that swordsmen like Nezuko, who are demon slayers, have no chakra and no other special energy, so the only way for her to squeeze herself is to burn her own vitality, which leads to the fact that swordsmen who have opened the stripes are often short-lived. Bai is different. He has chakra, and he can maintain the state of stripes by consuming chakra. Therefore, his stripes are just a combination of breathing method and chakra. He will not shorten his life if his stripes are activated. With the defeat of Nezuko, the last swordsman who participated in the election on Fujiksi Mountain, Bai finally defeated all the swordsmen who participated in the election after sweeping all the demons on Fujiksi Mountain, and won a seat as one of the 9 pillars with undisputed strength. Perhaps because of his amazing performance, when Bai went down the mountain and came to the torii in front of Fujiksi Mountain, the expressions of the swordsmen who had been rebellious before changed. As for the lower-level swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, they looked at him with admiration. No doubt. The Demon Slayer Corps, which fights on the front line with demons, also respects the strong, because swordsmen without strength often do not live long. And the Demon Slayer Corps, which is at a disadvantage, also needs strong people to lead them. Because the results were undisputed, after a brief discussion, the arbitration group composed of trainers and swordsmiths unanimously approved Bai to obtain the title of Water Pillar, one of the 9 pillars. The swordsmen defeated by Bai competed for the remaining 8 seats by counting the number of demons they had conquered. After a comparison, the remaining 8 pillars were born. They are the new Sun Pillar Nezuko, Beast Pillar Inashuk, Lightning Pillar Zenitsu, Flower Pillar Kaneo, and Undead River Jinya. After the selection of the 9 pillars was determined, the Demon Slayer Corps held a meeting of all pillars. Because Bai defeated all the pillars present with undisputed strength in the previous selection, the meeting of all pillars was naturally headed by Bai. After a while, the Demon Slayer Corps put the recent movements of demons and the various problems faced by the Demon Slayer Corps in front of Bai. After reading through the documents one by one, Bai's face became solemn. According to the intelligence collected by the Demon Slayer Corps, after the former 9 pillars defected collectively and the 12 demon moons disappeared without a reason, the demons as a whole lay dormant for a while. But in the past 1 or 2 months, the activities of demons have become more frequent. Whether it is a sparsely populated mountain forest or a densely populated city, there have been frequent incidents of demons attacking people. If these attacks are marked on the map, it will be found that everyone's demons seem to be out of control and have become active. Zenitsu said, if this trend continues, it will not be long before the existence of demons is no longer a secret. Buzugawa Swanya said, I think we should first eliminate the traitors of the Demon Slayer Corps. Zenitsu looked at Swanya, what do you mean? Swanya said coldly, of course, the defected pillars. If we don't find them out and kill them, what qualifications do we have to bear the title of pillar? Bai glanced at Swanya. Although he didn't understand why Swanya had such a strong obsession with those defected pillars, he knew that those pillars were dead in the distant ninja world. Kaneo said, we are members of the Demon Slayer Corps first, and then the pillars, so our first task is to defeat the demons. Bai nodded, Kaneo is right, no matter what, we must suppress the demons first. As he spoke, Bai picked up a document marked as top secret and said, what's the matter with this document? At this time, a lower-rank swordsman stepped forward and saluted Bai, and then answered, Lord Water Pillar. This document is what we just collected and sorted out. The 4 places marked on it have lost all information. Inashuk asked, what do you mean by lost all information? The lower-rank swordsman said helplessly, whether it is the swordsman we sent or the exchanges between the people, none of them returned. Those 4 places are like. Zenitsu was shocked and said, how is it possible? Here. And here are cities with large populations. How can they be completely cut off from the outside world? Even if it is a ghost, it is impossible to eat all the people there overnight. The lower-rank swordsman shook his head, I'm sorry, we don't know what happened in those places at present. Even the city fell. Bai murmured, thinking of something. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 580 A Quarter. The president's wife brought a ghost to Shinji and said flatteringly, "Sir, this is the ghost you want me to find. It has been lurking in the military. It is the spy planted by the Ghost King in the military." Shinji glanced at the somewhat wilted ghost on the ground. The ghost was tied up with vines made of wisteria flowers and brought to Shinji by several human subordinates of the president's wife. On the other side, there were several ghosts imprisoned by Kairon's sealing technique, falling to the ground. No doubt. These ghosts were pulled out from human society by Kairon following various clues, and without exception, they were all spies planted in human society by the mysterious person, responsible for helping the mysterious person control the world. Seeing that Shinji didn't say anything, the president's wife was a little uneasy. When she brought the ghost lurking in the military, she was still a little nervous, fearing that she had made a wrong choice and stood on the wrong side. But after arriving on the cliff and seeing the ghosts imprisoned on the side, her little thoughts suddenly disappeared. In her opinion, the other party could find so many ghosts from the upper echelons of human society in such a short time, which was enough to show how strong the other party was. In this case, her rebellion seems reasonable. Glancing at the ghosts on the ground, Shinji did not waste his saliva to ask anything, but directly activated the pupil technique of the samsara eye and extracted the souls of these ghosts one by one. After carefully reading the memories of these ghosts, Shinji's eyes lit up and found a clue. Although these ghosts had not contacted the mysterious man recently, two of them had secretly sent people to find the whereabouts of the mysterious man, and concluded that the mysterious man was hiding somewhere to secretly recover from his injuries. He really escaped back to the Demon Slayer world alive. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid that the mysterious man was alive, but he was afraid that the mysterious man was dead. Now that he had learned that the mysterious man was still alive, he naturally cheered up. You must know that many of the doubts in his mind still need to be answered by the mysterious man. After a while, Shinji woke up the ghosts on the ground, and then asked casually, "If I say that the Ghost King is hiding somewhere to recover from his injuries, who can tell me where that place will be?" The pupil technique activated by the samsara eye controlled by Shinji can only check the memory of ghosts, but cannot control ghosts to think and analyze. Therefore, after confirming that these ghosts did not know the whereabouts of the mysterious man, he awakened these ghosts and asked about the possible hiding place of the Ghost King. Hearing Shinji's question, the ghosts shook their heads blankly. Shinji grinned, and without further ado, he directly activated the Amaterasu and set the rightmost ghost on fire. Ah! Instantly, the ghost wailed under the burning of the black flames of Amaterasu. The other all the ghosts, including the president's wife, were terrified. This was the first time they had seen such a method. Moreover, ordinary flames were not fatal to ghosts of their level. The black flame that could make the ghost howl so miserably must be extraordinary. After a while, the ghost turned into a pool of ashes under the black flame of Amaterasu. Shinji turned his head and looked at the other ghosts. Facing Shinji's gaze, the other ghosts all trembled. One of the ghosts said, "Maybe the master is hiding in Hongliang Mountain." Seeing a ghost answering, another ghost immediately shouted, "The master may be hiding in Kyoto." "No, the master should be hiding in the big board." Shinji looked at the ghosts with interest and said, "Tell me the reason." Several ghosts quickly gave their reasons. After listening, Shinji fell into thought. The reasons given by these ghosts were varied. Some of them said that the mysterious man's base was in Kyoto, some said that the mysterious man had gone to Hongliang Mountain many times, and some said that someone had recently found the mysterious man in Osaka. At first glance, these reasons made sense, but in fact, it was very difficult to verify them. Because both Kyoto and Osaka are cities with large populations, and it is very difficult to find a ghost who deliberately hides in them. Just then, the president's wife suddenly came to Shinji with courage. "I have something to report to you." Shinji glanced at the president's wife. "Speak." The president's wife said, "Our newspaper received news that Kyoto and Osaka seem to have suffered disasters, perhaps tsunamis, perhaps earthquakes. In short, in recent days, all the news from there has been cut off, and the people sent have not replied." "What?" Shinji's expression was stern. "The population of these two cities is at least several 100,000. It is not easy to completely cut off the news from such a big city." The president's wife quickly prostrated herself on the ground. "I am telling the truth and I dare not deceive you. It seems that I have to go there in person." Shinji said secretly, and immediately activated the Amaterasu, burning all the ghosts except the president's wife to death. After dealing with these ghosts, Shinji ordered the president's wife, mobilize the power of your men. I want to know what happened in Kyoto and Osaka. At the same time, you have to investigate for me. In addition to Kyoto and Osaka, where else similar things have happened? Yes. Yes. The president's wife nodded hurriedly. Back off. Shinji waved his hand. The president's wife looked at the ashes on the ground with lingering fear, and then left with her men. After the president's wife left, Shinji disappeared in a flash. After a long time, Shinji came to the outskirts of a city. This was Kyoto in the Demon Slayer world. Unlike the lively imagination, the city in the distance was hidden in the darkness, like a dead city. Sure enough, there is a problem. Shinji's heart trembled. He did not rush into the city, but circled around the periphery, then left here and rushed to another city, Osaka. Then he found that the situation in Osaka was the same as Kyoto, like a ghost town, lifeless. This situation happened in 2 cities in a row, which made Shinji confused. He was not sure which of the 2 cities the mysterious man was hiding in. Just when Shinji was puzzled, Karin, and the president's wife all sent information. There are not 2 cities like Kyoto and Osaka, but 4 cities. So far, 4 cities have become ghost towns, cutting off all internal and external news. 1 quarter. Shinji was a little distressed. He had witnessed the mysterious man's ability to escape during the Battle of Grass Country, so if he couldn't choose the right city, he might alert the enemy and let the mysterious man escape again. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 581 Investigation. In the next few days, more and more information came to Shinji. Among them, there was valuable information obtained by the Demon Slayer Corps after many sacrifices, some clues tortured from demons, and various information collected from human society. After summarizing all this information, Shinji came to an astonishing conclusion. The demons are out of control. It's not just 1 or 2 demons that are out of control, but as a group, or as a population, demons are out of control. This loss of control started from the lowest level demons. The frequent incidents of demons attacking people in various places during this period are the most direct impact of this loss of control. As time goes by, this loss of control phenomenon gradually spreads from low-level demons to high-level demons. Like a virus. For example, the wife of the president who was coerced by Shinji, except for her bloodthirsty nature as a demon, she was no different from ordinary people, so she could lurk in the upper echelons of human society. But just yesterday, the wife of the president suddenly went berserk and turned into a bloodthirsty monster, slaughtered all the servants and subordinates in her mansion, and then disappeared without a trace. And this is not an isolated case. Through investigation, Karin found that many demons lurking in the upper echelons of human society suddenly went berserk recently, causing a lot of horrific bloodshed. The source of all this is probably the mysterious man who is the Demon King. On a high mountain outside Kyoto, Shinji looked at the dead city in the distance with a solemn expression. During the days of the anti-invasion of the demon world, he could clearly feel that the world was heading towards collapse, and all order and rules seemed to be loosening and distorting. Is this the consequence of being targeted by the Overlord? For a moment, Shinji felt a chill that penetrated his heart. Others may not notice this change, but as a lantern-bearer, he can clearly feel that the demon world is collapsing, and the power of the Overlord is penetrating the barrier and affecting this place. And this power that can affect the entire world and cause the world to begin to distort and twist is really beyond his imagination. Suddenly, a team appeared at the foot of the mountain and was heading towards Kyoto. Shinji glanced at it and then retracted his gaze. This team advancing towards Kyoto was the elite team of the Demon Slayer Corps led by Bai, and their mission was to investigate the situation in Kyoto. Looking at the dead silence around him, Zenitsu said, "This is too scary." "Humph, coward." Buzukawa Swanya snorted coldly. Zenitsu was somewhat dissatisfied. "Isn't it scary that a whole city suddenly lost its news?" Xianmi said, "So what?" Nezuko first glanced at Bai who was leading the team in front, and then said to the 2 people who were arguing, "Is it time to quarrel now?" Nezuko was the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps except Bai, so Zenitsu and Xianmi both stopped talking. With the sharp increase in the number of demon attacks on people and the demons lurking in the upper echelons of human beings losing control one by one, the existence of demons could no longer be concealed and was known to the world. In addition, the sudden loss of news from several cities plunged the entire human society into an unprecedented panic. Under such circumstances, the doomsday theory was rampant. The Demon Slayer Corps naturally sneered at this. In their view, the source of this panic was nothing but demons. Nezuko quickened her pace and came to Bai's side. Bing, Kyoto is ahead, shall we enter now? Bai nodded lightly, then said to the people behind him, more than a dozen swordsmen have disappeared in the city, so everyone must be careful this time and not act on their own. Yes. The Demon Slayer Corps nodded. Soon, the Demon Slayer Corps led by Bai entered Kyoto. Unlike the imagined ruins and rivers of blood, nothing in the city has changed much, except that people are missing. Inashuk walked out of a store and muttered, "It's strange that I can't find anyone." The other members of the team also came out of the shops and houses along the street and shook their heads at Bai, who was standing in the middle of the long street. Shake head. Bai frowned slightly. Although the streets were a bit messy, with various things scattered all over the ground and vehicles placed randomly, the whole city did not seem to have experienced a war. After a while, the team gathered together. Xianmi said, "The whole street has been searched, there is no one, no ghost." Kanaho added, "There is not even a trace of blood." Nezuko glanced at the dark sky above her head and asked Bai, "Bing, it's getting late, do you want to continue to investigate further?" "Yes." Bai nodded. This investigation of Kyoto was instructed by Shinji. The purpose was not only to find out what happened in Kyoto, but also to determine whether the mysterious man was hiding here, so he would not turn back easily. The team continued to go deeper on the deserted streets. As time went by, the already gloomy sky completely dimmed. The Demon Slayer Corps was used to fighting demons at night, so the night did not scare them. Each pillar kept its formation, and the lower-ranking swordsmen lit torches. In the light of the fire, the whole team seemed a bit out of place in the city. But despite this, the team still moved forward firmly in the dark city. After an unknown amount of time, the leader Bai suddenly stopped. The team members immediately stopped and stood guard in tacit understanding. Nezuko came up and whispered, "What's wrong?" Bai listened with her ears tilted, and said, "Listen." At Bai's prompt, all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps held their breath and listened. This deserted city was already terrifyingly quiet, so after everyone stopped and held their breath, there was only the slight breathing of everyone and the sound of torches rustling around. After a few breaths, everyone faintly heard a slight sound wrapped in the wind. Shan Yi asked in confusion, "Is it the sound of the wind?" Bai shook his head, "No, it's footsteps, a lot of footsteps. Everyone be careful, something is coming towards us." After Bai's loud warning, everyone's heart suddenly trembled. At this time, the sound wrapped in the wind became louder and louder, and everyone heard clearly that the sound was indeed footsteps, and there were many, many, dense footsteps. The swordsmen who realized something all became nervous, and they immediately tightened their formation and formed a circle with their backs to each other. Xianmi even roared, "What are you standing there for? Set all the houses around you on fire." The swordsmen immediately threw out the torches in their hands and set the surrounding houses on fire. As the fire started, the surroundings gradually became brighter, reflecting the layers of figures in the shadows. There is only one update today, sorry. Chapter 582 Choice. Shua. A winding sword light passed by, like a string of a harp. Wherever it passed, blood gushed out and heads swung up. Whew. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Bai landed steadily on the ground. With the sun wheel sword in hand, it was indeed much easier to kill ghosts, but no matter how fast he killed, he could not resist the ghosts pouring in from all directions. This. Bai looked around and his face darkened. He knew that a big change must have happened in Kyoto, but he never expected this to be the case. Judging from the number of ghosts pouring out from all directions, I'm afraid that all the citizens in the city have become ghosts. But transforming ghosts requires a price. He really couldn't imagine how these citizens turned into ghosts. Damn it! Damn it! Inashuk waved the sun wheel sword in his hand, killing ghosts while howling. The other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps also fought on their own, barely maintaining the shaky front line. Even the elite of the Demon Slayer Corps, facing such an exaggerated number of demons, were like paper boats in the tide, and were in danger of capsizing at any time. You should know that those who have killed 10 demons are already excellent swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, and those who can kill 70 or 80 are almost the standard of pillars. And the demons in front of them are more than thousands, probably tens of thousands. Ah! No, don't eat me. I don't want to die. Every scream, every wail, means the tragic death of a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the flickering firelight around, the front line of the Demon Slayer Corps was compressed smaller and smaller, like a flame that was about to go out in the dark. "Everyone follow me!" Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, Nezuko shouted and then used all her strength to start breathing, sun breathing, 5 form, train. Swish! In an instant, she rushed forward, like a flame, knocked away the ghosts, and rushed back the way she came. With Nezuko leading the way, the surviving members of the Demon Slayer Corps followed one after another, and forcibly cut a bloody path through the ghosts. Bai, who was left at the end, glanced at the depths of the city and sighed. In this situation, he had no way to continue to investigate further, so after a slight hesitation, he followed the others while covering his rear. The Demon Slayer Corps fought and retreated, and members continued to die tragically among the ghosts. In the blink of an eye, even the corpses were eaten clean. Bai was secretly shocked, no wonder none of the swordsmen sent before came back. This place is simply a ghost cave. After a series of fierce battles, even Nezuko, who had activated the stripes, was a little exhausted. As for the other swordsmen, each of them was panting heavily, and their physical strength and willpower were almost at their limits. However, they were still at least several kilometers away from evacuating the city. Zenitsu looked bitter. "Are we going to die here?" Xianmi said angrily, "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Who? Kaneo panted and said, "Bing, Nezuko, you two are the only ones who have a chance to escape, don't worry about us, just escape by yourselves." The remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps looked at Bai and Nezuko, and nodded. Bai and Nezuko are the undisputed strongest swordsmen among them. If they are not dragged down, they still have a chance to escape. Nezuko shook her head and was about to say something, but Bai interrupted her and said, "Don't talk nonsense, follow me later." Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Bai inserted the sun wheel sword in his hand into the ground and made seals with both hands, water escape, waterfall technique. Splash! In an instant, a huge wave of water surged out and attacked the group of ghosts that surrounded them, and the group of ghosts was washed away in an instant. Bai then formed a seal again, ice escape, ice crystal technique. Accompanied by a chill, the water waves that had just surged out quickly froze, creating a crystal clear glacier on the long street. "Let's go!" Bai's figure flashed, jumped onto the glacier, and rushed out of the city. The stunned people came to their senses and hurriedly followed Bai. "What kind of breathing method is this? Can water breathing be like this? I've never heard of it before." At this time, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps were flying on the glacier, and the group of demons that blocked their retreat were frozen in the glacier under their feet. Although the group of demons behind them had climbed up the glacier and caught up, at least the deadlock had been broken, so they were surprised and whispered. Bai ignored the discussion of the crowd, but was thinking about how to report this mission to Shinji. On the high mountain in the distance, looking at the Kyoto city shrouded in darkness, Shinji frowned. He had seen the encounter of the Demon Slayer Corps led by Bai on the mountain, so he knew the general situation in Kyoto city without Bai's report. How could this happen? He was full of doubts. The only person who could make a city turn into a den of ghosts was probably the mysterious man as the king of ghosts. But from the out of control of the ghosts to the current den of ghosts, Shinji was a little unsure whether it was the mysterious man himself who lost control and turned into a monster, which led to all this. Or was it the mysterious man who did it on purpose to fight against him? Watching Bai safely withdraw from the city, Shinji sighed, it seems impossible to accurately locate and capture the mysterious man with the least noise. These days, he has been collecting intelligence, thinking about accurately locating and catching the mysterious man in a low-key manner. After all, the Demon Slayer world has been targeted by the Overlord, and the barrier has been infiltrated, so he doesn't want to make too much noise here and attract the Overlord's attention. But the mysterious man did this, which completely ruined his plan. At this point, he could either retreat back to the ninja world in disgrace, or he could only use thunder and lightning to pull the mysterious man out of the demon den. The Demon Slayer world has already polluted the ninja world, and the pollution is not light. If he retreats at this time, he is worried that the Demon Slayer world has not been swallowed by the Overlord, but will collide with the ninja world first and annihilate each other. Or, the Demon Slayer world is too close to the ninja world, attracting the Overlord's attention to the ninja world. So as the lantern bearer who protects the ninja world, Shinji actually has no choice. Ninja world. Ninja school. In class, Irika was talking about the basic principles of illusions, as well as several tips for identifying and breaking illusions. Yawn. Suzuki, who was bored below, yawned. At this moment, he suddenly perked up and made a gesture of listening with his ears tilted, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he heard something interesting. Almost at the same time, Shin, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji in the classroom were also stunned, with different expressions for a while. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 583. All members are dispatched. As the Demon Slayer Corps successfully broke out of Kyoto City, the situation in Kyoto City was also exposed to the eyes of the world. The 4 cities became ghost dens, and the ghost attacks in various places were like snowflakes, which caused panic to spread rapidly and social order was on the verge of collapse. Because except for the Demon Slayer Corps, other human weapons are difficult to cause effective damage to ghosts. The Demon Slayer Corps has only a few hundred people in total, and they are scattered all over the place. Facing countless ghosts, they simply cannot clear them out, so large areas of villages and towns fell, and the fall of these settlements led to the emergence of refugee waves. The power of the Overlord has not yet fully penetrated, and this demon world seems to have entered the countdown to doomsday. Standing outside Kyoto, Zenitsu looked confused. Why did it become like this? Swanya, who always disliked Zenitsu, opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. After confirming that Kyoto had become a den of demons, the Demon Slayer Corps naturally could not leave the city full of demons alone, so they arranged for Zenitsu and Swanya to guard outside the city. Once there was any unusual movement in the city, they could immediately send a signal to notify others. Not only Kyoto, but also the other 3. The Demon Slayer Corps also arranged 2 pillars to guard the 4 ghost dens. Although there are still many ghosts scattered around, attacking humans crazily, they are nothing compared to the ghosts in these 4 ghost dens. If the ghosts in these 4 ghost dens spread out, it would be a real disaster. Just then, Xianmi suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Zenyi asked, "What are you looking at?" Xianmi pointed to the distance, "Someone is coming this way." At this time, how could anyone come to this ghost place? As he said, Zenyi looked in the direction of Xianmi's finger and found that there were indeed 2 figures walking towards Kyoto. When the other party came closer, they found that the visitors were 2 mysterious people wearing masks and hooded red cloud clothes. Xianmi stopped the 2 and said, "Hey, don't you know where this is? Don't get any closer." Zenitsu also advised, "Leave here." At this time, one of the men in the hooded red cloud suit said, "Xianmi, Zenitsu, you guys should leave. You are Bing." Hearing Bai's voice, Xianmi and Zenitsu were shocked. Without waiting for Bai to answer, Suzuki beside him urged impatiently, "Let's go, what's the point of talking nonsense with these guys?" No doubt. The people who appeared in front of Xianmi and Zenitsu were not others but Bai and Suzuki. Their mission was to go deep into Kyoto and find the mysterious person who might be hiding there. Bai smiled bitterly, and then ignored Xianmi and Zenitsu, and followed Suzuki to Kyoto. Watching the 2 slowly walk towards Kyoto, where ghosts were everywhere, Xianmi and Zenitsu looked at each other. After a while, Zenitsu said, "Was that ice just now?" Xianmi said, "It seems so. But what exactly is he going to do? And who is next to him? Why are the 2 of them going to Kyoto? Isn't this a way to die?" Outside Osaka Castle, Nezuko and Kaneo sat in front of the campfire in silence. Suddenly, Kaneo said, "With so many ghosts, can we kill them all?" Nezuko hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily, "We can definitely kill them all." Just then, footsteps were heard in the distance. Nezuko stood up suddenly and drew the Nichiren sword. "Who's there?" Kaneo also stood up alertly. The 4 great demon caves are now well known, and the people living nearby have already fled, so apart from ghosts, there shouldn't be other people active here, and there shouldn't even be wild beasts. Soon, with the light of the campfire, they saw the owners of the footsteps clearly, 2 figures wearing masks and hooded red cloud clothes. "Who are you?" Nezuko was a little confused. She could feel the breath of the living on the 2 people walking towards her, so they should not be ghosts, but she couldn't figure out who else would dare to approach here except their Demon Slayer Corps. At this time, one of the 2 people wearing hooded red cloud uniforms said, "B, I didn't expect that there are still people who dare to stay here." The other said, "D, no matter which world it is, there will be brave people who dare to go against the flow. There is nothing strange about this." Obviously. The ones who appeared here were Karin, codenamed B, and Yakumo, codenamed D. Their mission was the same as Bai and Suzuki in Kyoto, which was to go deep into the ghost den and find the mysterious person who might be hiding in it. After listening to Keiran's words, Yakumo nodded, "That's right." Then the two ignored Nezuko and Kaneo by the bonfire and walked straight towards the city. Nezuko's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you two? Don't go any further, there are many ghosts there." Yakumo turned around and smiled, "We are here to find ghosts." Yakumo's relaxed tone, coupled with the evil ghost mask she was wearing, gave people an indescribable sense of weirdness. Nezuko and Kaneo only came to their senses after Karin and Yakumo walked away. Kaneo asked, "Do you want to stop them? Let's follow them and see." Nezuko looked solemn. Her intuition told her that the two people just now were very strong, but she could not guess their identities. The same thing happened outside the third ghost cave. However, Niji and Kimimaro ignored Inashuk who was guarding outside the ghost cave, and directly passed by Inashuk and others who were guarding outside the ghost cave, and rushed into the third ghost cave. After Niji and Kimimaro disappeared into the darkness, Inashuk scratched his head belatedly. Did anything just happen? Outside the fourth ghost den, Shin looked at the dark city and asked with a guilty conscience, "Are there really ghosts in there?" "Yet." Shinji nodded gently. Shin swallowed, "Do we really have to go in? If you are afraid." After a pause, Shinji glanced at Shin and said lightly, "You can stay outside." Shin said, "I am not afraid." Shinji smiled, "Then let's go meet old friends." Since it has come to this, Shinji simply acted vigorously and summoned all the members of the organization to sweep the four ghost dens at the same time. He must catch the mysterious man and retreat quickly after interrogating the necessary information before the Overlord infiltrates the demon world more severely, otherwise, he may attract the Overlord's attention. After entering the city, Shinji still did not slow down his pace. He flew straight to the center of the city and told Shin behind him, "Don't wait. No matter what happens, you have to follow me closely." "Understood." Shin nodded heavily. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. It's the end of the month, don't forget it if you still have tickets. Chapter 584, The Giant Thing Crawling Out from the Ground. Kyoto. Boom. The flames from a series of explosions illuminated half of the sky red, and the air waves swept outward, extending for more than 10 miles. Shua. Landing on the roof of a mansion, Swanya and Zenitsu looked at the flames rising into the sky in the distance with astonishment. After a while, Swanya whispered, "How did they do this? Is it explosives?" Zenitsu shook his head, "They passed by right under our noses, and they didn't carry any explosives on them." Swanya's face was full of doubts, that Guy Bing must be hiding something from us. The person who was traveling with him was not a swordsman from our Demon Slayer Corps at all. Yet, what do they want to do by breaking into the ghost den? They can't be trying to wipe out all the ghosts in this city, right? Zenitsu was also full of doubts. "Hey!" Suddenly, Xianmei exclaimed. Zenitsu looked over and saw that the fire in the distance suddenly dimmed. This dimming was not because the fire was extinguished, but because the blazing orange-red fire suddenly turned into a black flame, and it was burning more and more fiercely. The two looked at each other. Zenitsu asked, "Have you seen this kind of black flame?" "Tisk." Xianmei spat and said, "I haven't even heard of it." On the battlefield. Looking at the dark ghosts all around, all covered by his own Amaterasu black flame, Suzuki had a grim face. Bai beside him was a little worried, will the pupil power be unable to bear it? Suzuki said, "This is about the safety of the ninja world, so it doesn't matter if I lose some pupil power. See, wait for my Amaterasu to burn a gap, and then we will rush in directly." "Yes." Bai nodded and looked around vigilantly. The scarlet kaleidoscope under Sasuke's mask was also patrolling the surroundings at this moment. Just like when Bai first came to the Demon Slayer world, he also found that the ghosts here were far less powerful than those upper-rank ghosts that invaded the ninja world. At first, he was ready for a fight to the death, but after entering the city, he found that all the ghosts he met were vulnerable. It can be said that except for the recovery ability of ghosts, they were useless. The only thing he didn't expect was that there would be so many of them. The black flame of Amaterasu has a restraining power on ghosts, just like the sun blade, it is a flame that can really kill ghosts, so once the black flame spreads, the ghosts crowded in the street will die in large numbers, and in the wailing and roaring, they will unwillingly turn into ashes. Go! Seeing his Amaterasu burn a path, Sasuke's figure flashed and flew towards the depths of the city. Bai touched the 4-type aging potion in the ninja bag on his waist, and then followed. Because they needed to act separately this time, Shinji equipped each group with multiple 4-type aging potions to deal with the mysterious man who was the Ghost King. Swish! The two were very fast. They just passed several streets in a flash and went deep into the city like ghosts. After a while, they stopped in front of a shrine. Sasuke said, "This place is a bit strange." "Not bad." Bai nodded gently. Although he didn't have the pupil technique and didn't master the transparent world in the breathing method, his intuition told him that this place was wrong. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth, "I hope the Ghost King is here." In the distance, Xianmi and Zenitsu also followed quietly. They lay on the roof of the house, carefully avoiding the ghosts scattered throughout the city, while observing Sasuke and Bai in the distance. Zenitsu said, "They stopped." Xianmi asked, "What is that place?" Zenitsu shook his head, "I don't know, it looks like a shrine." Boom boom. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the amplitude became larger and larger, as if a dragon turned over and a tsunami came. "What's going on?" Xianmi and Zenitsu, who were lying on the roof, were horrified. Then, they found that the ground of the shrine in front of them suddenly cracked, and then the crack quickly extended to the surroundings, getting bigger and bigger. In a blink of an eye, the crack turned into a bottomless rift. Bang! Accompanied by a roar, an extremely thick arm climbed out of the rift, and a huge palm like a house pressed on the ground and supported it, bringing out a huge black shadow. Looking at the black shadow like a mountain, wrapped in a pungent stench, crawling out of the rift with an agility that was not in line with its body size, Xianmi and Zenitsu were so shocked that they almost forgot to breathe. How? How is it possible? What kind of monster is that? Is it the one that turned Kyoto into a ghost den? All kinds of doubts and exclamations surged into the hearts of the two. Even though they had already been given the title of pillar and were the elite standing at the top of the Demon Slayer Corps, they could not help but tremble and instinctively panicked when they saw the giant in front of them. Because in the face of such a giant, the Nichiren swords on their waists were like toothpicks, and they were afraid that they could not even help the other side. Even tickling can't do it. Run! Instantly, the two reached a consensus. It would be meaningless to stay here, except to die, so they must send this information out to let everyone know that in the depths of the ghost cave, there is still a monster like a natural disaster hidden. Just as they were about to get up and run away, they found that Sasuke and Bai standing outside the shrine were not as panicked as they were, but stood quietly in place, as if looking at the unknown giant climbing out of the rift. Are they crazy? Xianmi and Zenitsu looked at each other, both confused. At this time, Sasuke on the battlefield snorted, "You'd better be the Ghost King." Before he finished speaking, he activated Susanoo, and in an instant, a purple shadow was projected from his body, quickly transformed into a half-giant wearing armor and holding a bow. Roar! In the roar, Sasuke's purple Susanoo drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a swish sound, the purple arrow shot out, carrying a piercing scream, and blasted through the head of the giant that crawled out of the chasm, making it stagger. What? Xianmi and Zenitsu, who had already raised their legs to escape in the distance, were stunned. Looking at Sasuke's Susanoo stupidly, they couldn't tell for a moment whether they had fallen into some kind of illusion and were bewildered. The giant whose head was shot by Sasuke's Susanoo arrow swayed and stood up again. The shot head quickly solidified and recovered as before. Facing this change, Sasuke smiled, "That's more like it." Bai said, "Be careful, this monster is not simple. I'm afraid it's too simple. If it's not the Ghost King, I'll be in big trouble." Sasuke's mouth curled up with a unique arc of Uchiha. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 585, Kairon's Wood Release. Just as Sasuke and Bai were fighting the giant that crawled out of the ground, on the other side of Osaka Castle, Karin and Yakumo were also exploring all the way to the center of the city. Because she lost the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Karin had lost the ability to activate Amaterasu and Susanoo at this time, so she couldn't use Amaterasu to open the way like Sasuke did, and her exploration progress was not as good as Sasuke and Bai on the other side. But this group also has their own means. Ah! 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 Just like now, Ito in the spirit state flew back and forth in the air, constantly making shocking screams. With the screams, the ghosts on the street suddenly exploded like firecrackers, one after another, and exploded into balls of blood. No doubt, This is the pupil technique that Ito used, the ability of the red dragon eye. The red dragon eye is a fusion of the blood dragon eye and the red eye, so it has both the perspective of the red eye and the ability of the blood dragon eye to control blood. At this time, Ito used the ability of the red dragon eye to control blood, and through the spread of sound waves, detonated the blood of the ghosts in front of them. If it was a high-level ghost like the upper string, the large-scale blood detonation of the red dragon eye would not affect them, but the ghosts blocking Karin and Yakumo were all the lowest-level ghosts, so the originally difficult exploration suddenly became a paradise for Ito to have fun. Karin glanced at Ito flying back and forth in the air, and her eyes became more serious. She had been on several missions with Ito, so she was not unfamiliar with Ito in spirit form, but she had always thought that Ito was D. Now that she had met Yakumo, she realized that D was not a person, or that Ito was just a part of D. You should know that Ito, who can normally maintain a spirit, is already a very powerful existence. Even if it is a cage-level strongman, if there is no targeted preparation, there is no good way to deal with such a spirit. Now that it has been confirmed that Ito is only a part of D, Karen's fear of D has suddenly increased to a higher level. While Karen was secretly afraid, Yakumo beside her was also quite nervous. The strength of B has been verified through several wars. Yakumo once fought with B in his true identity, which left a deep impression on her at the time, so she knew very well what kind of existence this partner beside her was. Oh no, if I show wood release later, she will definitely guess my identity. But if I don't use wood release, I'm afraid I can't deal with the Demon King by myself. Yakumo calculated in her heart. The reason why she was worried was that wood release was too special. As far as she knew, there were only 2 ninjas in the entire ninja world who could use wood release, and she, Kurama Yakumo, was the most famous wood release ninja in the current ninja world. So as long as she showed wood release in the subsequent battle, her identity would be exposed immediately. Far away. Like Swanya and Zenitsu who followed Suzuki and Shiro, Nezuko and Kaneo who were responsible for guarding outside Osaka Castle saw Karin and Yakumo enter Osaka Castle so openly, and they couldn't suppress their doubts in their hearts and secretly followed. When they saw Ito in the sky, like a witch in a ghost story, using screams to harvest the ghosts filling the streets, their horror was beyond words. Kanoho stuttered, "Who are they? I don't know." Nezuko was not much better. Even the hand holding the hilt of the sword trembled slightly unconsciously. It's not that they are timid. After becoming swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, they have experienced many terrifying things. Under normal circumstances, they will not be shaken. It's just that the scene in front of them is too horrifying and unbelievable. After a long time, Karin and Yakumo finally explored the center of the city. In the center is a tall stone tower, which is antique and has a long history. Yakumo stopped at this time. Karin glanced and asked, "Did you find anything?" Yakumo's expression became serious, "There is something underneath." Boom boom. As if to confirm Yakumo's judgment, as soon as she finished speaking, the ground shook and cracked. Accompanied by violent shaking, the ancient tower shook twice, and then collapsed. And at the moment when the crack spread and the ancient tower collapsed, a huge black shadow climbed out from the ground, revealing a hideous face. Karin and Yakumo frowned at the sight. This monster that climbed out from the ground was not only huge in size, but also exuded an unbearable stench all over its body. A closer look revealed that the monster seemed to be a whole, but in fact it was a group of deformed bodies forcibly pieced together. Karin whispered, "How disgusting." Yakumo nodded, and then said, "I wonder if it is the Ghost King we are looking for." Karin pondered for a moment, and then said, "Whether it is or not, let's do it first." Swoosh! Ito flew in front of the two. "I just tried it, and my pupil technique couldn't detonate the blood on this monster." "It?" Yakumo hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with it?" Ito shook his head, "I can't say anything, but I feel that this monster is completely different from ordinary ghosts. I'm afraid the next battle will not be as easy as just now." Yakumo's face suddenly sank. If Ito's eye technique failed, the result would be the same if she came in person, so in this situation, the only thing she could do was would release. But when she thought of B beside her, she hesitated. After all, she was not like Suzuki, who was alone. Although her Kurama clan had long since fallen, her parents and clansmen were still in Konoha, and she also worshipped Tsunade as her master. If her identity was exposed, she was worried that not only would she find it difficult to stay in the village, but even her clansmen would be implicated by her. While Yakumo was hesitating, Karin on the side did not have so many concerns. Seeing that the giant that crawled out from the ground was too huge, she gave up other means, and directly put her hands together with a snap, and shouted, "Would release, the tree world is born." Hwalala! In an instant, in another earth-shaking shaking, countless branches rose from the ground, and then quickly became crazy, turning into thick branches, and then the branches gathered together to form a sea of trees, rushing towards the giant that crawled out from the ground with an overwhelming force. Looking at the overwhelming wood release in front of them, both Yakumo on the ground and Ito floating in the air were stunned. The second update is here. There are only 2 days left this month, and students who still have monthly tickets in their hands should not forget it. Chapter 586 Contest. In the dim night, the giant and the sea of trees used the city as a battlefield and launched a great battle that only appeared in mythological stories. Huge roars and roars echoed in the sky, and the earth shook with them, looking like the end of the world. In the distance, Nezuko and Kaneo stared blankly at the direction of the battlefield, both of them lost their minds. This scene was beyond their imagination, and they couldn't help but think of the rumors about the end of the world. After a while, Nezuko murmured to herself, "There are so many evil spirits in this world, is it really going to experience the end of the world?" Kaneo shook her head, "No matter what, we must pass on what happened here so that the Demon Slayer Corps can be prepared." "That's right," Nezuko echoed. 4 cities suddenly became ghost dens. No one would believe that there was no conspiracy. And the only one who could do this was the Demon King. So there was no doubt that this giant creature hidden in the city, formed by deformed flesh and blood, must be the work of the Demon King. In this way, no matter which force is fighting against the giant, they are all natural allies of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the battlefield, even though Karin has been fighting against the giant for a while, Yakumo still can't hide the surprise on her face. In her eyes, B is obviously a Mangeki Uchiha, and should have no connection with wood release, so she can't understand why B can perform wood release, and it is such a powerful wood release, which is not inferior to her at all. Crash! Accompanied by a loud noise, the giant that climbed out of the rift broke off a series of branches and broke off a large piece of tree trunks. Standing on a rising tree branch, Karin shouted to Yakumo, "D, why are you still standing there?" Yakumo's expression froze when he heard this. He knew that now was not the time to worry about these things, so he immediately threw all his thoughts behind him and activated the wood release while shouting to Ito, who was watching the fun in the air, "Help me find its weakness." "Hey!" Ito smiled and glanced at the bottomless trench that the giant had climbed out. As Yakumo's malice, Ito could also share Yakumo's red dragon eye ability of perspective, so with just a glance, she saw that there was something strange underground, so she sank her body and turned into a long blood-red rainbow, instantly throwing herself into the trench. On the ground, with Yakumo's wood release, the sea of trees became more majestic. For a moment, the entire central city was submerged in the sea of trees. Although the giant seemed strong, facing Karin, Yakumo and the two of them jointly performed the wood release, and could only barely hold on, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that the giant was slowly suppressed, Karin looked at Yakumo. She had always thought that D's ability was only to control that spirit, but she didn't expect that D could actually activate wood release, and it was so strong. This familiar scene instantly reminded her of someone. So Yakumo is D, but what about that spirit? Yakumo has this ability? I've never seen her use it in the ninja school. Thinking of this, Karin couldn't help but sigh secretly, no wonder the adults would secretly recruit her. Although there are many geniuses in the ninja school, Yakumo is definitely the most dazzling one among them. This is not only because she awakened the eye technique bloodline limit red dragon eye that has never appeared in the ninja world before, but also because she also obtained the once lost wood release by chance through surgery. Add to that the powerful illusion of the Kurama clan that can rival the Uchiha Sharingan. Eye techniques, ninjutsu, illusions, Yakumo has almost all of these. Even Karin, who had the eternal Mangeki Sharingan at the time, couldn't help but compare herself with Yakumo, the #1 genius in the ninja school. And now she has discovered that Yakumo, who is already so omnipotent, actually has a secret technique to control spirits, which is simply amazing. Seeing the giant being suppressed, Yakumo, who was also relieved, kept looking at Karin. Isn't B an Uchiha? Did she also undergo the first-generation cell transplantation surgery and master the wood release from it? This. Yakumo felt a little uneasy when he thought of this. When B only used the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, the village was already uneasy. Now if the village knew that B actually mastered the wood release, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is this the adult's method? Gradually, Yakumo was both respectful and afraid of the leader's tactics. Roar! The giant suppressed by the wood release roared at this time, and there was a faint sign of breaking free from the wood release suppression. This roar just interrupted Karin and Yakumo, who were suspicious of each other. They looked at each other and suddenly wanted to compete. Karin secretly said, "My code name is B. The adults are obviously closer and more optimistic about me. So I can't embarrass the adults." Yakumo secretly said, "The adults transplanted red dragon eyes for me and secretly helped me through the cell transplantation surgery. They value me so much. I can't be outdone by B." The idea of competing came up, and the two could no longer restrain themselves. So, their eyes turned to the giant not far away. "What are you yelling for?" Karin shouted softly and launched the wood release again. Countless branches pierced out and instantly pierced the throat of the giant. Yakumo no longer held back, and mobilized the chakra in his body and injected it into the sea of trees. The sea of trees stimulated by the chakra surged again, turning into 4 waves, each rushing to the limbs of the giant, and then pulled violently. Ah! With a wail, the limbs of the giant were torn off. Karin was stunned for a moment, frowned, and then quickly activated the wood release to pierce the giant's trunk and head, and it grew bigger and bigger and thicker and thicker. The giant's trunk and head were all burst. For a moment, the entire battlefield was bloody and in a mess. Karin and Yakumo, standing on 2 branches that stretched into the air, looked at the giant below that had been torn into pieces by the wood release with indifference. The 2 people wearing hooded red cloud clothes and masks were like gods at this moment. In the distance. So strong. Nezuko and Kaneo were shocked and speechless. When they saw Karin and Yakumo entering the ghost cave alone before, they were worried that the 2 would die in vain in the ghost cave. Now they know that compared with the ghost cave, Karin and Yakumo are the ones who can't be provoked. Swoosh! At this time, accompanied by a sharp whistle that broke through the air, a long blood-red rainbow flew out from the rift. There is no doubt that the one who flew out of the rift was Ito, who was ordered by Yakumo to find the giant's flaws. She flew into the air and shouted excitedly, "I have found a way to deal with the giant. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me." Chapter 587 Tunnel. As soon as she finished speaking, Ito saw the scattered and messy limbs on the battlefield, and the excitement on her face collapsed. She thought she was going to make a great contribution, but she didn't expect that the battle above was already over. Immediately, she became a little suspicious again. When Karin fought with the giant before, she had already seen that the giant was very powerful, and the wood release could only suppress the opponent at most, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time, so she was a little puzzled. Why did the battlefield become like this after she left for a short while? Standing on a tree branch in the air, Yakumo glanced at Karin and then asked Ito, "What did you find down there?" Karin also looked over and refused to show any weakness. Have you found any traces of the Demon King?" Seeing that Yakumo and Karin were somewhat confrontational, Ito smiled mischievously, as if he understood something, then he stopped smiling and said, "I found a tunnel underground." Tunnel. Both of them were shocked. Ito continued, "I haven't figured out where the tunnel leads to, but I found a blood and flesh pipe in the tunnel, which extends all the way out, and this end should be connected to the giant monster that just crawled out of the rift, so." Yakumo hurriedly asked, "Did you cut off the blood and flesh pipe down there?" Ito nodded, and put on a look of "You guys should praise me." No wonder the giant monster's recovery ability suddenly became weaker. Karin muttered, and then said, "The task given to us by the adults is to sweep the city and find the possible hidden Demon King, so we should first clear the city one by one. If there is no other suspicious place, we will follow the tunnel to track it down." Yakumo nodded, "Okay." Swish! Swish! As soon as the voice fell, the 2 of them picked an area each and started to sweep it, just like a competition. Ito, floating in the air, clapped his hands, "Great, great! There's another good show to watch." In another ghost den. Bang! With a huge roar, the giant fell to the ground. Kimimaro and Niji, who had already entered the fusion state, jumped and fell into the underground tunnel. Looking at the flesh and blood meridians pierced by the bone spurs of the corpse bone vein, Niji said, "Sure enough, as long as this thing is cut off, the flesh and blood giant above will lose its power." Kimimaro said, "Fortunately, I have your Byakugan. Ningji shook his head, it mainly depends on your ability. The two of them whispered to each other while exploring the underground tunnel. When they first entered the ghost cave, they also swept all the way. As a result, when they arrived at the center of the city, they encountered the same giant as Suzuki, Haku, Karin, Yakumo, and others. Faced with such a giant, Kimimaro and Niji quickly fell into a disadvantage. As a last resort, the two had to use the half of their respective biological exoskeletons to enter the combined state again. This combined state not only improved the speed and strength of the two, but more importantly, it fused their chakras, and with the complete biological exoskeleton, their chakras were fully raised to a level, close to the level of the reincarnation eye chakra. In this way, Kimimaro's fatal blood disease was suppressed. Without the burden of blood disease, coupled with the huge amount of chakra provided by Niji and the biological exoskeleton, Kimimaro Maru immediately turned into a killing machine, showing the horror of the corpse bone vein vividly. In just a moment, more than half of the city area turned into a dense forest of bones, and countless ghosts were pierced in the air by sharp bone spurs that rose from the ground. Inashuk, who followed Kimimaro and Niji, was already the most nervous in the Demon Slayer Corps, but after seeing this scene, he was still extremely horrified, his legs trembling, and he couldn't move. Demons are already very terrifying, and this method of stringing ghosts together is simply unprecedented. On one side is Kimimaro, who is strong in close combat, long-range combat, and large-scale combat, and on the other side is the Byakugan pupil technique, so the entire ghost den was quickly explored by the two people after the fusion, so they followed the tunnel and continued to investigate the whereabouts of the Demon King. In the tunnel, the biological exoskeleton that bonded the two people opened its mouth. Gee, I look in front, you look behind. Ninkai nodded with a strange look on his face. Okay. After Shinji implanted a pair of enhanced pure Byakugan on their biological exoskeleton, it became more and more like a living person. Somehow, in the combined state, it even grew a mouth and could communicate directly with the two of them. And Ninkai had to admit that his Byakugan was not as good as the Byakugan of the biological exoskeleton, so when dividing the work, the biological exoskeleton was often responsible for more difficult reconnaissance tasks, while he took on relatively easier tasks. As for Kimimaro, when there was no combat mission, he closed his eyes and rested, giving up the authority to control the shared chakra for Ninkai and the biological exoskeleton to use. Although they had not practiced much, the cooperation of the three was very tacit. This may also be because Shinji explained the current dilemma of the ninja world to the three of them, so not only Ninkai, but also Kimimaro, who had always only recognized Orochimaru, and Kimimaro, who had just met Orochimaru, not long ago, the biological exoskeleton whose spirituality was just activated by the chakra of the Samsara Eye was very concerned about this operation. It was this kind of concerted efforts that allowed the combination of the three to show an unimaginable combat power. In the Kyoto Demon Cave, Suzuki was still fighting with the giant. His Susanoo was not inferior to the giant, but the continuous loss of pupil power made it difficult for him to continue. Just then, the giant that even the black flame of Amaterasu could not burn to death immediately suddenly lost its recovery ability and fell to the ground with a loud boom. Swish! At this time, Bai Cai jumped out of the rift and cut a tunnel underground, and there was a flesh and blood meridian, and he cut the flesh and blood meridian. Talk about the broken things. Who? While panting, Suzuki said, "Damn, this must be a bait thrown by the Demon King. The Demon King should be at the end of the tunnel." Bai also agreed with Sasuke's analysis, but looked at Suzuki with some worry. "Can you still hold on? Do you want to rest for a while?" Suzuki waved his hand. "There is no time, we must find the Demon King as soon as possible. Come on, follow me." As he said, he jumped into the ground. Bai was a little moved, and then immediately followed. At first he thought Suzuki was just showing off, but now he realized that in order to save the ninja world, Suzuki really gave it his all. The second update is here. It's the last day of this month, and students who still have monthly tickets remember to vote. Chapter 588 Swinging the Knife. In the tunnel. Following behind Shinji, Shin looked here and touched there, with curiosity written all over her face. Shinji was somewhat helpless and glanced at Shin. "There may be a big battle later, aren't you worried at all?" Shin giggled, "Aren't you here?" Shin saw all of Shinji's strength when he swept the demon den just now. The black flame of Amaterasu cleared a large area, and Susanoo was the final blow. All the demons in the city and the giant were vulnerable and were easily solved by Shinji. Shinji looked into the depths of the dark tunnel in front of him and sighed, the opponent is not just a demon king. If it was just a demon king, Shinji would not take it seriously at all. The energy level of the demon world is too different from that of the ninja world. Even if there are many adventures in the demon king who pushes the power of flesh and blood to the peak, it is just that. What Shinji really fears is the identity of the mysterious man Lantern Bearer. Lantern Bearer means that the other party can enter and exit other worlds after paying a certain price, and this means infinite possibilities. God knows which worlds the mysterious man has been to and which cards he has hidden. Shin joked with interest, Master Shin, why do I feel that you are a little guilty? Shinji shook his head and said nothing more, just whispered, fortunately, his lamp was broken. Successfully breaking the mysterious man's lamp is the reason why Shinji dares to reversely invade the demon world. After all, compared with the mysterious man, his qualifications as a lantern bearer are too shallow. After losing the lamp, the threat of the mysterious man was greatly reduced. At least there is no way to hide in other worlds, and there is no way to temporarily go to other worlds to collect trump cards. So Shinji guessed that he is now facing a mysterious man who has lost his lamp and is not in a good state. Even if the other party still has a few trump cards in his hand, the threat should be greatly reduced. Shin saw that Shinji still looked worried, so he thought about it, took off the bell magic weapon on his body, and stuffed it into Shinji's hand. What is this? Shinji was stunned and looked at Shin. Shin raised the corner of her mouth and patted the small bag on her body, don't worry, I have brought the priest's crown inherited by the priestess of our ghost country. This little bell is of no use to me. Shinji stroked the bell magic weapon in his hand. Although this bell magic weapon is damaged, it can barely block the full force attack of the monster of the level of Wang Liang at a critical moment. With a smile, Shinji put away the bell magic weapon and quickened his pace. Shin also slowly put away the relaxation on her face and asked, Shinji, what's ahead? Shinji shook his head, I don't know too much, but there are blood and flesh meridians all the way through. It seems that it should be connected to a certain hub, or it may be the hiding place of the Ghost King. As he spoke, he thought of the other 3 ghost dens. If his guess was correct, the situation in the other 3 ghost dens should be similar to his, so the other 3 groups of people are probably investigating this tunnel at this time. It's just that the distance between them exceeds the sensing range of Shibi, and they can't contact each other for the time being. As for this tunnel, Shinji also has some speculations. 4 good cities suddenly became ghost dens, which must be the work of a mysterious person, and after entering the ghost den and sweeping it, he became more certain of this. Because the ghosts scattered all over the city are too terrible. Not to mention the 12 demon moons that invaded the ninja world before, even the ordinary ghosts outside are far inferior. In addition, this flesh and blood pipe in the tunnel leads to nowhere. Even a fool can see that the ghosts in the city are just the blood food of the mysterious man. Most of the flesh and blood power of the ghost essence has been transported to the mysterious man through this flesh and blood pipe. After carefully exploring the tunnel for a while, Shinji said, there should be no ambush in this tunnel. Let's speed up. Swoosh. After saying that, Shinji rushed out in a flash. Shin hurriedly followed. Without the Byakugan and Red Dragon eyes for the time being, Shinji lost the ability to see through things remotely, but his insight into details became stronger because he controlled the Samsara Eye. So even though he was running fast, he could not escape his insight into the situation in the tunnel ahead. After a long time, he paused and stopped at the entrance of a cave. Shin didn't have time to stop and bumped into Shinji's back. While rubbing his head, he asked, what's wrong? Shinji's expression became more serious, we're here. Shin poked his head out from behind Shinji, looked forward, and turned around. He was shocked and said, what is that? At the end of the tunnel was a huge underground cave. In the center of the cave, there stood a huge flesh cocoon that was 100 meters high. The blood vessels on the flesh cocoon were bulging, and the flesh walls were bulging, beating like a beating heart. Shinji was also shocked. He moved his eyes away from the flesh cocoon and looked at the blood and flesh pipes connecting the flesh cocoons. He found that there were exactly 4, including the one on his side, and the other 3 blood and flesh pipes also extended from far away to here through the deep tunnel. It's true, said to himself, and Shinji tried to activate the direct vision again, but found that he still couldn't contact the other groups of people, so he had to say to Shin, you stay here, I'll go over and take a look. Shin nodded obediently, be careful. After placing Shin in the tunnel, Shinji took a careful step and stepped into the central cave. The stone walls around the cave seemed to be rich in some kind of phosphate ore, flashing with strange light, so that the whole cave was not pitch dark. Shinji approached the huge meat cocoon in the center carefully, and his right hand subconsciously reached into the ninja bag on his waist to confirm that the Type 4 aging potion was still there. As he approached the meat cocoon, his killing intention perception began to give a faint warning, like a needle piercing his eyelids, and finally stopped at a distance of about 20 meters from the meat cocoon. He knew very well that if he got closer, even if he just took another step, the huge meat cocoon that was beating like a heart should react. He stopped at this extreme distance, of course, not to better observe the meat cocoon. After standing still, he turned around and gestured to Shin, who was hiding at the entrance of the tunnel, indicating that Shin was ready to fight, then turned his head and looked at the huge meat cocoon in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Then, his eyes under the mask flashed scarlet, and a golden shadow projected from his body. In just a few breaths, he turned into a 100-meter-tall complete armored Susanoo. Before the flesh cocoon could react, the huge long sword had already been swung out. The first update is here. There are only 4 hours left this month. Students who still have monthly tickets, don't forget to vote. After 12 o'clock, all monthly tickets will be reset. If you don't vote, it will be a waste. Chapter 589 Distortion Monthly Ticket Request. Shinji's 100-meter-tall complete Susanoo was almost exactly the same height as the flesh cocoon in front of him, so this sword swing was immediately earth-shaking. Although the flesh cocoon had already made a stress response and the blood vessels and muscles contracted rapidly, it was still cut in half without the sword of Shinji's Susanoo. As the flesh cocoon was cut in half, a waterfall of blood suddenly gushed out from the broken end, and the huge cave was full of stench. The blade of Shinji's Susanoo continued to move forward. After cutting off the meat cocoon, it also cut off the rock wall of the cave, causing the cave to shake. This domineering slash was made, but Shinji was not proud at all. His eyes focused on the broken part of the meat cocoon, and a black flame suddenly ignited where his eyes converged. The pupil technique Amaterasu. In the distance. Watching the rocks in the cave collapse, the black flames spread, and the giant meat cocoon that had made people feel frightened before being cut into 2 pieces, Shin opened her mouth and said, "So strong." Knowing that Shinji is the A of the Akatsuki organization is not the same as seeing Shinji launch the complete form of Susanoo with his own eyes. Even if he had seen Shinji sweeping the demon den before, the degree of shock was still far less than the golden Susanoo that was 100 meters high in front of him. In the cave, the smoke and dust were surging, and the gravel was flying everywhere. After being cut off by Shinji's Susanoo, the huge meat cocoon shrank quickly. Coupled with the burning of the black flames of Amaterasu, the meat cocoon was charred black and smoke billowed. In the diamond-shaped space on the forehead of the complete Susanoo, Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, the meat cocoon could trigger his killing perception, which means that this meat cocoon is not a thing that can only be beaten, so until this moment, he still did not relax. He narrowed his eyes and tried to see through the black flames of Amaterasu to see what was bred in the meat cocoon. Whoosh! Whoosh! But at this moment, countless tentacles condensed by flesh and blood, with a sharp scream that broke the wind, shot out from the shriveled meat cocoon and pierced Shinji's Susanoo. Clang clang clang! In an instant, these tentacles with sharp claws at the front pierced Shinji's Susanoo, making a series of sharp and piercing sounds. Shinji's face sank. He found that these tentacles made of flesh and blood were more powerful than he had imagined, and cracks appeared on the armor of his perfect Susanoo. It can be so powerful just by the power of flesh and blood, what on earth is this? He was secretly shocked. You know, the perfect Susanoo can ignore many A-level ninjutsu, and even some S-level ninjutsu can hardly hurt the perfect Susanoo. And these flesh and blood tentacles in front of him have reached this level just by the power of flesh and blood, how can he not be shocked? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately afterwards, more tentacles shot out from the meat cocoon and attacked Shinji's Susanoo. Shinji naturally would not passively take a beating, so he activated his pupil power and urged Susanoo to launch a counterattack. Whether it was the long sword of Shinji's complete Susanoo or the tentacles that shot out from the flesh cocoon, they were all ridiculously strong. The hard cave wall in front of these two things was as fragile as tofu. It will break if you chop it. For a moment, the cave, which was already shaking, became even more shaky. In the tunnel, Suzuki was startled suddenly, turned his head and asked Bai beside him, "Did you feel anything?" Bai nodded gently, "It seems to be an earthquake." Suzuki looked at the dark tunnel in front of him, Do you think other groups will get ahead of us and fight with the Ghost King? Bai naturally had such a guess. He knew that the other two groups, especially Karen's group, were much stronger than theirs, so it was normal that the speed of sweeping and exploring was faster than theirs. Suzuki said, "We can't be outdone by them, let's go." After that, Suzuki pointed his toes and rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Hey! Bai exhaled lightly and followed with the breathing method. Karen and Yakumo, who were already running fast, also felt the slight shaking in front of them. Earthquake? Or a battle? Karen said secretly. The range of her Kagura heart is smaller than Shinji's Naobi, so she can't feel what's happening ahead for the time being. Yakumo ordered Ito, who was floating beside him, "Quick, go ahead and take a look." Okay. Ito turned into a blood-red rainbow with a whoosh and flew forward. Karen and Yakumo looked at each other, and then each secretly used the instant body technique to increase their speed again. Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state were different from the other two groups. They were the fastest. When the other groups just felt the slight shaking of the tunnel, rocks had already begun to fall in his tunnel. There are people fighting ahead. Without hesitation, the three of them were in sync and accelerated again. They shuttled through the tunnel like ghosts. In the cave, one side had abundant pupil power and chakra, while the other side had just harvested the essence of flesh and blood from 4 cities, so the battle soon fell into a stalemate. Although this underground cave was extremely huge, it still could not withstand the fierce battle between the complete form of Susanoo and the giant flesh cocoon, so the dome was soon pierced, and the cold moonlight fell from the gap, reflecting in the dusty cave. Shinji panted lightly while looking at the monster in front of him. The outer shell of the flesh cocoon had been burned by his Amaterasu black flame, revealing a disgusting mass of flesh and blood without a fixed shape, and those dangerous tentacles just now stretched out from this huge mass of deformed flesh and blood. What the hell is this? Shinji looked a little embarrassed. It was not that he was afraid of the monster in front of him, but he was in a hurry to capture the mysterious man and then evacuate the demon world, and he really didn't want to waste time with this kind of flesh and blood monster. Suddenly, a huge energy suddenly burst out from the body of the flesh and blood monster. Chakra. Shinji was stunned for a moment, with an incredible look on his face. At this moment, the giant flesh and blood monster soared directly into the air, like a sea urchin, shooting out countless sharp tentacles. These tentacles are already extremely difficult to deal with, and now with the amplification of the majestic chakra, they become even more terrifying. Boom boom. After a deafening roar, the smoke and dust dissipated, and everything around changed. Only Shinji's complete form Susanoo barely stood. At this time, Shinji also realized something and stared at the giant flesh and blood in the air. Is it a mysterious person? Is it out of control and deformed? The second update is here. There is still an hour and a half left, and a few dozen votes are needed to make up 1,000 monthly tickets. Students who still have monthly tickets can help. Please help. Chapter 590 Everyone gathers. How could this happen? Shinji looked a little embarrassed. Ghosts cannot gather chakra by themselves. Shinji has concluded this through countless experiments in the ninja world. Therefore, in the Demon Slayer world, a world where chakra cannot be obtained by devouring ninja world creatures, the only one who possesses chakra is the mysterious man who escaped from the ninja world. But looking at the huge tumor floating in the air in front of him, and the countless tentacles on the tumor swaying in the wind like a group of demons dancing wildly, he really couldn't equate it with the mysterious man who was plotting to invade the ninja world. No wonder all the ghosts outside are out of control. It turns out that there is a problem with the source. Forcing himself to calm down, Shinji secretly evaluated the current situation. The mysterious man was deformed into a massive tumor, and he didn't look like he was sane, so he doubted that even if he defeated the mysterious man, he might not be able to get any effective information from him. What frightened him even more was why the mysterious man had fallen to this level. Is it because of the serious injury? Or because of the loss of the lamp? He paused, and looked up at the night sky above his head, where 1 or 2 red lights flashed from time to time, or is it because of the invasion of the Overlord? All kinds of speculations and thoughts came one after another. The tumor did not let Shinji continue to think, and danced its tentacles again, attacking Shinji's complete form Susanoo. But this time was a little different from before. The tumor in the air did not attack everything around it indiscriminately like a sea urchin, but attacked with a clear goal dot towards Shinji. While Shinji's mind was full of thoughts, his hands were not slow, and he also urged the Susanoo to meet it. Boom boom. In an instant, the whole land emitted a series of deafening roars again. Perhaps because it absorbed the blood and flesh essence of hundreds of thousands of citizens in 4 cities, the tentacles of the tumor were extremely strong. Except for Shinji's complete Susanoo, everything around it, whether it was a 100-year-old towering tree or a rock that had experienced wind and rain, was fragile in front of it and shattered into powder with a slight touch. So this battle was like 2 adults fighting each other in a tofu shop. Both sides were not injured, but the battlefield was in a mess and turned into ruins. In the fierce fight, Shinji's expression suddenly moved. In the induction, the other 3 groups of people have entered the sensing range of his Shibi one after another, and rushed towards this side quickly. It won't take long for them to gather. This also made him give up the idea of launching Amaterasu again, and extinguished the black flame of Amaterasu in the cave. After all, the black flame of Amaterasu does not distinguish between enemies and friends. If Amaterasu is everywhere, it will interfere with the performance of others. Just like this, after Shinji and the tumor entangled for a while, a red shadow rushed out of the cave tunnel first. Undoubtedly, the first person to rush out was not someone else, but Ito in the spirit state. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by 2 sounds of breaking through the air, Karin and Yakumo also rushed out of the tunnel and arrived at the cave battlefield panting. My lord! Seeing Shinji fighting with the tumor, the 2 of them did not take time to rest and exclaimed in unison. Swish! At this time, 2 more people rushed out of the tunnel on the other side, and fell into the cave one after the other. The one in front was Uchiha Sasuke, followed by Bai. Looking up at Shinji's majestic complete form of Susanoo, Sasuke's eyes immediately showed desire, and then he looked at the tumor fighting with Shinji, his face sank, it can actually resist our Uchiha Susanoo. Bai simply observed the surroundings, and then nodded slightly to Karin on the other side. Karin also saw Bai and nodded. Before the others joined the organization, the 2 of them had always been partners, so after this gathering, they immediately nodded and said hello to each other. Swoosh! Soon, a figure also rushed out of the last tunnel. No doubt. The last one to rush out was Niji and Kimimaro in the combined state. Like everyone else, their eyes quickly fell on the giant tumor that was fighting with Shinji, and their expressions were a little cold. They knew the leader's strength. This strange tumor could rival the leader. And judging from the messy battlefield around, the destructive power of this tumor was no less than that of the tailed beasts. So even someone as indifferent as Kimimaro was nervous. The appearance of Niji and Kimimaro in their combined form surprised the others. Ito flew over and looked at it with interest. Karin, Yakumo, Sasuke, Haku, and even Shin, who was hiding at the entrance of the tunnel, couldn't help but cast a surprised look. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Niji was a little embarrassed, but Kimimaro ignored them and kept his eyes on the giant tumor in the air. The biological exoskeleton H on the 2 of them didn't know what shyness and embarrassment meant. It activated its enhanced version of the pure Byakuyan and saw the inside of the tumor clearly. So it quickly said to Niji and Kimimaro, F.G., what are you 2 doing? There's something strange inside the tumor. Let's go and inform the leader. Kimimaro immediately took control of his body after hearing this, and jumped up and down on the rock wall several times, and then jumped up from the damaged part of the cave dome. They didn't stop when they reached the ground. They jumped again and climbed onto the shoulder of Shinji's complete form Susanoo, and said to Shinji in the diamond-shaped space on the head of Susanoo, my lord, there's something strange inside the tumor. Hey? Shinji frowned. Swish! Swish! At this moment, all the other people in the cave, including Shin, jumped up. Without saying anything, Sasuke immediately formed a seal and activated the Chidori, attacking one of the tumor's tentacles. Karin and Yakumo said in unison, my lord, let's deal with this monster. After that, they each activated the wood release, and with a rumble, branches and vines broke out of the ground and rushed towards the tumor's tentacles swaying in the air. Seeing that his men had arrived, Shinji released the Susanoo, took Kimimaro and Niji back a little, and asked, what's strange? H said directly, I'm not sure either, I'm afraid we have to break the tumor first to know. Hearing H speak, Shinji's expression was a bit strange, but he also knew that now was not the time to worry about these things, so he ordered Niji, Kimimaro, and H, go. Several people nodded, and joined the battle with a whoosh sound. Shinji took a few leaps and landed on a ruined cliff not far away, watching the battle. Here is the first update. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. Chapter 591 Akatsuki Group Battle. On the cliff. Shinji was observing the battle while thinking secretly. He urgently needed to confirm the status of the mysterious man. Only after confirming this could he make subsequent plans. After all, if the mysterious man really fell into a mass of unconscious, mindless flesh, then there is no need for him to fight to the death with the deformed mysterious man. Shua. At this time, a figure landed beside Shinji. This figure was Shin, who was with Shinji. She did not rush to join the battle, but carefully avoided the battlefield and came to Shinji's side. Shinji asked, "Are you not injured?" First shook his head, then Shin asked curiously, "How come both of them can perform wood release?" And for some reason, Shin saw Yakumo wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask very familiar, and had a vague guess in her heart. Now is not the time to talk about this. After a pause, Shinji said, "Be prepared. Once the flesh is broken, you will see my signal and be ready to launch the sealing technique at any time." Understood. Shin nodded heavily. She knew that this was not a competition in the ninja school. If there was a slight omission, the prize might be the entire ninja world, so she didn't dare to be careless at all. On the battlefield. Although the tumor was strong, the wood release performed by Karin and Yakumo together should not be underestimated. The tumbling sea of trees immediately gained the upper hand on the scene. The terrifying tentacles on the tumor were all entangled by the branches of the wood release without exception, and lost the space to dance and move. While Karin and Yakumo's wood release barely bound the tentacles of the tumor, the other people freed their hands and prepared to attack the tumor. She. The first sound was a sharp and piercing electric current like a bird's cry. Sasuke half crouched on a branch, his left hand supporting his right hand, and his right hand was full of electric light. "Not enough. Not enough." He whispered a few words, his expression gradually ferocious. The tumor could fight against Shinji's complete Susanoo, and its strength must be strong, so he knew that the Chidori alone could not hurt the tumor. So he quickly made up his mind and activated his Manjiki Sharingan's pupil technique, Amaterasu. However, the target of his Amaterasu was not the tumor in the distance, but his right hand that was flashing with dazzling electric light. Swish! In an instant, the light blue Chidori originally attached to Sasuke's right hand was stained by the black flames of Amaterasu and was dyed into black electricity. With my current pupil power and chakra, I can only prepare this attack. Sasuke gritted his teeth and stared at the tumor in the distance fiercely. Before sweeping the ghost den, he used Amaterasu and Susanoo several times, and his pupil power was seriously consumed, so this was his last attack. Because he had not awakened the Kagutsuki no Mikoto that could shape the black flames of Amaterasu in the original time and space, Amaterasu was also a threat to him. If he was not careful, he might be burned by the black flames of Amaterasu or even die in it. Seeing Sasuke like this, the other people all changed color. They didn't know that Sasuke still had the last life-saving talisman of Izanagi no Mikoto, so they all thought that Sasuke was going to risk his life. Not good. Karin and Yakumo each exclaimed, and then all of them burst out all their chakras at the same time, urging the wood release to further suppress the tentacles on the tumor, providing as much cover as possible for Sasuke's final attack. At the same time, with a loud boom, a huge ice crystal creature rose up in the frost and mist, and the person standing on the shoulder of the slowly rising huge ice crystal creature was not someone else, but Sasuke's partner Bai. This move was the trophy ice crystal creation technique Shinji obtained after defeating Doma, and it was granted to him. So after years of practice, he can also use the water lily bodhisattva that Doma used his own blood demon technique to activate. This move is a fusion of his ice escape blood limit and blood demon technique. It is his most powerful ninjutsu and he would not use it easily. Now that Sasuke has started to fight for his life, he doesn't care about much. "I'm on it!" Sasuke shouted loudly, and he didn't care whether others would cooperate with him. He rushed towards the tumor in the air with a whoosh sound like an arrow from a string. As if sensing the threat, the tumor swelled, and all the tentacles struggled hard to attack Sasuke. "Stay still!" Karin shouted, and used her wood release to bind the tentacles with all her strength. Yakumo also showed weakness. Regardless of the huge consumption of his body, he also used wood release to stop the tentacles from attacking Sasuke. Instantly, the struggle between the tentacles and the wood release began. These tentacles on the tumor were extremely powerful, and even Shinji's complete Susanoo could be shaken. Obviously, they could not be easily restrained by ordinary wood release, so in the confrontation, branches and vines were instantly cut off, and wood chips flew everywhere. However, the power of wood release lies in its endless supply. When a few tentacles were cut off, new branches and vines would immediately grow to make up for them. One after another, the countless tentacles of the tumor could not spare any of them. This time, the tumor was even more panicked. Dong dong. There was another round of agitation. The tumor directly gave up letting the existing tentacles attack Shizuke, who pounced on it, and instead gave birth to many new tentacles, attacking Shizuke from all directions. Oh no! Shizuke suddenly his expression froze. With the insight of his Manjiki Sharingan, he instantly determined that all his attack routes had been blocked by these new tentacles. Swish! At this moment, a huge hand of ice crystals with cold mist spread out, blocking more than half of the tentacles' attack for Shizuke. Clang clang clang! In an instant, countless tentacles hit the ice crystal hand of Bai's water lily bodhisattva, causing ice crystals to splash and cold air to whistle. Shizuke was a little distracted, worried that Bai's water lily bodhisattva could not block the tentacles. Bai, who was standing on the shoulder of the water lily bodhisattva, shouted, "Continue." Shizuke nodded, no longer paying attention to the confrontation between the water lily bodhisattva and the tentacles, and his eyes were focused on the tumor not far away again. At the same time, as a spirit, Ito shuttled back and forth in the air, using the ability of the red dragon eye to control blood to interfere with the tentacles on the tumor, slowing down their speed. Successful. Seeing the tumor getting closer and closer, Shizuke, who was protected by everyone, raised his lips. But at this moment, a tentacle that came from nowhere pierced in front of Shizuke from the oblique side. This. Sasuke's soul was scared. S.A. Ningji and Kimimaro, who were in the combined state, fell to Sasuke's side at this time, blocking the tentacles with their bodies, and shouted, "Continue. The second update is here. Please vote for the monthly ticket at the beginning of the month." Chapter 592 Appearance. Seeing his companions tacitly and firmly protecting him, Shizuke felt a fighting spirit boiling in his heart. At this moment, there was nothing else in his eyes, only the tumor not far ahead. "Go to hell!" Shizuke roared and rushed out. He didn't have to worry about his feet, because he knew that there would be branches and vines rising up to serve as a footrest. He didn't have to worry about the tentacles, because he knew that his companions would help him block the tentacles one by one. Swoosh! Instantly, Shizuke, wearing the Akatsuki organization's hooded red cloud uniform and an eagle-faced mask, turned into a black light and rushed straight to the tumor. Feeling threatened, the tumor shrank violently and kept urging its tentacles to attack Shizuke. However, its tentacles were either entangled by Karin and Yakumo's wood release, or delayed by Ito's red dragon eye pupil technique, or repelled by Bai's water lily bodhisattva, or blocked by Niji and Kimimaro in their combined state. None of the countless powerful and terrifying tentacles could touch Shizuke, who was almost turned into black light. Boom! In the expectation of everyone, Shizuke did not disappoint, and pierced into the tumor in the air like a spearhead, exploding with a huge roar. Puff puff puff! The tumor, which had shrunk to the extreme, was instantly pierced by Sasuke's Chidori with the black flame of Amaterasu, then expanded rapidly, and finally exploded violently. Various flesh and blood organizations were sprayed out along with the blood all over the sky, like a blood waterfall. On a high cliff not far away. Shin was stunned for a moment, then said happily, "Success." Shinji did not answer, still watching silently, but he was still a little surprised in his heart. He did not expect that the tumor that could fight against his complete form of Susanoo would be blown up so quickly under the joint efforts of all his subordinates. Are they so strong already? After sighing a little in his heart, Shinji immediately restrained his thoughts and looked at the broken tumor with bated breath. On the messy battlefield, the whole world was filled with a fishy smell because of the large amount of flesh and blood organizations and blood waterfalls sprayed by the broken tumor. Karin and Yakumo stood quietly under the dense tree canopy, and the lush tree canopy above their heads blocked the blood falling all over the sky for them. Baizi urged his water lily bodhisattva to spread his arms, one hand blocked the blood falling from the sky for himself, and the other hand blocked the blood falling from the sky for Shizuke, who fell to the side and was panting violently. Kimimaro and Niji in the fusion state fell under a protruding rock wall, using the rock wall to block the blood falling from the sky above their heads. Everyone relied on their own skills to prevent a drop of blood from falling on their heads, but the strange scene of blood mist and blood waterfall splashing made them feel uneasy instinctively, so no one took it lightly, all sat up alert, and stared at the tumor intently. After the broken tumor sprayed a large amount of blood and flesh tissue, it seemed to gradually lose the ability to float and began to fall. Boom boom! In a roar, the huge tumor fell to the ground, half of it fell to the ground, and half collapsed into the cave below. As its own weight tore, the tumor, which was as tall as 100 meters and as big as a building, began to tear from the gap that Shizuke had hit. Then the gap became larger and larger, and finally part of the tumor fell into the cave, and part of the tumor remained on the ground. After breaking into two pieces, the tumor's breath rapidly declined, and the flesh and blood tissue quickly shriveled and aged. In just a blink of an eye, even after being separated, the two huge tumors, each of which was dozens of meters long, were left with only two empty shells. Shizuke, whose face was still a little pale, stood up. "Tisk, I didn't really kill it, did I?" Bai hesitated and said, "From the perspective of the flesh and blood meridian in the tunnel, it should have absorbed the essence of the flesh and blood of the citizens of the four cities, and it shouldn't be so easy to be eliminated. After reaching the upper string level, it is very difficult to eliminate the demon. There are even rumors in the Demon Slayer Corps that a very small number of powerful demons can survive after being beheaded by the Nichiren sword, and the tumor in front of him absorbed the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of citizens should not be solved so easily in Bai's opinion. I'll go and take a look." After leaving a word, Shizuke raised his leg and prepared to walk towards the shriveled tumor. "Be careful. Don't get close." Almost at the same time, Yakumo, who has the red dragon eyes, and Niji, who has the white eyes, warned. Shizuke immediately took back the steps he had taken and looked at the shriveled tumor with caution. Clang! At this moment, the shell of the half-shriveled tumor on the ground was torn open from the inside, and then a naked man with waist-length black hair walked out from inside. He turned his head and looked around. His sharp eyes swept over Karin, Yakumo, Shizuke, Bai, Niji, Kimimaro and others one by one, and finally said coldly, "Hey, they really chased us here." Listening to the words of the man who walked out of the tumor, everyone's expression was stern. There is no doubt about it. This man is most likely the target they are looking for this time to counter-invade the Demon Slayer world, the mysterious man who is the Demon King. On the high cliff. Faced with this situation, Shinji is not worried but happy, and heaves a long sigh of relief. Finally found this guy. Karin and Yakumo below may not be able to completely determine the other party's identity, but Shinji, who is also a lantern bearer, has been certain that the man who walked out of the tumor in front of him is the mysterious man he had fought in the land of grass before. Such a strong chakra. Shin frowned slightly. As a shrine maiden of the land of demons who can peek into the future, Shin has a strong sense of chakra, so even at such a distance, she can still sense the strong chakra on the other party. Shinji said calmly, "In the last battle of Grass Country, this guy used some unknown equipment to suck all the chakra of the monsters in a man-made tailed beast. No wonder I have some instinctive disgust for him." After a pause, Shin asked, "Shall I attack now?" "Wait a minute." Shinji waved his hand. He was still a little unsure of the other party's state. On the battlefield, the mysterious man spread his arms, greedily inhaled the air, and grinned, "What a sweet taste." Everyone on the field changed color. At this time, because the tumor was blown up, the air was filled with pungent stench, and everyone felt depressed. The mysterious man glanced at everyone and said, "Akatsuki organization, thanks to you, I got rid of that damn distortion. In return, please become a part of me." As he said, the mysterious man pounced on Shizuke who was closest to him. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 593 Is he dead? It is similar to what Shinji analyzed before. The mysterious man who escaped from the ninja world to the Demon Slayer world was in a very bad state. This was not only because he was seriously injured in the Battle of Grass Country, but also because he lost the most important lamp. The lamp is the core power of the lantern bearer. Once it is damaged, the mysterious man loses his identity as the lantern bearer, and without the protection of the lantern bearer, the invasion of the Overlord to the Demon Slayer world suddenly accelerates. This is why Shinji can clearly sense that the degree of collapse of the Demon Slayer world is getting worse day by day within a few days of the counter-invasion of the Demon Slayer world. And the seriously injured mysterious man was attacked by the Overlord's power and could not resist at all, and then his mind was eroded and gradually became a mass of deformed flesh and blood. The tumor before was the deformed mysterious man. Without the intervention of Shinji and others, the mysterious man would continue to sink. Originally a lantern bearer who protected a world, he would become a tool for slaughtering and destroying the demon world under the influence of the Overlord's power, accelerating the Overlord's infiltration into the demon world. The appearance of Shinji disrupted all of this. Sasuke's decisive blow with the help of everyone directly broke the tumor and allowed the mysterious man to recover from the distortion. This is the reason why the tumor quickly withered and shrank, because the mysterious man who recovered his mind used his own ability as a demon king to harvest the flesh and blood of the tumor, not only recovering all his injuries, but also pushing his condition to the peak. Seeing the mysterious man rushing towards him, Sasuke's pupil shrank. Intuition told him that ordinary means could not stop the opponent's attack at all, so he ignored the stinging eyes and instantly launched Susanoo. Swish! A purple projection was projected from his body, and quickly turned into a layer of skeleton ribs, protecting him inside. Almost at the moment when Sasuke activated the Susanoo, the mysterious man attacked in front of him. Bang! Without any fancy moves, the mysterious man just swung a punch heavily and hit Sasuke's Susanoo. With a muffled sound, the purple ribs of Sasuke's Susanoo were instantly smashed. Under the huge force, Sasuke didn't have time to react, and the whole person was knocked out and hit hard on a rock wall. If it weren't for the damaged Susanoo protecting him, this one blow would probably have killed Sasuke. With just one blow, Sasuke's Susanoo was shattered. Although Sasuke only opened the most basic bones, although the mysterious man only shook his wrist slightly, his arm, which had just been twisted and deformed by the heavy blow, was restored to its original state. Not only that, a huge bone knife stretched out from his arm. The blade of the bone knife was very sharp, and there were throbbing blood vessels at the end. Everyone be careful! Bai immediately shouted a warning. Compared with the tumor that had no will and could only fight by instinct, the mysterious man who had recovered his will was undoubtedly much more terrifying and difficult to deal with. The mysterious man laughed grimly, and then rushed towards Bai with a whoosh. Bai jumped back and hid behind the water lily bodhisattva, but the mysterious man didn't care. He directly used the bone knives on his arms to clear the way and slashed at Bai's water lily bodhisattva. Boom! With a loud noise, Bai's solid ice crystal creation, water lily bodhisattva, was as thin as a piece of paper in front of the mysterious man's bone blade and was chopped into pieces in an instant. Before Bai could react, the next moment, the mysterious man's bone blade was already close at hand. Swish! In an instant, the two passed each other. The mysterious man glanced at the bone blades on his arms and was slightly startled, because they were not covered with Bai's blood as he expected. Looking back, he found that Bai had actually hidden in a piece of ice broken from the water lily bodhisattva at the last moment. Swish! At this time, the sea of trees rolled and surged towards the mysterious man. The counterattack of the Akatsuki organization began. Although the mysterious man was very strong, after shattering Sasuke's Susanoo with one blow, he shattered Bai's water lily bodhisattva with another blow, but the other few people would not be frightened just like that. After all, the leader was watching not far away, and none of them wanted to disappoint the leader. The mysterious man still did not dodge or evade, and faced the sea of trees head-on. The bone blades on his arms suddenly grew larger, like two huge gates, moving freely in the sea of trees, and all the branches that tried to entangle him were cut into pieces by these two huge bone blades. At this time, in the gap of the sea of trees, Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state suddenly jumped out from the blind spot of the mysterious man's vision. Kimimaro, who was in the front, threw a punch, and a bone spur suddenly stretched out from his fist, quickly piercing the mysterious man's body. Just as the mysterious man frowned and prepared to turn around and fight back, Ito in the soul state dived into the mysterious man's body. If it was the mysterious man who was protected by the light before, Ito's rash entry would not only fail to affect the mysterious man, but would be burned by the mysterious man's light. But now the mysterious man has lost the protection of the light, so when Ito drilled into his body, his movement suddenly stagnated and stopped. Taking advantage of this gap, countless branches swarmed up and stabbed the mysterious man into a hornet's nest. Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state were still worried, so they turned around and Niji took action, blocking the acupuncture points in the mysterious man's body, making it impossible for the mysterious man to mobilize the chakra that overflowed his body. After this set of combined punches, the mysterious man suddenly stopped moving. Is he dead? Yakumo asked. The others shook their heads, their faces still full of vigilance. Karin said, "Let him go first, the master wants us to capture him alive." Shinji's order was to capture him alive, so after listening to Karin's words, Yakumo also urged the wood release to retract the branches. Kimimaro in the combined state, Niji jumped far away. Shiro walked out of the ice crystal fragments, and Sasuke held the rock wall and barely got up. In the distance, Seeing the battle on the ground, Shin felt relieved and disappointed. It seems that I don't need to take action. Don't be careless. Shinji said softly. On the battlefield, Bai took out a tube of Type 4 aging potion from the ninja bag on his waist, exchanged glances with his companions, and then walked over carefully. As long as this tube of Type 4 aging potion is injected into the body of the mysterious man, no matter how strong the flesh and blood of the mysterious man is, it will be greatly affected. At that time, it will be easy to capture the mysterious man alive, so even if the mysterious man seems to have lost the ability to resist, Bai still has to ensure that there is no mistake. The second update is here. Please support me with monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Students who have tickets, please support me. Chapter 594 Shinji takes action. Watching Bai approaching the mysterious man step by step, not only his companions on the battlefield, but even Shinji who was far away on the cliff couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shin's hands were also clenched together nervously. The fighting power shown by the mysterious man just now scared her. If it weren't for the fact that everyone on the field was strong and well coordinated, the mysterious man would have probably broken out of the encirclement by now. On the field, Hai, holding the Type 4 aging potion, approached the mysterious man who stood still step by step. But just as he was about to come in front of the mysterious man and was about to inject the Type 4 aging potion into the mysterious man's body, Yakumo, who was not far away, suddenly froze, as if he sensed something, and exclaimed, "Get out of the way!" Bai, who had already raised his hand, heard the words and his pupils shrank suddenly. Without any hesitation, Wuyan activated the simplified version of the magic mirror ice crystal. With a whoosh, he shrank back and flashed into the ice mirror that had just condensed and the mirror surface was not yet completely shiny. Almost at the same time when Bai hid in the mirror, the mysterious man who had just endured countless branches and vines passing through his body suddenly waved his arms, whistling with the wind, and slashed at Bai. Crack! In an instant, the ice mirror where Bai was hiding was hit by the magic mirror. The bone blade on the mysterious man's arm was shattered and turned into a piece of ice chips, flying in the air. Humph! The mysterious man grinned and snorted. Then, Ito's spirit was ejected, looking a little illusory, as if he had suffered a big loss in the mysterious man's body. After flying into the air and pulling away from the mysterious man, Ito gritted his teeth. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At this time, everyone knew that the mysterious man was not suppressed by their joint efforts. On the contrary, the mysterious man played a little trick to lure Bai to get closer. If it weren't for Yakumo, who was in sync with Ito, reminding him in time, Bai would have been seriously injured if he was successfully attacked by the mysterious man. Bai walked out of a piece of ice mirror suspended in the distance, with a solemn expression under the mask. Others also had different expressions. Karin frowned and stared at the mysterious man. Yakumo was panting, and his condition had begun to decline. Although both of them have transplanted first-generation cells, Yakumo's chakra is obviously inferior to Karin, who is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, she has been unable to continue fighting until now. Suzuki is in a worse state. When he swept the demon den before, he used too many Manjiki pupil techniques. Just now, in order to break the tumor, he used all his strength to activate Amaterasu and Chidori. In addition, he was forced to activate Susanoo to defend against the attack of the mysterious man. His pupil power and chakra were almost exhausted. Bai is not good at chakra. He used water lily bodhisattva before, which consumed most of his chakra. Among the few people, the only ones who are in a better state are Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state. Although their consumption is also very large, they are still in good condition because of the age in the middle. The mysterious man glanced coldly at Shinji and Shin standing on the high cliff in the distance, and smiled contemptuously. Where is your leader? You can't kill me with just a few of you. Shua. After saying that, the mysterious man suddenly accelerated and pounced on Sasuke, who was in the worst condition. Sasuke's face froze, and he instinctively wanted to dodge, but as soon as he stood up, he felt pain all over his body and couldn't do anything at all. Shua. Just when the mysterious man's bone blade was about to hit Sasuke, Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state flashed in front of him with the instant body technique and blocked the mysterious man's attack for him. Clang clang clang. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious man and Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state fought fiercely. On one side was a huge bone blade connected to blood vessels, and on the other side was the hard bone spur of the corpse bone vein. Both sides obviously did not hold weapons, but in the fierce fight, there were sharp and piercing sounds like metal collisions. Seeing this, Karin and Yakumo immediately activated the wood release to provide support for Kimimaro and Niji in their combined state. At this time, Bai also drew out the sun blade on his waist, and used the breathing method to the extreme, ignited the marks, and prepared to move forward. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly exclaimed, "How could this happen?" While observing the mysterious man fighting with Kimimaro and Niji in their combined state, he found that the mysterious man was also using the breathing method, and it was very similar to the source of the breathing method, sun breathing. This discovery made him a little suspicious. He didn't expect that the Demon King would also use the breathing method of the Demon Slayer core like the upper strings. Could it be that before becoming a Demon King, he was also a swordsman of the Demon Slayer core? After this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately shook his head. Because the Demon Slayer core exists to destroy demons. Demons came first, and then the Demon Slayer core. So if the Demon King, who is the source of demons, is a Demon Slayer core swordsman, then the cause and effect would be reversed. Bang! Just when Bai was distracted for a moment, Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state finally couldn't withstand the attack of the mysterious man, and were blown away and smashed hard on the rock wall in the distance. After all, they were not proficient in the use of the combined state. They could still rely on the powerful chakra, the two powerful bloodline limits of Bin and Shikatsu to crush ordinary opponents. But once they met a strong man like the mysterious man, it would be difficult for them to win. As Kimimaro and Niji, who were facing the mysterious man head-on, were repelled, Karin and Yakumo were also blown away one after another. Fortunately, with the cover of wood release, neither of them was in danger of life. After injuring Kimimaro, Niji, Yakumo, and Karin one after another, the mysterious man once again set his sights on Suzuki, who was in poor condition. In order to protect Suzuki, Bai had to face the enemy head-on. After a fight, he was also severely injured by the mysterious man and was knocked out. Who? The mysterious man panted heavily while looking around. Although he seemed majestic after defeating many powerful enemies in succession, he was actually quite exhausted. It was just that he absorbed too much blood and flesh essence in the previous distorted state, so he could still bear the consumption. After sweeping his eyes over the enemies lying in all directions, the mysterious man finally looked at the high cliff where Shinji was. "Why don't you take action? What a disgusting look!" Swish! In the scream, the mysterious man ignored the injured Karin and others, turned into a blood light, and instantly pounced on the high cliff where Shinji was. "It's bad! Damn it! Be careful, sir!" Seeing the mysterious man rushing towards Shinji, everyone on the battlefield was shocked and angry. On the high cliff, Shinji just slowly raised his hand towards the mysterious man flying towards him, Shinra Tensei. Bang! Instantly, an invisible repulsive force appeared out of thin air, knocking the mysterious man flying away, and smashing him hard on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The first update is here. Chapter 595 Soul Reading. The mysterious man who was knocked away by Shinji's Shinra Tensei plowed a long rift in the ground, smashing several huge rocks, and finally stopped. With his hair disheveled, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. This move again. He was extremely annoyed at the moment. He thought that only the leader of the Akatsuki organization with the eyes of a fairy could perform this strange and domineering move, but he didn't expect that an ordinary Akatsuki member wearing a mask could also master this move. Shua. At this time, Shinji came to the battlefield with a flash body technique. The mysterious man got up from the ground, stared at Shinji coldly, and without any nonsense, he kicked his feet again, swung the bone blades on his arms, and rushed forward. Shinji raised his hand again. Bang! Another invisible repulsive force was shot out of thin air, knocking the aggressive mysterious man out. This. The people who were originally worried that the powerful mysterious man would hurt the leader were all stunned at this moment. Especially the arrogant Suzuki, who was even more stunned at this moment. What kind of technique is this? Compared to others, Karin was less shocked in her heart, because she knew that the technique Shinji was performing at this moment was the Shinra Tensei of her Samsara Eye. The mysterious man who was knocked away again was a little humiliated, but such an injury was nothing to him. He was not hurt at all when he was pierced through the heart by the wood release before, let alone this level of impact. However, after being easily knocked away twice in a row, his attention to Shinji was rapidly increasing. He had already guessed in his heart that Shinji might not be an ordinary member of the Akatsuki organization. Just as the mysterious man focused more on Shinji, Shinji inadvertently made a gesture. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, one halo after another fell from the sky and landed on the mysterious man, tightly binding him from top to bottom. At this time, Shin, who was also wearing a mask and a hooded red cloud suit, slowly fell from the air and clapped his hands triumphantly. How is it possible? The mysterious man struggled violently. But no matter how he activated his own flesh and blood power, how he expanded or shrunk his body, the halo also changed accordingly, binding him tightly. Not to mention the mysterious man, even Karin, Yakumo, and others who were injured and fell to the ground were all surprised at this moment. They all didn't expect that such a tricky mysterious man would be easily sealed by a strange colleague after the leader made a move. For a moment, everyone looked at Shin, and a question arose in their hearts, who is he? Shinji didn't distract himself from other things. After confirming that the mysterious man could not break free from Shin's seal, he immediately took out the 4-type aging potion from the ninja bag and injected it into the mysterious man's body. The mysterious man had a bad premonition. What is this? Shinji naturally didn't answer. He took a step back and looked at the mysterious man coldly. Karin and other injured people, all covered their wounds at this moment, staggered to Shinji, and then saluted together, "My lord." The sealed mysterious man suddenly froze, and looked at Shinji with some surprise. Until just now, he thought that the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the lantern-bearer of the ninja world was Nagato, whom he had fought in the Land of Grass. When he saw a group of powerful Akatsuki members bowing and submitting to the man in front of him wearing a cat mask, he realized that Shinji in front of him was the real leader of Akatsuki. Shinji nodded lightly, "You did a good job." In fact, with the ghostly speed shown by the mysterious man, Shin's sealing technique is very difficult to master, which is why Shinji has not let Shin take action for a long time. After the mysterious man consumed his strength to defeat Karin and others and focused all his attention on himself, Shinji saw an opportunity and sent a signal to Shin, and then he took down the mysterious man in one fell swoop. Although the whole process looks easy and carefree, in fact, including the siege of Karin and others in front, are important factors that contributed to this result. Of course, Karin and others, who are not experienced in combat and blindly worship Shinji, did not realize this. At this time, they were still secretly annoyed by the defeat just now, and at the same time, they were convinced that Shinji had solved the mysterious man cleanly. Ah! Suddenly, the mysterious man who was sealed by Shin's sealing technique Ring of the Miko let out a painful wail. Then, his body began to rot, and clumps of necrotic flesh and blood fell from his body, and then made a puff-puff sound on the ground, and finally turned into ashes. Undoubtedly, the Type 4 aging potion began to take effect. Shinji glanced at the injured people and ordered, "Everyone retreat." Knowing that the leader was going to interrogate the mysterious man alone, everyone, including Shin, saluted again, and then retreated to heal their wounds. After everyone left, Shinji stared at the mysterious man who was destroyed by the Type 4 aging potion and asked coldly, "Why do you want to invade the ninja world?" The mysterious man already knew the Shinji in front of him at this time. She, the real lantern-bearer of the ninja world, said with regret, "I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding. If I could find you earlier, I would definitely." Shinji didn't bother to listen to the mysterious man's sigh, and immediately interrupted, "Tell me, why do you want to invade the ninja world?" The mysterious man smiled sinisterly and said, "I did lose, but you don't want to live, die with me. Don't want to say it." Shinji didn't get angry. The mysterious man was first consumed by Karin and others, then sealed by Shin, and then destroyed by the 4-type aging potion. His condition was rapidly declining, so he waited for a while, and when the mysterious man weakened to a certain extent, he raised his hand and pressed on the mysterious man's head. The mysterious man was surprised, "What do you want to do?" Without waiting for the mysterious man to finish speaking, Shinji secretly used the ability of the Susanoo Sun Lantern to launch the pupil technique of the soul extraction of the Samsara Eye. In an instant, a spirit was pulled out of the mysterious man's body by Shinji, and the mysterious man's terrified expression froze on his face. Since the other party didn't want to say it, Shinji didn't bother to waste words with him. Anyway, what the other party said might be false, so it would be more convenient to directly extract the soul and read the memory. "Hey!" After a while, Shinji exhaled a breath and said with a complicated expression, "So that's why you are targeting the ninja world, isn't this an unprovoked disaster?" After reading the mysterious man's memory, Shinji finally understood everything and understood why the mysterious man took such a big risk to invade the ninja world, which has a much higher energy level than the demon world. The source of everything is still on the Overlord. The second update is here. It's almost a new week, and I beg for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets to support it. Chapter 596 Rest. In a COL. Suzuki found a place to lean against the rock wall, sat down with difficulty, and then began to check the wounds on his body, with a gloomy expression. Not counting the flesh wounds all over his body, he estimated that he had broken 3 or 4 ribs alone. His chest would ache when he breathed, making him completely unable to use any strength. Damn it! If it were just the wounds all over his body, he wouldn't be so gloomy. What really made him unacceptable was the piercing pain coming from the Mangeki Sharingan. This feeling was not the first time he had experienced it. He knew that this was a symptom of the Mangeki Sharingan after the pupil power was severely overdrawn. The pain was accompanied by waves of trance. Since the mysterious man was subdued by the leader and the war was over, he felt as if he couldn't concentrate when he relaxed. Everything had after-images in his eyes. It seems that I've gone too far. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Suzuki sighed. At this time, Bai came over and whispered to Suzuki, let me bandage your wound. Suzuki wanted to refuse, but he was in so much pain, so he nodded sullenly. Bai was skilled and had prepared good medicine, so he quickly treated all the wounds on Sasuke's body. Thank you. Suzuki, who felt much more comfortable, thanked him. No need. Bai shook his head and sat down next to Suzuki to rest. After recovering a little, Suzuki had time to look up and look at the others who were resting in the valley. After looking at Karin, Yakumo, Niji who had released his fusion state, Kimimaro, and finally Shin, Suzuki became thoughtful. In fact, the others were also looking at each other silently at this moment. Just now, the fierce battle was in full swing. Although they all noticed something wrong, no one dared to be distracted when facing a powerful enemy. Now that they were free, everyone's minds naturally became active. Suzuki stared at Karin for a while, and whispered to Bai beside him, why does B no would release? Isn't she from the Uchiha clan? If she had activated Susanoo just now, we would have been much easier. I don't know either. Bai shook his head. Of course he knew Karin's true identity, but he was not aware of Shinji's Samsara Eye plan, so he didn't know about the changes in Karin's eyes, but even if he knew, he couldn't tell Suzuki about it. Suzuki frowned. In his heart, BS strength was obviously ridiculously strong, but although BS performance just now was also terrifying, even would release was used, it was obviously not as shocking as the previous 100-meter high complete Susanoo. Just when Suzuki was puzzled, on the other side, Yakumo's eyes were swinging back and forth between Niji and Kimimaro. Ito, in spirit form, floated beside Yakumo and asked, what are you looking at? Yakumo asked uncertainly, I just seemed to see them perform the acupuncture and corpse vein of the soft fist. Ito, did you see it clearly? During the fierce battle with the mysterious man, others may have been distracted by countless branches and vines and did not see the details of the fierce battle between Kimimaro and Niji in the combined state and the mysterious man, but Yakumo, who had the red dragon eye, saw it very clearly. After being reminded by Yakumo, Ito recalled it and nodded, yeah, it seems so. How is this possible? Yakumo's face sank. She, who had already worshipped Tsunade, was no longer the original self-pitying daughter of the Kurama family. She knew that the soft fist was the unique skill of the Hyuga clan and needed to be used with the Byakugan's Taijutsu secrets, and the corpse vein is the bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan that was long ago slaughtered by the Kirigakuer. Being able to perform soft fists and corpse vein means that the other two are from the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan. What made Yakumo feel the most strange was that she happened to know 2 people who met the characteristics. Could it be Niji and Kimimaro? The thought flashed through her mind, and she immediately shook her head and said to herself, how is this possible? On the other side, Shin was also looking at everyone curiously. She glanced at Suzuki and said, so is Suzuki, the Mangeki Sharingan is only this level, it doesn't feel very good. After a simple comment, she looked at Bai again, I don't know this one. Then her sight shifted and fell on Karin and Yakumo, who were sitting closer because they were partners. 2 would release. Shin frowned and thought to herself, it is rumored that B wearing a fox mask in the organization is not a Mangeki Uchiha? How strange. As for D next to him, this familiar feeling, could it be Yakumo? As a member of the same 3-person group in the ninja school, Shin is naturally very familiar with Yakumo, and even knows a little about Ito. In addition to the rare wood release, in her opinion, one of B and D must be Yakumo. The more Shin looked, the more she felt that D was Yakumo, and she couldn't help but laugh secretly. Haha, Yakumo, we are also an organization now. Moving her side again, Shin looked at Niji and Kimimaro, and suddenly felt something was wrong. There are only 2 people over there, why do I feel a third chakra? Undoubtedly, the existence of the biological exoskeleton interfered with Shin's judgment, so that she did not recognize Kimimaro and Niji for a while. Karin on the opposite side stared at Shin and looked at her secretly. Although she has lost her samsara eye, her immortal body, which is a fusion of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, is still there, so the injuries on her body have long been healed, and she is in the best condition among the crowd. Thinking back to the sealing technique that Shin had just performed, Karin was secretly amazed. What a powerful sealing technique! Who is she? In fact, Karin had just prepared to perform the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. It's just that the Uzumaki clan's Vajra seal focuses on sealing and restraining giants of the level of the tailed beasts. When targeting human-shaped targets, it is necessary to find an opportunity, and the mysterious man's speed is amazingly fast, so she has been unable to find a chance to attack. Unexpectedly, she hesitated for a moment, and the mysterious man actually pounced on the leader, making her lose the opportunity to attack. Although everyone had their own thoughts, no one started chatting. First, because they had just fought a big battle, they all needed to rest more or less. Second, because everyone was proud of their strength and didn't want to speak first. Third, because they were concerned about the current situation. Although the mysterious man was captured, the crisis of the ninja world still exists, so everyone with their own thoughts finally looked in the direction of Shinji in the distance. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 597 Disgusting. Staring at the mysterious man in front of him, Shinji's expression changed. Soul extraction is undoubtedly more convenient and more efficient than the one question one answer illusion torture, but it is precisely because of its high efficiency that Shinji absorbed too much information at once and had to sort it out slowly. And the first thing to sort out is naturally the information related to the mysterious man's invasion of the ninja world. Through direct soul-level reading memory, Shinji finally learned that the mysterious man's real name is Yubayashiki Ryohei. Born in the Yubayashiki clan, he obtained the qualification of lantern bearer since he was a child, and practiced breathing method with the help of lantern, and gradually grew into one of the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps. With the improvement of his strength and the exploration of the ability of the lamp, Ryohei Yubayashiki was no longer satisfied with the swordsman's breathing method and began to use the ability of the lamp to travel through various worlds and collect stronger abilities. At first, perhaps it was because he was careful enough, or he was lucky enough. In the process of traveling through several worlds, he not only made friends with many lantern bearers from other worlds, but also obtained many abilities and props from other worlds through transactions. This also made his strength gradually break through the upper limit of the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps and become a powerful swordsman who surpassed the legendary strongest swordsman, Yoriichi Tsugakoku. With a sharp weapon in hand, the desire to kill arises. Ryohei Yubayashiki, whose strength reached the pinnacle of one world, began to hunt demons. As a lantern bearer who has traveled through several worlds, his vision is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He knows very well that demons are both disasters and treasures in his own world. So while hunting ghosts, he coveted the ghost's terrifying regeneration ability and long lifespan, and began a cruel study of ghosts. As the research deepened, he gradually realized that ghosts were the system that truly represented the upper limit of the power of the demon world. The initial birth of ghosts may have been just a coincidence, an accident. But the existence of ghosts has actually raised the power level of the demon world, allowing the demon world to truly enter the extraordinary realm. Compared to ghosts who have almost no lifespan limit and can continue to grow. Swordsmen who practice breathing methods have limited lifespans, and once they are injured, they will bait a system that would greatly reduce the strength is too fragile. Even Yubayashiki Ryohei himself, or the creator of the legendary breathing method Tsugakoku Yoriichi, could not get rid of the shackles of birth, aging, illness and death. They would become old and weak as they grew older, and eventually die. When he thought that he, as a noble lantern bearer, would die of aging, while even an ordinary, humble ghost like an ant could easily live for hundreds of years. Such a huge contrast made Yubayashiki Ryohei unacceptable. So, he made a decision, that is, to give up his identity as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, give up his identity as a human, and become a demon. Controlled by ambition and unwillingness, he soon found the then demon king Muzan. Then he used his special physique, which was of the same origin as Muzan Kibutsu, to bloodily seize Muzan Kibutsu's power as the Ghost King, and erased Muzan Kibutsu's memory, successfully stealing the power of the Ghost King and becoming the new Ghost King. After becoming a ghost, Ryohei Yubayashiki's strength increased dramatically. He practiced the flesh and blood power of the ghost and the swordsman's breathing method to the extreme, becoming the strongest existence in the Demon Slayer world. In order to ensure that no one of his own clan would deprive him of the power of the Ghost King, he secretly wiped out the Yubayashiki clan and became the last person of the Yubayashiki clan alive in the world. Ryohei Yubayashiki, who had accomplished all this, had surpassed the lantern bearers of many worlds in strength, so he was no longer cautious when traveling through the worlds. As long as he could improve his strength, he had no taboos whether it was killing or plundering. In the end, the retribution was not bad. When he was plundering a world, he was noticed by the overlord who was also eyeing that world. He was greedy and did not evacuate immediately. Instead, he wanted to harvest more lives to improve his strength before the overlord devoured that world. Unexpectedly, the overlord had already infiltrated all aspects of that world. He harvested the lives of that world and naturally absorbed the overlord's power. So after the overlord devoured that world, he directly tracked his power to find him and set his sights on the Demon Slayer world where he was. There is only one ending for the world targeted by the overlord. After experiencing panic and despair, he found a way, which is to pollute another world and attract the other party to the vicinity of the Demon Slayer world, and then the overlord will divert his attention to another world to delay the demise of the Demon Slayer world. To do this, two conditions must be met. First, the power level of the other world must be higher than that of the Demon Slayer world. Only in this way can the overlord's attention be diverted. Second, the lantern bearer of the other world must be eliminated in advance to ensure that the other party will not use the power of the lamp to counter himself, or drag the Demon Slayer world to perish together. This is the reason why Yubayashiki Ryohei invaded the ninja world. He wanted to find a scapegoat for the Demon Slayer world, to replace the Demon Slayer world as food in the mouth of the overlord. And he went to the ninja world because the power level of the ninja world is higher than that of the Demon Slayer world, and it will be more sweet in the eyes of the overlord. Disgusting. This is Shinji's most direct evaluation of Yubayashiki Ryohei. For his own selfishness, the other party not only brought a catastrophe to his own world, but also tried to sacrifice other worlds to protect himself from the disaster. According to the information Shinji read from Yubayashiki Ryohei's brain, after being targeted by the overlord, even if the overlord temporarily diverted his attention and targeted other worlds, after the overlord devoured them, he would still turn around and devour the Demon Slayer world again. In other words, even if Yubayashiki Ryohei's plan went smoothly and he found the ninja world as this scapegoat, it would only win a period of breathing space. After the overlord devoured the ninja world, he would still go to the Demon Slayer world again. Shinji looked at Yubayashiki Ryohei with a stern look. Killing you is too easy for you. Now even if I cut Yubayashiki Ryohei into pieces, it would be difficult to relieve Shinji's hatred. However, I don't know if it's because Yubayashiki Ryohei was a lantern bearer before, Shinji didn't read the detailed usage skills of the lantern and the skills of traveling through the world in his soul. So Shinji decided to wake up Yubayashiki Ryohei first, torture him, and then kill him. But just when Shinji woke up Yubayashiki Ryohei, a gentle footsteps came from not far away. Shinji and Yubayashiki Ryohei, who had just woken up, looked over together, and immediately, Yubayashiki Ryohei showed a look of horror. You. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 598, Uchiha Tsugakoku. In the previous battle, because the huge tumor and the white water lily bodhisattva were blown up one after another, the air was filled with a bloody cold fog. Even though the battle had ended for a long time, the light red cold fog was still spreading, and combined with the morning mist, it blocked people's vision. Just then, a figure passed through the bloody cold fog and walked towards Shinji and Yubayashiki Ryohei. When he saw the other party, Shinji was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember the other party's identity for a while, but felt that he looked familiar. However, Ryohei Yubayashiki lost his usual calmness, raised his tone, and shouted in horror, Uchiha Tsugakoku, how could you still be alive? Uchiha Tsugakoku. Shinji was stunned, and then reacted. The other party's warrior costume from the Warring States period, the flame pattern on his forehead, and the amulet earrings hanging on his ears did fit the breathing method of that person, the characteristics of the founder, Uchiha Tsugakoku, which is why he felt familiar at first glance. But soon Shinji had the same surprise as Ryuhei Yubayashiki. How come he is still alive? Tsugakoku Yuichi came slowly with calm steps. He held the knife with one hand, half closed his eyes, and looked calm, as if he was taking a walk in the evening. Ryuhei Yubayashiki seemed to have thought of something and reacted, "No, no. You are not Yuichi Tsugakoku." Shinji was shocked. The scene in front of him was too weird. As the ancestor who created the breathing method, Yuichi Tsugakoku should have been dead for hundreds of years, so let alone Shinji was surprised. Even Ryuhei Yubayashiki, the local snake of the demon world, felt very puzzled. But then Ryuhei Yubayashiki seemed to have guessed the other party's true identity. Ryuhei Yubayashiki, who guessed the other party's true identity, not only did not relieve his fear, but even his tone was trembling. Obviously he was terrified to the bone. Tsukuni Yuichi didn't seem to hear Yubayashiki Ryuhei's scream, and he still walked slowly, without even changing his pace. "Damn it! Quick, let me go!" Yubayashiki Ryuhei struggled violently, his face full of panic. Not to mention that Shinji didn't have the ability to remove Shin seal. Even if he had the ability, he couldn't untie Yubayashiki Ryuhei. After all, it's easy to let a tiger go, but it's hard to catch it. And Tsukuni Yuichi, who was walking slowly in front of him, was too weird, so he waited for a moment, then jumped and retreated far away. He wanted to confirm whether the other party was coming for him or Yubayashiki Ryuhei. As the weird Tsukuni Yuichi who came out of the fog approached step by step, Yubayashiki Ryuhei's reaction became more and more intense. While struggling, he also cursed and lost his composure. Tsukuni Yuichi finally came in front of Yubayashiki Ryuhei. "Stop, draw the sword." The whole action was done in one go, and the flames on the blade were so hot that even Shinji, who had retreated dozens of meters away, felt a burning sensation. "This is impossible." Shinji's heart sank. His understanding of the breathing method was not inferior to that of the pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps. The breathing method has its limits. Even Yoriichi Tsugakoku, who created the breathing method, could not theoretically swing a sword to make people dozens of meters away feel the real heat. Ordinary people may not be able to distinguish the difference between the illusion caused by the sword moves of the breathing method and the real physical sensation, but Shinji, who has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan and controls a pair of Samsara eyes with the Susanoo tomb, can easily distinguish them. The blazing flames instantly engulfed Yubayashiki Ryuhei, who was bound by the sealing technique. However, perhaps because of the existence of Shin sealing technique, the blazing flame was blocked by the halos that bound Yubayashiki Ryuhei, and finally disappeared, and the halos that bound Yubayashiki Ryuhei also shattered. Shinji's expression was stern. The sealing technique of Shin, the witch of the demon country, could not be easily disintegrated. The opponent easily broke Shin's sealing technique with a sword. This alone was enough to make Shinji cautious. The escaped Yubayashiki Ryuhei suddenly jumped up, opened his arms suddenly, and swung the huge bone blade with a cold light to slash at the weird Tsugakoku Yojiichi. Swish! With another sword, Tsugakoku Yojiichi cleanly cut off Yubayashiki Ryuhei's arms, and the movement was so fast that it was incredible. Yubayashiki Ryuhei, whose arms were cut off by a sword, was obviously stunned for a moment, and his face was full of surprise. He immediately retreated backwards, creating a distance between him and the strange Tsukuni Yojiichi. At this time, Shinji glanced at Yubayashiki Ryuhei's broken arm, his face slightly gloomy. Although Yubayashiki Ryuhei was hit by his own Type 4 aging potion and his flesh and blood power was suppressed, he was after all a Ghost King far stronger than the upper string, and his recovery ability was there. But at this time, his broken arm cut off by Tsukuni Yojiichi did not show any sign of recovery, as if he had suddenly degenerated into a mortal. At the same time, Shinji also confirmed that the strange Tsukuni Yojiichi in front of him was not coming for him, but was targeting Yubayashiki Ryuhei. So, after discovering that his recovery ability as a ghost was completely suppressed, Yubayashiki Ryuhei, the Ghost King, no longer had the courage to face Tsukuni Yojiichi, and ran away without looking back. Tsukuni Yojiichi did not stop but jumped and chased after him. Looking at the two people who were rapidly going away, Shinji was thoughtful. From the beginning to the end, Tsugakushi Yoriaki's expression did not change, but after Shinji thought about it carefully, he found that it was not the indifference caused by disdain, but more like a puppet without emotions, because it has no emotions, so it has no expression. What on earth is that? Yubayashiki Ryuhei seems to have guessed his identity? so he should not be Tsugakushi Yoriichi. After weighing the pros and cons, Shinji decided to follow from a distance to have a look. This is mainly because he still has some questions about the lantern bearer and needs to interrogate Yubayashiki Ryohei. Although the other party is a complete bastard, it must be admitted that as a lantern bearer who has traveled through many worlds, Yubayashiki Ryohei still has some commendable points. Because he did not dare to chase too closely, Shinji deliberately slowed down his pace. When he found Yubayashiki Ryohei again in a forest, Yubayashiki Ryohei was leaning against a big tree, with only half of his charred body left. For a while, the expression on Shinji's face changed. In just a short while, the strange Tsukuni Yuichi not only caught up with Yubayashiki Ryohei, but also severely injured him to such an extent. This is simply unbelievable. Shinji thought to himself that even if he tried his best, he would definitely not be able to do this. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 599 The Overlord of Fear. Because of his doubts, Shinji did not rush forward, but looked around and confirmed that the mysterious and strange Tsukuni Yuichi was not nearby before slowly landing in front of Yubayashiki Ryohei and asked, "Who was that just now?" Cough cough. After a violent cough, Yubayashiki Ryohei opened his eyes with difficulty. At this time, he no longer had the shadow of the Ghost King. He was as fragile as a mortal, as if a slightly loud cough would hurt his lungs. Shinji did not urge him, but looked around vigilantly. Through the pair of blood dragon eyes controlled by the Susanoo Samatio Yu-chan, he had already felt that the vitality in Yubayashiki Ryohei's body had been exhausted, and even the blood was almost drained out. Death is just a matter of time. After a while, Yubayashiki Ryohei said in a hoarse voice, "Is it over? It's ridiculous that I would die so miserably." Shinji asked, "Answer my question. Who was that guy just now?" "Hat." Yubayashiki Ryohei stared at Shinji and laughed. "You should know that I have a way to make you tell the truth. If you must suffer this before you die, I can fulfill your wish." As he said, Shinji reached out to Yubayashiki Ryohei. Yubayashiki Ryohei still sneered and looked at Shinji. Shinji's outstretched hand stopped in midair, and his face was a little gloomy. Seeing that Shinji stopped, Yubayashiki Ryohei's smile froze on his face, and he said with some regret, "It seems that you have guessed it." Shinji was silent. When Yubayashiki Ryohei exclaimed that the other party was not Tsukuni Yuichi, he had already made some guesses in his heart. Seeing Yubayashiki Ryohei's miserable state and his attitude of not fearing his soul extraction, all these things made him immediately certain of his guess and withdrew his hand in time. Yubayashiki Ryohei smiled and said, "You are more cautious than me, but it's useless. It has already targeted you and me. After I die, you will be the next one." Obviously, Yubayashiki Ryohei directly pointed out the identity of the weird Tsukuni Yuichi just now. Shinji's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Is the Tsukuni Yoriichi just now really the overlord who is spying on the Demon Slayer world?" Ryohei Yubayashiki nodded first, then shook his head, "No, to be honest, it's just a little power that the overlord has infiltrated." Shinji continued to ask, "The overlord's power is parasitic on the dead Tsukuni Yoriichi?" Ryohei Yubayashiki smiled bitterly and said with interest, "Do you know which overlord is targeting us?" Shinji shook his head. "It has many names, but the most recognized name is Fear." After a pause, Ryohei Yubayashiki said, "It is not parasitic on the dead Tsukuni Yoriichi, but it has deliberately transformed into the person I fear the most in my heart. The Overlord of Fear." Shinji chewed on the other party's name. After being secretly afraid for so long, he finally knew who the overlord he was going to face today. Yubayashiki Ryohei said with emotion, "It turns out that the person I fear most in my heart is the idol I admired in my childhood. When did I start to fear him? I can't remember anymore." After hearing the story of Tsugokuni Yoriichi in his childhood, Yubayashiki Ryohei deeply admired this legend who created the breathing method and used the weak human body to fight against demons. The idol he admired in his childhood has become the most feared existence in his heart now, and what is even more ironic is that this fear was used by the Overlord of Fear, and it was transformed and killed him who now gave up his swordsman identity and voluntarily became a demon. Cause and effect, retribution is inevitable. Shinji has no time to sympathize with Yubayashiki Ryohei, he just secretly said, "How can the Overlord of Fear do such a thing?" It is not difficult to use the fear in Yubayashiki Ryohei's heart. It is a bit scary to just create a Tsugokuni Yoriichi out of thin air, and this Tsugokuni Yoriichi also has the strength to fully suppress Yubayashiki Ryohei. You should know that Yubayashiki Ryuhei's strength is not weak. Karin, Yakumo, Suzuki, and 6 or 7 people joined forces and failed to suppress him. And the Tsukuni Yoshiichi, which the Overlord of Fear transformed with a wisp of his own power, killed Yubayashiki Ryuhei in a moment. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. And Shinji had just checked the injuries on Yubayashiki Ryuhei's body. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Yubayashiki Ryuhei was severely injured by the breath of the sun. In other words, the Overlord of Fear did not just create an empty shell, but also created the breath of the sun that Tsukuni Yoshiichi was proud of. Even stronger than the real Tsukuni Yoshiichi. Yubayashiki Ryuhei's breath began to weaken rapidly, and his consciousness became a little blurred. Am I finally going to die? Damn, I am the noble lantern bearer, how can I die? Why am I dying? Shinji glanced at Yubayashiki Ryuhei. Ping, what else do you know about the Overlord of Terror? Ryuhei Yubayashiki didn't seem to hear what Shinji said, and said to himself, where is my light? As long as you find my light, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Idiot. Shinji cursed and said lightly, your light has been broken a long time ago. Ryuhei Yubayashiki was struck by lightning when he heard this, and looked straight at Shinji, his blurred eyes briefly sobered up a little. Do you know what the light gave me? After hearing what Ryuhei Yubayashiki said, Shinji remembered his mission and said casually, what is it? Demon Slayer. After spitting out this word, Ryuhei Yubayashiki laughed and said, isn't it funny? I turned myself into a ghost. Have you heard a joke funnier than this? Shinji remembered his mission called Dawn and was silent for a while. Yubayashiki Ryuhei said, my plan failed. This place has been infiltrated by the Overlord. The Overlord's power can suppress everything here, including the pollution of this world to other worlds. But you don't have to be complacent, it will be your turn next. Shinji's face sank, and the short-term crisis was resolved. The Demon Slayer world lost the Lantern Bearer, which directly led to the Overlord's infiltration of the Demon Slayer world, which in turn slowed down the pollution of the Demon Slayer world to the Ninja world. So Shinji now at least doesn't have to worry about the crisis of the Ninja world colliding with the Demon Slayer world. Because before the Demon Slayer world collides with the Ninja world, it will be swallowed by the Overlord. But the bigger trouble is behind. After swallowing the Demon Slayer world, the Fear Overlord is likely to follow the traces and stare at the Ninja world, as Yubayashiki Ryuhei said. At that time, the Ninja world can only face the threat of the Overlord. Seeing Shinji's gloomy face, Yubayashiki Ryuhei grinned and said, of course, you can also use the method I used on your Ninja world. Swish. Before Yubayashiki Ryuhei finished speaking, Shinji slashed with a knife and cut off his head. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 600 Looting. Gurgle. Yubayashiki Ryuhei's charred head fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and began to shrink and turned into ashes. Shinji looked grim. This time he acted cleanly and neatly, without any hesitation. Because Yubayashiki Ryuhei, who knew that he was about to die, had been secretly digging a hole for Shinji, either tempting Shinji to perform soul extraction on him, or tempting Shinji to invade other worlds like him to delay the demise of his own world. So Shinji acted decisively and killed this man who had ulterior motives until his death. He is not afraid of my soul extraction. Most likely, his body has been completely infiltrated by the power of the Overlord. As long as I try to extract his soul, it may be contaminated by the power of the Overlord. Shinji said secretly. Ryuhei Yubayashiki is too treacherous. Facing such a bastard, Shinji's plan to get more information from him can only be abandoned. Boom. At this time, a thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Shinji looked up and found that the thunder hidden in the clouds was a frightening scarlet. It's a pity that this world is no longer savable. Shinji sighed faintly. The power of the Overlord has completely infiltrated, so the demise of the demon world is only a matter of time. Shinji turned his mind and disappeared with a whoosh. After a long time, he came to a hidden underground palace. There is no doubt. This underground palace is the most core of Ryuhei Yubayashiki's many bases. There is not only Ryuhei Yubayashiki's laboratory, but also his secret library. Because he had read Ryuhei Yubayashiki's memory before, Shinji easily avoided the defense trap of the base and came to the inside of the base. After a tour in the laboratory, Shinji took out a sealed scroll and packed and sealed Ryuhei Yubayashiki's experimental records, experimental materials, etc. for 100 years. Among them, Shinji even found the legendary blue spider flower. Obviously, Ryuhei Yubayashiki, as the lantern bearer of the demon world, has already obtained all the treasures that can be collected in the demon world. Shinji, who almost packed up the entire laboratory, then came to Ryuhei Yubayashiki's personal study. Here, Shinji found that Ryuhei Yubayashiki, the demon king, was also studying blood demon art, and the research materials alone were bound into more than a dozen books. Great! Looking through these materials, Shinji was refreshed. Tracing back to the source, the essence of blood demon arts can actually be seen as a high-level use of the power of flesh and blood. At least in the Demon Slayer world, blood demon arts are the embodiment of the highest level of power in this world. Some of the blood demon arts involving space have raised the skill level of the use of power in the Demon Slayer world. You should know that even in the ninja world that can move mountains and seas, time and space ninjutsu is a very rare and high-end existence. In addition to the information on these blood demon arts, Yubayashiki Ryuhei also collected a lot of information on breathing methods. He collected dozens of various breathing methods. Among them are the relatively niche beast breathing, flower breathing, and the sun breathing that is the source of all breathing methods. Shinji suspects that the breathing methods of all breathing schools in the Demon Slayer world have been collected by Yubayashiki Ryuhei. And not only the breathing methods, but also the spotted breathing related to the breathing methods, fighting chi and other secret skills, he also studied them. Even the highest realm of the swordsman, the selfless realm, he has done detailed research and long comments. In his comments, the selfless realm is the process of the swordsman pushing the art to the Tao. This is not a realm that can be achieved simply by practicing or killing. It requires the swordsman to ponder and comprehend day after day, integrate his own understanding into the swordsmanship, and grasp the little light in the dark, so that he can luckily open the highest realm. Once entering this realm, the swordsman has the ability to sense the enemy's killing intention, hide his own killing intention, and see through the enemy, that is, the ability to see through the world. However, Yubayashiki Ryuhei also wrote with regret that even a swordsman who has reached this realm is ultimately just a mortal, and will be troubled by birth, aging, illness and death throughout his life. Even as strong as Tsugakoku Yoshiichi, he cannot escape the fate of old age and death. Not bad, not bad. Looking at these materials, Shinji's eyes lit up. For him who has chakra, what he needs is a higher level of skills and realm, such as the swordsman's selfless realm. If he can master it, then his strength will be greatly enhanced. And this is not like blood ghost art, which requires turning oneself into a ghost before it can be performed. This kind of martial arts practice will not affect Shinji's chakra practice. After concentrating his mind, Shinji fumbled in the corner of the study according to the information he read from Yubayashiki Ryuhei, and found the mechanism to open the secret room. Click! With a mechanical sound, the door of the secret room slowly opened. Just as Shinji was about to step in, he suddenly thought of something, so he formed a seal and performed a shadow clone technique. The original body stayed outside the secret room and let the shadow clone enter the secret room. This is not a superfluous move. Because Ryuhei Yubayashiki was once a lantern bearer, all his information related to the lantern bearer was affected by his previous lantern in his memory and was in an encrypted state. Even if Shinji used the soul extraction performed by the Rinnegan, he could not easily interpret these memories. And the secret room in front of him may be related to the lantern bearer, so Shinji only found a way to open the secret room from Ryuhei Yubayashiki's memory. As for what is in the secret room, the memory in Ryuhei Yubayashiki's soul is encrypted. The unknown represents risk, so Shinji asked the shadow clone to go in and take a look first. After entering the secret room, Shinji's shadow clone soon noticed a huge display stand. On the display stand, there were many items that Shinji could neither name nor guess the purpose of. Some of these items did not look like the style of Demon Slayer at all, and many of them had strange shapes and a sense of weirdness. When Shinji's shadow clone approached, he saw the label on the display stand and thought to himself, "It is so. No doubt." All the items on the display stand were looted by Ryuhei Yubayashiki from the worlds he traveled through. However, these items are not extraordinary props, nor do they have any magical powers. They just represent the traces of the existence of broken worlds, conquered and slaughtered civilizations. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote monthly.